Hey everyone! If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me out and lets me bring you more great content. Now let's begin the story.
The story opens at Dongkang High School, where a student complains about how long his exam felt. His friend teases him, pointing out that he just guessed on all the answers and stared blankly at the paper. The bespectacled student is suddenly distracted by something else in the distance. A massive military convoy rolls down the street, catching the attention of all the students. Several boys dressed in sharp suits sit casually atop the military vehicles, which leaves a group of schoolgirls completely starstruck. One of the students mistakenly calls them real adventurers, but his friend corrects him by pointing to the logo on the vehicles. The prominent insignia reveals they are from the prestigious Warrior High School. The narration shifts to the past, recalling the day the world changed, an event that began without a single warning. Hordes of monstrous dragons emerged from otherworldly portals, descending upon the terrified cities below. Scientific discovery later confirmed that a world similar to Earth had existed elsewhere in the universe. A cataclysmic event occurred on that distant planet, causing it to violently explode. The planet was completely torn to pieces, its remnants hurtling through space. And these planetary fragments streaked towards Earth's atmosphere like meteors. As the remnants fell, parts of our world began to fuse with theirs, bringing chaos. Onlookers could only watch in horror as the sky burned, and their world was irrevocably altered. This fusion created bizarre landscapes and alien structures that towered over human cities. That was the Adhesion Phenomenon. Along with the new landscapes, unusual laws of nature and terrifying monsters were introduced to Earth. As a result, 17% of the Earth's surface was affected, and humanity lost control over these lands. These territories became known as the Danger Zone, where monstrous beings now roamed freely. In one such zone, a lone soldier catches his breath, surrounded by the fiery ruins of a city. His eyes widen in shock and fear at the sight of an approaching threat. A towering horned monster appears, and these monster-infested places eventually became known as dungeons. The system window identifies the creature as a horned horror, with its strength determined by the number of its horns. The soldier takes cover, preparing to face the menacing demon. As the horned horror lets out a terrifying roar, he opens fire with his rifle. But the bullets simply bounce off the monster's tough hide as it charges forward with incredible speed. The creature effortlessly punches through the soldier's rifle and chest in a single devastating blow, and the soldier is sent flying back from the sheer force of the monster's attack. Humanity was caught completely off guard, given no time to prepare for these otherworldly monsters. A system window highlights the stark difference in power, rating the average trained human at a mere D rank across the board. Powerless and outmatched, humanity could do nothing against the overwhelming might of the dungeon creatures. However, a glimmer of hope appeared amidst the despair. Disaster wasn't the only thing that arrived from the otherworld. As a soldier is cornered by a monster, a strange energy begins to well up inside him. He blocks the monster's attack, his body now enveloped in a powerful blue aura. Something new had arrived that could break the chains holding humanity back. The natural limits that humans were born with were about to be shattered. The very laws of Earth that constrained human potential were being rewritten. The newly empowered soldier stands his ground, ready to counter the horned monster's attack. His strength stat rapidly climbs from B to A, signaling a dramatic increase in power. And the metaphysical chains binding human potential were completely shattered. He catches the monster's powerful fist and lifts it up holding it arm. And with a mighty roar, he overpowers the monster, driving it into the ground with explosive force. Though this phenomenon of awakening affected all humans, the abilities granted were unique to each individual. Among those who awakened, a chosen few decided to train relentlessly to hone their new abilities. These individuals learned to utilize their new potential and become humanity's last hope. They stood united against the endless hordes of monsters pouring from the dungeons, and faced even the most powerful and intelligent demon leaders. These special agents dedicated themselves to one sole purpose: regaining control over the dungeons. Bearing scars of countless battles, these heroes became known to the world as adventurers. They charged bravely into the dark lairs of monsters, heralding the beginning of the era of dungeons. And this fierce conflict marked the dawn of the era of adventurers. Standing victorious over a field of slain monsters, the first adventurers earned the praise of the entire world. And their incredible strength and courage inspired a new generation to follow in their footsteps. Soon after, organizations dedicated to training adventurers were established across the globe. In the Republic of Korea, the best adolescent training facility was born. And for 25 years, the world-renowned Warrior High School has produced the world's best adventurers. Back in the present, the students gossip that Warrior High even counts real dungeon expeditions as tests. One student questions the danger, but his friend explains the school is supremely confident in its elite students. Suddenly, screams of excitement erupt from a nearby crowd, startling the students. A group of schoolgirls swoons over a ridiculously good-looking boy, amazed by his flawless skin. It's clear that mixed-blood elves possess an otherworldly beauty. One student is clueless, but his friend recognizes the famous face from television. And identified as Diav Choi, the genius son of a famous adventurer and an elf, destined for the top ranks. A status window confirms his reputation. A first year at Warrior High who has already returned from dungeons 14 times. He scoffs at the idol-like treatment, but his nerdy friend calls him out for being just as bad by getting angry. To change the subject, the nerd reminds his friend, Jaryong, that he has to work today while their crush, Lee Eunji, is going to karaoke. Jaryong looks down at his phone, dejectedly telling his friends to have fun without him. But his other friend pressures him to skip work, but the guy in glasses gives him a sudden kidney attack, saying he has no choice. As Jaryong takes his leave, friend with glasses scolds the other one for being insensitive, hinting at Jaryong's difficult situation. A flashback reveals the reason for his hard work. He's caring for his ailing father in the hospital. Jaryong's eyes show a weariness beyond his years as he shoulders his heavy responsibilities. His phone buzzes with an alert for overdue hospital bills, immediately followed by a text from his chief. The message from his chief is curt, telling him to come in because they have work to do. Meanwhile, Diav Choi waves goodbye to his adoring fans. As he scans the crowd, his sharp eyes catch sight of something that piques his interest. He spots Jaryong walking away alone, a solitary figure against the bustling city. Diav's companion asks if he did something, but Diav dismisses it and tells his friend he must be imagining things, but he can't shake the feeling he has about the boy. Jaryong walks on, muttering to himself how much he hates having to work, and arrives at his destination, the a subway station entrance. He ducks under some caution tape and enters a derelict, fog-filled stairwell. A man's voice greets him from the shadows, telling him to say hi to their client. He is introduced to today's client by the chief, and his chief is a broker named Jaewon, the one sitting on the chair. As he greets him, the client erupts in anger, outraged that they've brought him a mere kid. The chief insists that Jaryong is their best worker, but the client furiously accuses them of trying to scam him. The enraged client gets in his face, warning him he didn't come here to be fooled by idiots, and demands they get the kid out of his face and bring him someone competent for the job. Threatening them with consequences, the client calls on his large bodyguard to step forward. Jaryong calmly sizes up the bodyguard, correctly guessing that he's an adventurer, and pointedly corrects himself, saying the man was an adventurer, which is why he's now stuck as a lackey. The client is stunned by Jaryong's audacity, while the bodyguard simply calls out to his boss. The bodyguard, a former silver-rank adventurer named Lee Pilgu, decides conversation is over and powers up, ready to teach Jaryong a lesson with a broken arm and leg. The client smirks, pleased that Pilgu is taking matters into his own hands, and advises Jaryong to get on his knees and beg if he wants to save himself. Jaryong feigns panic, wondering aloud what he should do in this dire situation. Dropping the act, he unleashes a powerful aura and coldly states, "I don't know how to beg," revealing his status as a dungeon smuggler who has illegally cleared dungeons 371 times.
The chapter opens with a whimsical public service announcement defining dungeon smuggling as a heinous crime that endangers the world. He explains that as adventurers diligently explore dungeons and face formidable monsters like dragons, they do so in a quest for treasure. Upon successfully defeating these monsters, adventurers are rewarded with chests filled with countless valuable treasures. However, a crucial rule dictates that before exiting a dungeon, all acquired treasures must be presented to an official for a mandatory inspection.
This regulation exists because many dungeon items, such as enchanted horns and blades, possess incredible and potentially dangerous power. If these powerful artifacts were to circulate without permission, they could be used for evil, putting countless lives at risk. To maintain order, the Adventurers Association is tasked with inspecting and registering every treasure that comes out of a dungeon. After registration, the association levies taxes on the items based on their value, much to the financial sorrow of the adventurers. Unfortunately, there are shadowy figures who have found ways to violate this crucial rule. These are the smugglers, who entice adventurers with a tempting offer, a way to avoid the government's enormous taxes. By working with smugglers, adventurers can secretly pocket their treasures, bypassing the official inspection and tax process entirely. If these criminals aren't caught, society loses valuable resources and faces the threat of unregulated magical items. The essay concludes with a cheerful official successfully apprehending a smuggler, encouraging civic duty. Its final message urges citizens to report any suspicious individuals, like the broker, to the Adventurers Association immediately. Back in the present, Client jumps in surprise as the broker, unfazed by the tension, coolly lights a cigarette. He nervously asks the broker if he's really going to let the dangerous standoff continue. The tense face-off between Pilgu and Jaryong continues, both combatants glowing with their respective auras. As the broker asks him if he's getting scared after coming this far, he erupts in anger, stating that they should be the ones terrified of his guard's temper. Panicked, he reveals that Pilgu's retirement wasn't due to injury but for assaulting teammates, warning he might kill the kid. Jaryong mockingly notes that Pilgu is an actual criminal, then wryly admits he isn't exactly in a position to judge. Pilgu arrogantly dismisses his past actions, claiming his former teammate was merely trash that he needed to dispose of. Jaryong feigns a moment of stunned silence at his incredibly callous remark. His expression quickly shifts to one of mock realization as he sarcastically exclaims that he now understands what Pilgu meant by trash disposal, and taunts Pilgu, suggesting he purposely caused trouble to lose his license because he's aware that he himself is trash. As he continues his verbal jabs, Pilgu's fist, glowing with power, flies toward his head. The former adventurer lands what should have been a devastating blow directly to his face. But it does not go as planned. Jaryong effortlessly dodges the punch, his expression unchanged as he calmly admonishes him for being rude, making the aggressor grit his teeth. Enraged, he unleashes a furious roar, but his punch remains hopelessly trapped in Jaryong's grip, ready for another punch. With a confident smirk, Jaryong decides it's time to return the favor, and retaliates with what he calls a light kick, sending a powerful shockwave toward the stunned bodyguard. The kick connects squarely with his jaw, snapping his head back with surprising force. As the client stares in disbelief, the broker calmly exhales and asks, "See?" and smugly reminds him that he had promised to bring the most skilled person he knew for the job. Jaryong lands smoothly, casually remarking that he's a bit disappointed Pilgu wasn't tougher. Stumbling back, Pilgu is at a complete loss, realizing he gravely misjudged the high school smuggler, and now understands that the team's reflexes and the sheer power behind his kick are on the level of a professional adventurer. The broker observes the scene, noting that Pilgu seems to be finally grasping that this is a fight he is not equipped to win. Still clinging to hope, the client shouts that it was just a single kick and that his bodyguard can still fight. But the broker dismisses his client's panic, stating he already has a feel for how this encounter will end. Refusing to accept defeat, Pilgu grips his shirt and begins to power up his mana. He tears his shirt open to reveal a chiseled physique, prompting him to correctly guess that his adventurer class was a tank. He teases the client about his gawking stare, claiming he can read between the lines of his admiration for Pilgu's muscles. Pilgu glares at Jaryong, vowing that no cheap tricks can overcome a real adventurer and branding him as smuggler scum. And with a furious roar, he unleashes his full power, promising to show him a true display of strength. A flashback explains that after the adhesion event, humanity began to awaken superhuman abilities. These awakened abilities varied greatly from person to person, depending on their individual builds and latent talents. This led to adventurers specializing their training and taking on distinct roles like tankers, archers, and assassins within a party. Jaryong watches with a look of understanding as the narration confirms that one of the most prominent roles is the tank. Pilgu activates his tank techniques: bulk up, iron skin, and giant strength, causing his body to swell with power. The tank's primary role is to act as a shield, protecting their teammates from the many dangers lurking within a dungeon. They are the front line, designed to face monsters head-on and absorb all incoming damage. Their bodies are trained to such an extreme limit that they can even shrug off bullets from conventional firearms. And at the highest echelons, top-tier tanks can withstand firepower equivalent to a full-scale military bombing run. They are, in essence, a living, breathing protective barrier capable of enduring even the force of missile strikes. Facing the transformed Pilgu, he recognizes that he is now up against the full power of a real adventurer. Pilgu's body becomes a hardened, shadowy monolith of power, dwarfing Jaryong as he prepares to attack. With a ground-shattering stomp, the powered-up tank charges, unleashing a massive shockwave. The sheer force of his advance pushes Jaryong back, making him cover his face to avoid any debris. Even at a distance, the shockwave is strong enough to push the client back. The broker effortlessly snatches the shrieking man out of the air before he can be slammed into a wall. Holding the terrified client by his collar, he calmly asks if he's all right. After setting him down, he exhales a cloud of smoke and dismisses Pilgu's flashy display, calling him a punk, and watches with growing annoyance, wondering if the two are really going to wreck his entire place of business. As Pilgu barrels towards him, Jaryong calmly settles into a fighting stance, ready to meet the charge. His eyes narrow with intense focus, bracing for the imminent collision, and deftly dodges, letting the blow slam into the wall behind him. With his fist embedded in the concrete, Pilgu taunts him, asking him what's wrong, and mocks the boy for dodging, asking why he isn't pulling any of the cheap tricks he used before. He coolly responds that he isn't a fool and has no intention of walking into an obvious trap. From the sidelines, the broker lets go off the still trembling client, while thoughtfully observing the battle. He internally concedes that the bodyguard is definitely not bad, realizing his physical force is now comparable to a truck and could pulverize Jaryong's bones with a single hit. Losing his patience, he shouts at Jaryong to hurry up and finish the fight, and threatens to dock his pay for any further property damage, causing the young smuggler to curse under his breath. Pilgu, his face obscured by a shadowy aura, tells him that his boss clearly doesn't understand the situation's gravity, and boasts that cheap tricks won't work on a pro, but Jaryong simply smiles and replies, "That doesn't sound too bad." He then casually reaches down and picks up a long, sturdy metal pipe from the debris. Now armed with a makeshift weapon, he faces off against the hulking tank, and gives the pipe a contemplative look, weighing its potential. As Pilgu prepares to charge again, he decides the pipe will be good enough for what he has in mind. The narration explains the common misconception that tanks are unbeatable due to their overwhelming durability. Seeing Jaryong resort to a simple pipe, the broker sighs and declares that the fight is now over. However, the truth is that tanks are not invincible. They have a clear weakness, a natural enemy. As Pilgu charges forward, he meets him with a powerful swing of the pipe, moving with blinding speed. The tank's natural enemy is any foe who can focus an immense amount of destructive force into a single, precise point. Jaryong's eyes gleam with blue light as he channels all of his power into the swing. A highly skilled damage dealer, for example, can easily bypass a tank's defenses. He unleashes his attack, a devastating arc of blue energy that completely engulfs the charging Pilgu. The focus blow shatters his defenses, sending him reeling back with a bloody wound as the client and the broker watch in shock. Standing over his fallen opponent, Jaryong proves that even the strongest protective barrier can be broken by a superior damage dealer. Barely conscious, The battered Pilgu asks in disbelief where Jaryong learned how to swing a weapon like that. He casually walks away, dismissing the question and telling the beaten man he doesn't know what he's talking about. While he claims Pilgu is mistaken, he hints that there is a chance he's seen him before. An image flashes in his mind, the powerful silhouette of his father, the one who taught him how to fight. The story flashes back to a young Jaryong walking through the hall of his childhood home. He recalls how, in his eyes, his father was the greatest adventurer in the world. The young boy would often peek out to watch him train, filled with awe and admiration. He clarifies that his admiration wasn't just due to familial ties. His father was a genuine legend. The legendary adventurer's name is revealed, Yoo Song. Song's journey is shown through a montage of his early, brutal battles against monstrous foes. He was part of the legendary first generation, the very first adventurers who paved the way for others. He explains that for those who weren't there, the tales of the first generation are legendary. But for the adventurers who lived through it, that era was nothing short of hell. While history remembers their exploits as a great legend, the reality was far grimmer. The primary reason for the high death toll was a critical lack of information about the dungeons. They had no idea what kind of monsters or environments they would face, venturing into the complete unknown. Facing off against terrifying creatures like the Gekamilath, they were completely unprepared. And the monsters that are now considered low-level threats were once a source of immense terror. A monster's acid attack catches an adventurer off guard, showcasing the unexpected dangers they faced. As one guy manages to dodge, the other one is caught in the attack. He screams in agony as the acid melts through his defenses, an unknown and deadly calamity for his time. These now common monsters were once world-ending threats to the ill-equipped first generation. In an era before special skills were common, adventurers like Yoo Song had to rely on raw power and courage. With no special abilities, they relied on pure martial prowess to survive. Even their gear was primitive. A standard titanium alloy weapon is shown dissolving instantly against a monster's attack. They also lacked the powerful items that modern adventurers take for granted. Despite these desperate conditions, Song is shown charging headfirst into the fray. In these hopeless situations, the first generation had to push far beyond their limits. Through sheer trial and error, he learned to fight, dodging deadly attacks and finding openings. These pioneers risked everything, gaining the knowledge needed to survive through brutal experience. After grueling battles, as more backup arrived, the witness the gruesome scene. Through their sacrifices they learned and conquered, leaving slain beasts in their wake. The survivors, like Song, passed on their hard-won experience to the next generation of heroes. Through these repeated victories against impossible odds, Yoo Song and his peers were rightfully established as true heroes. He earned the title of Dragon Slayer Yoo Song, a legend in his own right. And this legendary moniker was bestowed upon him after he became the first person in history to hunt down a dragon. His fame grew to epic proportions, making him Asia's top-ranking adventurer and a household name. He recalls revering his father's incredible power as he trained relentlessly. Every swing of his practice weapon seemed to contain earth-shattering power. A wide-eyed Jaryong watched in glee as his father's training unleashed a massive wave of energy. He admired his father more than anyone else in the world, believing him to be the pinnacle of strength. But that perception of invincibility shattered the day he saw his father cough up blood. Song, the invincible hero, suddenly stumbled, blood pouring from his mouth. Terrified, the young boy rushed to his father's side as the giant man began to fall. His father, the Dragon Slayer, collapsed, defeated not by a monster, but by a deadly poison. Tears streamed down his face as he watched his hero gasp for breath, helpless. The cause was a deadly poison encountered during one of his dungeon explorations, now coursing through his veins. Just as he'd always done, Song tried to fight it off, reassuring his worried son. But after decades of pushing his body to its limits, his legendary constitution finally gave out. The poison ravaged his system, his body screaming in agony as it reached its breaking point. In his moment of weakness, The colleagues his father had trusted with his life came to visit. However, their visit was not one of compassion but of cold, calculated opportunity. They took advantage of his vulnerability, seizing his fortunes and his life's work, leaving him with nothing. Betrayed and broken, he suffered for years, both mentally from the betrayal and physically from the incurable poison. Years passed, and as the world began to forget the great dragon slayer, Jerong came to his father from school one day. His father had lost his identity as a hero, and was now just a man staring blankly out a window. Having lost everything while suffering from an incurable poison, the once great adventurer was utterly broken. This tragic memory fuels his present as he stands over the defeated bodyguard, a forgotten adventurer. His expression is cold, reflecting on the harsh lessons his father's life taught him. He looks down on the fallen Lee Pilgu and contemplates the nature of adventurers and what it means to be truly strong. With a flick of his makeshift weapon, he dismisses the fight and walks away. The broker casually remarks on how smoothly the confrontation ended, much to the client's disbelief. He is dumbfounded, unable to process how his formidable bodyguard, Pilgu, was defeated by a young kid. The broker nonchalantly suggests that Pilgu simply wasn't a very good adventurer to begin with. As Jerong walks over, he explains that Pilgu's earlier bragging about beating up his colleagues was a telltale sign of weakness, and continues his lecture, stating that there are only two reasons why a good adventurer retires. Jerong gets close to the terrified client, explaining that good adventurers retire either because their body is broken beyond repair or because they die, and coldly advises him to fire his guard, saying he's not worth even minimum wage. Looking down at the defeated man, he scoffs that anyone can act strong. Trying to de-escalate, the broker puts a comforting arm around the client, asking him to be understanding. With a sly grin, he then informs the shocked client that because of the trouble, the fee for the job has now doubled. He erupts in fury, calling the sudden price hike utter nonsense. The broker's friendly demeanor vanishes, replaced by a chilling smile as he reminds him that he was the one who provoked them first. He tightens his grip, adding that they don't do anything for free, causing him to sweat bullets. Completely intimidated, he quickly backs down, forcing a smile and agreeing to the new terms. With the payment negotiations settled, the broker sits down to finally brief Jerong on the mission. He gets his attention, who is rehydrating after the brief scuffle. When the broker asks if he's heard of the Empire Real Wasp, Jerong does a massive spit take in shock. Visibly shaken, he asks nervously if fighting one is part of the job, calling the prospect a bit much. The Imperial Wasp is revealed to be a monster with the highest degree of danger, not just in Korea, but in the entire world. Its nest has turned the entire district of Uido into a post-apocalyptic wasteland, and this area is now known as Korea's Demon Realm, a zone with the highest possible difficulty. The broker explains that even for a top ranker, fighting one is difficult, making it utterly impossible for a mere smuggler. Jerong's interest is piqued when the broker pivots, asking what a white rank adventurer could accomplish. The broker reveals that, according to their client, a massive unpublicized raid took place in the Demon Realm just yesterday. The raid involved the full might of the government's army alongside an elite attack squad of 7 white rank adventurers. Jerong is stunned by the number, muttering 7 under his breath, aware of the immense power that represents. The broker confirms it was basically Korea's all-star team, noting that the media goes wild when even 2 of them team up. While the team failed in their primary goal of eradication, they did succeed in taking down the Queen Bee. The job's twist is revealed. One of the 7 heroes stole the Queen's royal jelly and hired a subordinate to smuggle it out. He is confused by the term, so the broker clarifies that royal jelly is a special nutritional supplement fed to a newborn queen. Skeptical, he questions why a white rank adventurer would go to such lengths for a mere nutritional supplement. The broker takes a drag from his cigarette, explaining that on the rare occasions royal jelly has entered the world, its effects are legendary, and reveals the true power of the item. If a human eats it, they can come back from the dead, leaving Jerong utterly speechless. The chapter ends with an info panel detailing the gemstone temporary license for non-adventurers entering dungeons. The narrator explains that while all official pathways to dungeons are strictly managed by the authorities, the Adventurers Association and the government's claim of total control is not the whole truth. In the shadows of the city, the broker stands before an illegal, unmanaged entrance to the world of monsters. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he prepares to open the secret path. He faces a massive sealed door, covered in glowing magical runes that bar the way. Placing his hand on the door, he channels his energy into the ancient seal. The runes flash with brilliant blue light as the powerful lock begins to disengage. The intricate magical wards fade away, leaving the imposing gate unlocked. Jaryong, now in full dungeon gear, receives a final piece of advice from the broker. Be careful not to die, got it? The broker lights another cigarette, grumbling that this particular job is going to be especially annoying. Jaryong stands silently, his thoughts clearly elsewhere as he prepares to enter. The broker notices Jaryong is distracted, looking down at a device instead of paying attention, and blows some smoke at him. Startled, he looks up as the broker calls him out on his lack of focus, and asks if his distraction is due to a particular rumor about their target item. He pointedly asks if he is still hung up on the legend that royal jelly is a medicine that can even bring back the dead. As he approaches the gate, the broker scoffs, saying such rumors are always blown out of proportion. Placing a hand on the massive steel door, he quietly agrees with him, and reasons that even if the royal jelly is an antidote that's second to none, it would never be powerful enough to cure his father's unique and hopeless condition. He bitterly concludes that if a miracle cure like that actually existed, his father would never have given up hope in the first place, as the dungeon doors flood the area with light. Stepping through the portal, he finds himself on a cliff's edge overlooking a vast and dangerous jungle. He shields his eyes from the unfamiliar sun, taking a moment to survey the overgrown, ruined landscape. After the dimensional adhesion created dungeons across Earth, two in Korea came to be known as the greatest and most dangerous. The first is on Jeju-do, a treacherous dungeon that has fused with an entire volcanic mountain range. The second, where Jaryong now stands, is the Eigar jungle, a place he prepares to conquer. This sprawling jungle has completely overtaken what was once Uedo in Seoul, now classified as the low-rank Boromai dungeon. The Eigar jungle has consumed a massive part of the city, and much of its dangerous territory remains unexplored. Jaryong's mission is to intercept a subordinate who was transporting an item from the S-rank Uedo zone to the safer Dau Boromai area that day. However, the transporter lost contact after reaching the meeting point, where a bloody trail suggested he was attacked or injured. The broker simplifies the mission. All he has to do is find the courier and retrieve what he was carrying. Still adjusting his goggles, a distracted Jaryong asks the broker to let him finish his thoughts. He leans back, telling him to stop getting sidetracked and focus on the job. Jaryong smirks, asking if the broker really thinks he'd run away, to which he replies that he isn't that stupid, and his usual cynical tone softens slightly as he offers a final piece of advice. With genuine concern, he tells him to be extremely careful on this mission. Remembering that others would risk their lives for the precious royal jelly, he begins his descent into the jungle below, and lands expertly in a small clearing, surrounded by the towering, alien trees of the Eigar jungle. Looking up at the canopy, he assumes the potent aroma of the royal jelly must be filling the entire forest. However, he immediately senses something is wrong and curses his bad luck. He discovers an enormous footprint, realizing the jelly's scent has already attracted something far bigger than he anticipated. A sudden disturbance sends a flock of birds scattering into the sky, signaling that a large creature is on the move. Elsewhere, a young woman with elven ears runs for her life through the dense woods. This is Serum, a first-year student from the prestigious Warrior High, who is currently facing the biggest crisis of her life. What was supposed to be a simple, low-risk midterm exam has gone horribly wrong. Peeking from behind a tree, she watches her pursuer with terrified eyes. She has encountered a terrifying monster that should never have been in this low-level dungeon area. Taking a deep breath, the young warrior resolves to face the overwhelming threat. Staring up at the colossal creature, she wonders what it could be, given her simple test objective. Her mission was a straightforward scavenger hunt. Collect as many coins as possible within the time limit. The test area was a DU rank zone, the lowest possible, which should have made for an easy grade. She recalls what was supposed to be a well-known beginner's training ground. Even the monsters native to this area were meant to be simple creatures. The local fauna was known to be weak and possess low intelligence, posing virtually no threat to a warrior-high student. But the beast she's facing now effortlessly destroys the ground with a single hit, proving it's in a completely different league, as she hardly manages to dodge. Serum realizes with dawning horror that running from this creature is impossible. With escape cut off, she understands that her only remaining chance is to hope for a miracle. And even then she decided to fight back, aiming multiple arrows at the monster. The monster is identified as a juvenile titan ape, a fearsome beast with a 3-star danger ranking. Serum looses a volley of 3 arrows, all aimed perfectly at the charging ape. Her arrows move straight to the target, but it stops them just by its hand. Completely unfazed by the attack, it looks at her. She is left speechless, her standard attacks proving utterly useless. Enraged, the titan ape smashes the ground and continues its relentless charge toward her. While expertly dodging, she fires more arrows, knowing it's impossible to pierce its skin with conventional shots. She nimbly evades the ape's clumsy but powerful swings, trying to create an opening. More arrows strike the beast's chest, having no effect whatsoever. As the ape seems to toy with her, Serum acknowledges to herself that her normal attacks can't kill it. In a desperate gambit, she taunts the monster, telling it there's no need to dodge her weak attacks. She draws her bow, waiting for the ape to get just a little closer before she reveals her trump card. Her plan works, successfully baiting the intelligent creature into letting its guard down. With her eyes glowing with power, she prepares to unleash her true abilities. A blazing fire erupts around her arrow, signaling the activation of her unique class skill. She's revealed to be a magic ranger, a warrior who can imbue her arrows with powerful spells. With a powerful cry, she unleashes her ultimate skill, Flame Bombardment. It is explained that a magic ranger's potential is limitless, as they can infuse their arrows with any type of magic. As a last resort, she chose her most powerful explosive spell, firing the flaming arrow like a missile. The arrow strikes its target, resulting in a massive explosion that rocks the entire forest. Serum is confident that an attack of that magnitude should have been enough to kill any monster with a 3-star danger rank. Her confidence shatters, however, as she looks back at the aftermath. Emerging from the smoke and flames, the titan ape stands completely unharmed, having climbed on the trees. The incredibly intelligent monster had leaped high into the air, perfectly timing its jump to avoid the blast. She panics, realizing the ape anticipated her attack and that she cannot use such a powerful skill again. With her trump card foiled, her only remaining option is to run for her life. The titan ape lands with a deafening crash and immediately resumes its terrifying pursuit. Defying its size, the massive beast closes the distance in an instant. Looming over the terrified Serum stretches its hand to catch her. But in a flash, our main guy intercepts the attack, a polearm clashing against the monster's chin. He looks at her, having arrived just in the nick of time. Saved from certain death, Serum can only stare in stunned disbelief at her unexpected savior. The juvenile titan ape roars in agony, reeling from the powerful blow that struck its jaw. Jerong lands gracefully on a tree branch, observing the dazed monster on the ground. He confirms he landed a solid hit on the ape's chin, but notes that it's clearly not enough to take it down. Realizing a simple physical attack won't suffice, he prepares to use a different tactic. The ape, though momentarily stunned with its eyes rolled back, is far from defeated. Jerong reaches into his jacket, retrieving a special tool for the job. He reveals an unidentified device, preparing to even the odds against the powerful beast. Without hesitation, he leaps from the branch, activating the device as he plummets towards the monster. Serum watches in disbelief, shocked that he's launching a direct frontal assault. Convinced it's a suicide mission, she believes he's about to be killed by the enraged ape. As he gets closer, Jerong screams at her to close her eyes just before activating his tool. Startled by his sudden command, Serum flinches instinctively. With determined grit, he prepares to unleash his secret weapon. He points the tool in his hand directly at the face of the charging Titan ape and activates it while closing his own eyes. A blinding flash of light erupts from the device, engulfing the monster completely. Serum shields her eyes from the intense light as the ape is frozen in place, its senses overloaded. The Titan ape's eyes go white, completely stunned and incapacitated by the brilliant flash. Jaryong lands safely on the ground, the immediate threat neutralized. He sighs in annoyance, lamenting that he just used up his last stunning torch. The explanation reveals the torch is crafted from the scales of a rare deep-sea dungeon monster called the flickerfish. Due to its cost-effective and powerful incapacitation ability, it was once a favorite item among adventurers. However, its incredible performance led to misuse, causing several adventurers to permanently lose their abilities. Because of this dangerous side effect, its usage and production are now strictly banned, making it an illegal item that only a smuggler would carry. Jaryong turns to Serum, telling her he's done his part and that she has a few seconds to save herself. He begins to explain the harsh reality of dungeons. Unless an adventurer is directly involved, they won't help, even if they witness someone else in mortal danger. The broker's voiceover compares smugglers to cockroaches, surviving in the shadows. He adds a warning that while the bounty on smugglers is sweet, they are easily stomped out. Jaryong echoes this sentiment, knowing that messing around carelessly will get him killed. Having dealt with the immediate threat, he turns to leave, his job seemingly done. Suddenly, he's taken by surprise when he notices that, instead of escaping away, she is chasing after him now. Panting from the effort, she keeps moving, spotting him in the trees. But then he changes his location at his speed, disappearing from her vision. She is confused, wondering how he suddenly vanished from in front of her. She is certain he was right there, but now she's the one being confronted from behind. Jaryong grabs her, berating her for being so stupid as to try and sneak up on him. He holds her tight, demanding to know what she thinks she's doing. Trying to appear innocent, she claims she just wanted to thank him for saving her life. Jaryong doesn't buy it for a second, accusingly asking if she takes him for a fool. She admits she's well aware that he's a smuggler. With his identity exposed, she boldly offers him a job. His eyes narrow as he spots the emblem on her shirt and instantly recognizes the insignia of the elite warrior high school. His patience gone, he warns her that he won't overlook a third incident and dismisses her as a silver spoon-sucking warrior high student whose problems he couldn't care less about. Jaryong delivers a final chilling threat. Get in his way again, and he'll bury her. Unfazed by his threats, she watches him walk away. Thinking aloud, she compares the 50 million won bounty for smugglers to the massive 4 or 5 million won bounty for poachers. Jaryong turns back, utterly baffled by her bizarre calculation. He is caught completely off guard by what she does next. Serum reveals an incredibly valuable artifact, and kills blood, explaining its worth is equivalent to the bounty on 5 smugglers. Offering it as a down payment, she promises to pay him the rest if he helps her with her midterms. Stunned, he revises his opinion of her from a spoiled brat to a filthy rich and absolutely crazy one. She casually brushes off his insult, saying her sanity doesn't matter. She dangles the artifact temptingly, telling him this is an opportunity to change his life. He sighs in resignation, muttering that he had a feeling things would turn out this way, and concedes that it was his fault for getting involved, and there's no reason to kill her, which only confuses Serum. He reminds her of his earlier warning about her limited time to escape. As if on cue, the enraged Titan ape recovers and leaps down to attack them. The beast crashes to the ground, its full fury now directed at the two of them. He shoves his staff into her hands, telling her not to just stare as she dodges the ape's attack. He orders her to replicate her powerful magic strike from before, imbue his staff with it, and throw it back. She panics, exclaiming she has no magic power left, but he coldly tells her to figure it out. The fully recovered Titan ape lets out a roar, and Jaryong warns that he can't hold its attention bare-handed for long. With no other choice, she begins channeling her remaining energy into the staff, and realizes with dread that she barely has a quarter of her magic power left. Knowing such a weak attack won't even scratch the monster, she despairs. For a moment, she considers abandoning him and running away while the ape is distracted. As Jerong dodges the monster's assault, he glances back, waiting for her move. He looks over his shoulder and expertly catches the staff mid-air as Serum throws it back, now glowing with her magic. Panting from exertion and fear, she berates herself, realizing she's truly crazy for staying to help. He deflects the ape's punch with the empowered staff but expresses his disappointment. He criticizes her attack, noting its power is barely a quarter of what she launched before. The combined power of her magic and his own aura swirls around the weapon. Despite the diminished power, he confidently declares that this much should be enough. The common lesson taught at Warrior High is that raw power isn't everything. When fighting a monster, brute force alone is not the most important thing. What truly matters is a keen sense for timing and accurately aiming attacks to strike a monster's vital points. She watches in awe as she realizes what he is about to demonstrate. In other words, what adventurers must temper above all else is their skill and precision. With perfect timing, he unleashes the stored energy, striking the ape's chin with a devastating blow. The attack lands squarely on the monster's chin, a critical hit that sends cracks of energy through its body. The force of the impact shatters his goggles, revealing Jaryong's determined face as he lands the finishing blow. The story flashes back to a prestigious academy at sunset, offering a glimpse into Jin Serum's privileged yet challenging past. As a young girl, Serum is seen happily running out of school with her human friends. Despite her cheerful exterior, a quiet moment of curiosity hints at the unique path ahead of her. Her butler waits for her by a luxury car, a clear symbol of her family's immense wealth as owners of the Jin Song group. She waves goodbye to her friends, a seemingly normal end to an ordinary school day. As she steps into the expensive vehicle, her friends can't help but comment on how lucky she is. Inside the car, her father reinforces this privileged life, promising that she can have anything she desires. This wasn't an empty promise. She truly lived a life where her every desire became reality. With the world reflected in her eyes, it's clear that Serum, heiress to the Jin Song group, could have almost anything she saw. Her family's corporation, the Jin Song Group, is revealed to be the fourth largest business conglomerate in South Korea. Serum's unique heritage is explained. She is the daughter of the Jin Song Group's successor and an elf from the other world. This union of human power and elven blood resulted in her birth. Despite her immense wealth and status, a young Serum found herself captivated by the adventurers she often saw on the road. More than anything, she dreamed of becoming a great adventurer herself. However, during her training, an elven instructor named Zeke Esker Serum bluntly tells her that this dream is impossible. He criticizes the exhausted Serum, stating that her elven blood is too diluted and she might as well be human. Zeke then confronts Serum's father, questioning why he continues to push her down such a difficult path. Her father, Jin Sung-gyu, calmly replies that he isn't pushing her, but simply supporting her own desires. Zeke sighs and concedes the point, admitting that one doesn't strictly need elven talent to become an adventurer. He offers a backhanded compliment, noting that for a human, her abilities aren't terrible. But he quickly clarifies that even after all her hard work, she is still only a bit above average. Zeke then makes it clear that he's about to deliver a harsh truth about her future. He reminds Sung-ju that his daughter isn't just a normal human from an ordinary family. Because of her background and immense pride, she will never give up on this dream on her own. Zeke dryly remarks that Serum's stubbornness reminds him of his own sister. He warns that no matter how hard she tries, she will never be able to compare to the true monster-rank humans. However, he adds that if she continues to push herself relentlessly, she might, at best, become somewhat decent. Her skill level might be enough to earn praise and recognition, he says, but only by the standards of a regular human. Zeke's final warning is that her other advantages far outweigh her lack of raw talent. Her immense wealth, prestigious name, and powerful bloodline will ultimately make her efforts seem useless to others. He predicts that people will only see her privilege, not her hard work, leading to envious mockery and complete isolation. He concludes that she won't be able to endure that kind of psychological pressure for long. Back in the present, Jerong echoes this sentiment, telling the awestruck Serum that true talent isn't something that just falls out of the sky. The flashback reveals the sheer power and perfect form behind Jerong's finishing blow. The juvenile Titan ape lies defeated, its neck and vital point completely obliterated by his single, precise attack. He casually walks away from the monster's corpse, taking a moment to catch his breath after the impressive display of power. His attention then returns to her, who is still frozen in place. She's in total shock, muttering that it's impossible for someone her own age to be so overwhelmingly strong. Jerong clutches his head in frustration, realizing his magically enchanted goggles, and thus his disguise, have been broken. He recalls the broker's warning to be careful with the expensive item. In a brief flashback, he had complained that the goggles looked like a cheap 5001 item from a discount store. The broker corrected him, explaining they were a high-tech artifact, imbued with 4 different magic spells to conceal his identity. But now, thanks to the fight with the ape, the pricey piece of equipment lies shattered on the ground. Jerong facepalms, sighing that his day is just not going well. He drops his hand from his now exposed face, just as Serum finally approaches him. Putting the pieces together, a hopeful Serum asks if he is a Sunbae, an upperclassman from her school, Warrior High. He scoffs, clearly annoyed by her assumption. Cutting straight to the point, he impatiently demands the payment she promised for saving her life. Serum presents her down payment, the rare and valuable artifact, and kills blood. He can only mutter "rich kids" under his breath as he takes the item, and inspects the artifact carefully, and asks if it's a fake, while Serum watches with a confident smile. Observing him, she correctly deduces that he is in desperate need of money. She mistakenly assumes he's a talented but poor student struggling with the high tuition fees of an adventurer academy. Just as she offers to pay his tuition, Jerong cuts her off, flatly stating, "I don't attend any place." "No. How?" His blunt denial leaves her confused, unable to imagine where else he could have learned his skills. He clarifies that he doesn't attend an adventurer school and, in fact, has never even been near one. Completely baffled, she asks him the obvious question, "Then who taught you to fight?" He looks away and gives a simple, unbelievable answer, "No one." He then turns back to a stunned Serum and confidently declares, "I taught myself." His claim leaves her utterly speechless, unable to process what he's just said. Her shock quickly turns to indignation as she explodes, shouting, "What kind of nonsense is that?" She continues her rant, insisting that it's impossible for his godlike movement and timing to be self-taught. Tired of her yelling, he throws his student card at her face, shocking her into silence. Furious, she can only curse at him. She pulls out his card, reading about his school name, revealing that he attends just a humanities school. Serum trembles in disbelief, unable to process that this monster-level fighter is an ordinary high school student. After that, he demands to see her ID. Looking at her identification, he reads her name aloud, Jin Serum, and notes that they're the same age and casually suggests she can drop the formal speech. When he pockets her ID, a frantic Serum demands to know why he's keeping it. He feigns anger, reminding her that she was the one who wanted to hire him for a job, and explains it's collateral. Since she knows his identity, he needs to hold on to hers to prevent any backstabbing. The bro is not done yet, pulling out his phone and telling her to come closer for another bit of insurance. He pulls the blushing and flustered Serum in close, and with a sinister smile, he snaps a selfie, explaining that the photo serves as proof she is his accomplice and subject to the same severe punishments as a smuggler. At that moment, the full weight of her decision hits her as she understands the trap she's walked into. His face twists into a menacing grin, revealing a dangerous nature she had completely misjudged. With a nervous laugh, she realizes she has gotten involved with someone far more cunning and dangerous than she ever imagined. But as the incriminating photo is saved, it's already too late. Their perilous partnership has officially begun. He reviews the selfie he took with her and the defeated Titan ape, his leverage now secured on his phone. With his blackmail in place, he gets down to business, asking her what she wants him to do and how much she's willing to pay. She explains that her midterm mission is surprisingly simple. She just needs to collect coins, and elaborates that the goal is to gather special coins hidden throughout the testing center within a strict 6-hour time limit. To complete the test, she must find a designated coin box and use it to prove her identity as a Warrior High student. Serum proudly shows him the coin she's already acquired, explaining she only needs one more to pass her midterm. Now, understanding the task, he impatiently asks for the location of the final coin, while going for a snack. As Serum points towards the old ruins of the Eugene Mall, he has a sudden, shocked realization. He calmly mutters, "I see," leaving Serum completely confused by his sudden change in demeanor. Jaryong explains that their meeting wasn't a coincidence after all, as his own target is also located at the mall. Serum is utterly horrified when she realizes his target is the legendary and terrifying Imperial Wasp. He clarifies that he's not after the wasp itself, but its royal jelly, revealing he has a sample whose scent attracts monsters. Jaryong connects the dots, explaining that the potent smell of the royal jelly is likely what attracted the Titan ape they fought earlier. Worried about the extreme danger, she nervously asks if there are any other, safer locations to find a coin. She grimly admits that the mall is the only place left, as all the other coin locations have already been cleared, correctly guessing that the other student parties must have taken all the easy coins and abandoned her. The crushing realization dawns on Serum that her fellow students left her behind to fend for herself. He thinks to himself that this explains why she was all alone. She was ditched by her teammates. She puts on a brave face, noting that her being alone is probably more convenient for him anyway. He lays out the terms of their agreement. His mission is to help her find the coin and ensure they both leave safely. When he asks about payment, she stuns him by casually offering an incredible 950 million won. The smuggler's eyes widen in comical shock, completely floored by the astronomical sum she just offered. Mistaking his silence for dissatisfaction, she offers to ask for more time to raise the funds, but Jaryong quickly accepts. He slyly adds a condition to their deal, stating he'll take an extra fee if any emergencies require more work. With the deal struck, he asks her if she has enough stamina left to run. Without another word, the pair bursts into a sprint, rocketing through the dense forest, pushing her physical limits to keep up with Jaryong's blistering pace. As he effortlessly leads the way, she can only marvel at his incredible speed. While running, he internally kicks himself, realizing he accepted her offer too fast and should have asked for more money. Panting as she runs, she shouts out to Jaryong, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. She asks him once more if he really taught himself his incredible fighting skills, still finding it impossible to believe. He gives a cryptic answer, admitting that his skills weren't entirely self-taught. As he begins to explain that he learned as a kid, his instincts suddenly scream at him. His eyes dart to the side, his sharp senses detecting an imminent threat. He shouts a warning to her as the shadowy figures of two monsters emerge from the trees ahead. Two vicious claraptors reveal themselves, and Jaryong calmly tells his new client to get ready for a fight. Serum immediately reacts, using her elven agility, while he moves at supersonic speed to intercept the targets. Jaryong never received official adventurer training. His abilities were forged through life-or-death experience. However, there was one exception. As a young boy, he secretly witnessed his powerful father's unique movements. This observation allowed him to learn 3 distinct movements, the first of which is a deadly technique called needle. He demonstrates the technique, focusing all of his speed, power, and body weight into a single piercing thrust. The core principle of needle is a devastatingly precise stab aimed directly at the opponent's vital point. It was a simple yet profound move, one that his father had perfected through years of experience, instinct, and raw talent. This technique was so advanced that even the world's top-ranking adventurers were unable to master it. However, this incredibly difficult skill had been perfectly learned and mastered by the young smuggler. With the 2 claraptors dispatched in an instant, Serum stands ready over their corpses, bow in hand. Lowering her weapon, she notes that something about the encounter feels weird. She observes that claraptors normally hunt in packs of at least 5, making their small number highly unusual. He coolly explains it means other monsters have been drawn to the area by the royal jelly and met a grim fate. With the Eugene Mall in sight, he warns that all kinds of monsters are probably lurking nearby. Before they proceed into the dangerous ruins, he suggests they take a quick break to recover. He's caught off guard, however, as Serum decides to revisit the question she asked before the fight. She presses him for details, asking if he received some kind of special, personal training when he was younger. He clarifies that he wasn't personally trained, but rather just watched someone else train from a distance. She is left utterly speechless, unable to comprehend how someone could master such skills by just sneakily watching a few moves. He looks back, confused by her shocked and angry expression, wondering what he said wrong. After a moment of internal struggle, she finally speaks her mind and bluntly declares, "I don't like you," catching him completely off guard with her sudden and harsh confession. Before he can process her words, she throws a small object at him, which he catches with a sharp reflex. He inspects the vial, identifying it as a C-type stamina ample, a valuable potion with a minimum price of over 1,000,000 won. She tells him to drink it, assuming he must be tired after their run and the fight. He smirks, teasing her that if giving him expensive gifts is how she shows dislike, she could be even harsher. To her surprise, instead of drinking the valuable potion, he casually tucks it into his belt. When she stares in disbelief, he nonchalantly states that he can just sell it later, leaving her completely flabbergasted. Outraged by his mercenary attitude, she furiously points out just how expensive the ample is. He coolly replies that he knows, estimating its black market value at roughly 1,000,000 won. She is once again rendered speechless, shocked by his complete lack of sentiment. She comes to a firm conclusion in her mind. This guy is a weird, unpredictable bastard. He decides her gift was rest enough and announces that it's time for them to get going. As he leads the way, he shakes his head, muttering to himself about how weird rich kids are. As they arrive at the entrance to the derelict mall, he decides to go over their strategy one last time, and reminds her that their mission isn't to hunt monsters. It's a smash and grab to get what they need and escape. He lays down the ground rules, ordering her to follow his commands and stay strong, no matter what they face inside. And confidently tells her to trust him, explaining that while she's a trained student, his personal specialty is surviving. She agrees, not yet realizing that the strange, fluttering sensation she's feeling is a new experience for her. For the past half year at Warrior High, she has been a lonely outsider, unrecognized by her peers. For the very first time, she is venturing into danger with a companion, and he signals for them to begin. With a newfound determination in her eyes, she steels herself to follow Jaryong into the abandoned mall. The unlikely pair cautiously approaches the ominous, vine-choked entrance of the ruined building. They step through the shattered doors, entering the vast, dark, and debris-filled atrium of the mall. The moment they enter, both of them freeze in their tracks, their faces filled with shock and horror. Staring wide-eyed at the gruesome scene before them, she can only stammer, "What is this?" Jaryong, equally disturbed by the carnage, admits that he has no idea and has never seen anything like it. The floor of the mall is revealed to be a horrifying battlefield, littered with the mangled and dismembered corpses of countless monsters. As they enter the derelict mall, a narrator muses that humans are organisms far braver than they realize. He seems to share this belief, thinking that with the proper resolve, anyone can stand up to a difficult situation. A stark contrast to Serum's terrified expression. However, this bravery has its limits, especially when confronted with the unpredictable, gruesome massacre that defies all expectation. A horrified Serum recognizes that the slaughtered monsters aren't native to the area and are dangerous enough to challenge even pro-adventurers. Staring at a headless corpse amidst the carnage, she fearfully wonders what could have possibly caused such devastation. As she begins to panic, Jaryong calmly instructs her not to lose her mental composure. He chides her, pointing out that she knew something dangerous was in here from the start. He tries to ground her by stating that the only thing that has changed is that the scene is messier than she anticipated. Suddenly, her eyes widen in sheer terror as she spots movement among the corpses. One of the seemingly dead monsters lurches to its feet, causing her to cry out in alarm. Before the creature can fully rise, he springs into action, lunging forward with his staff to intercept the threat. The ambushing monster is identified as a slasher lip, a creature with a danger level ranging from 2 to 3 stars. He expertly twirls his staff, preparing a swift and powerful counterattack. The slasher lip opens its massive, tooth-filled maw to strike. A long whip-like tongue lashes out from the creature's mouth, aimed directly at him. With fluid motion, he sidesteps the lightning-fast tongue attack. But his staff is grabbed by the monster. It lifts him up along with the staff. Not being able to free his weapon, he lets go of it, and the monster reels it back to itself, using the ceiling to bounce back. He contorts his body mid-air, preparing to deliver a devastating axe kick. As she watches in awe, he smashes his heel down onto the slasher lip's head with incredible force. He lands lightly, retrieving his staff from the now incapacitated creature. She expresses her shock at the monster's durability, but he curtly corrects her, saying that wasn't the case. He coolly reveals that he intentionally kept the slasher lip alive for a specific purpose, and explains that since the slasher lip screams to alert allies when its life is in danger, it served as the perfect warning alarm. A bewildered Serum asks who the alarm was meant for, just as another figure appears. From a balcony above, a mysterious man who has been waiting decides he can't just stand by any longer. The newcomer casually remarks that he's exhausted after having to clean up so many monsters. She quickly realizes this adventurer is likely the one responsible for the massacre. Sensing trouble, he asks her if she knows the man, who claims he was waiting. The adventurer covers a yawn, noting that the current situation isn't what he expected. He eyes the pair suspiciously, commenting that they both seem far too young to be smugglers. His gaze falls on the emblem on her shirt, prompting him to ask a question. Identifying her school, he asks if she's from Warrior High before leaping down to confront them directly. After she confirms his suspicion, the adventurer smirks, telling them it's unfortunate they ran into him. With chilling confidence, he declares that they are going to die right here. Jaryong snaps at her, chastising her for casually talking to the enemy, and urgently warns her that this is no ordinary adventurer they're dealing with. He identifies their new foe as a villain who has come to kill him and steal the royal jelly. Stepping forward, he challenges the man, asking how he plans to deal with the commissioner he's stealing from. The man scoffs, replying that consequences only matter if he gets caught, and smiles with unnerving confidence, boasting that he has very good luck. In a flashback, the adventurer recalls how he coincidentally overheard a comrade discussing a valuable smuggled item, and explains that his initial plan was to ambush the smuggler on the way to the mall, but things didn't go as expected. He admits that he regrettably failed to finish off his target during the ambush. Despite tracking the smuggler to the mall, he was unable to find him inside. The adventurer deduced that the smuggler must have been hiding in a secret location within the building. Jaryong finally understands. The head of the local smuggling ring hadn't been killed by the sky wasp's poison, and realizes with dawning horror that the adventurer in front of him was responsible for the entire massacre. He tightens his grip on his staff, instinctively sensing the immense power of his opponent. As the adventurer places his hand on his sword, Jaryong can feel the palpable killing intent radiating from him. With a deranged grin, the adventurer taunts them, as Jaryong recognizes this foe is a legitimate high-level threat. He internally compares the man to Pilgu, realizing this new opponent is on a completely different level. Thinking fast, Jaryong orders Serum to find her coins and escape as quickly as possible while he buys her time. He assures her the path inside is likely clear thanks to their new foe, but she hesitates to leave him. The adventurer mockingly interjects, letting them know he can hear their entire escape plan. Without another word, the adventurer rushes forward, his blade glowing as he launches a devastating attack. Jaryong struggles to block the powerful strike, yelling at the frozen Serum to stop staring and run away. Finally spurred into action by his desperate plea for her to survive so he can get paid, Serum turns and flees. The adventurer scoffs as she runs, remarking that leaving her teammate was a poor choice before unleashing an even more ferocious attack. He unleashes a blinding flurry of sword strikes, convinced that their only slim chance of survival was to stick together. As the attacks rain down, Jaryong scoffs at his opponent's logic, dismissing it as bullshit, and channels his own power, causing his staff and body to erupt in a brilliant blue aura. Using his superior agility, he masterfully dodges and weaves through the storm of sword slashes. The adventurer is stunned, realizing with disbelief that Jaryong somehow read his sword pattern. Our boy takes the opportunity and goes for his face, hitting him with a brutal kick right in his face. The adventurer's sword slams into the ground, creating a massive shockwave from the sheer force of the deflected blow. Jaryong lands perfectly, his fighting stance unchanged as he prepares for the next exchange. But then the enemy shows a hint of being challenged, and reveals that Jaryong is the first person to force him to use his equipment, admitting he underestimated him due to his youth. Acknowledging that Jaryong is better than the average pro, he decides he'll have to get serious if he wants to take care of both him and the warrior high girl. Unleashing his true power, the man transforms into an imposing armored figure and reveals his name, Yang Do-gyun, a gold-class adventurer. Back in the derelict subway station, the shattered floor is evidence of Jaryong's brief but decisive fight with the bodyguard. Unfazed by the recent violence, the broker calmly prepares instant noodles on a portable stove, commenting that it isn't half bad. While the client stands by with a look of pure disgust, the broker takes a bite and declares the cheap meal is actually quite good. He offers a cup to the fuming client, but the client grits his teeth and tersely rejects the offer. The broker advises him to sit down, noting that his bodyguard will be unconscious for a while. Still reeling from the defeat, he angrily complains about the high salary he pays Pilgu, calling him a useless pig. He continues to grumble about Pilgu's arrogant attitude as a former adventurer, but the broker advises him not to be so harsh, and clarifies that Pilgu didn't lose because he was weak, but because he was destined to, though he cheekily admits the bodyguard is still bad. Pausing his meal, the broker explains the crucial detail most people overlook. Adventurers are not trained to fight other humans. He elaborates that their training is focused on hunting and exploring, skills tailored for monsters in dungeons, not human opponents. As he reflects on Jaryong's departure, the broker concludes that it was only natural for a monster hunter like Pilgu to lose to a human-like monster, a smuggler. A shocked client questions this logic, exclaiming that he's heard adventurers often fight amongst themselves. With a cynical smirk, the broker concedes the point, admitting that fights between adventurers are indeed a common occurrence. He explains that the more valuable a location or treasure is, the more likely it is that adventurers will turn on each other to claim it. He paints a grim picture of betrayal, where even lifelong comrades will backstab one another out of pure greed. Horrified, the client asks if they actually kill each other, to which the broker calmly replies that inside a dungeon, there are no laws to stop them. The client is stunned to learn that adventurers can simply claim their rival was killed by a monster, requiring no other alibi. The broker emphasizes that because of this constant threat, the higher an adventurer's rank, the more they must train specifically for PvP combat. He concludes that Lee Pilgu's rank was simply not high enough to have that kind of experience, which is why he was so easily defeated. Taking a drag from his cigarette, the broker dismisses the assault on Pilgu as a cute and minor incident, and reasons that because Pilgu was caught off guard outside a dungeon, it must have been a light scuffle. Confused by the distinction, the client questions what he means, learning that it was likely just an argument without any equipment. The broker explains that equipment refers to the powerful armor and weapons adventurers use for hunting, though he dismisses the topic as meaningless. Flicking his cigarette, he states that if Pilgu had been equipped, he might have been able to put up some semblance of a fight. Returning to the present, Jaryong confirms the immense power of adventurer equipment as he faces off against the transformed Yang Do-gyun, and explains that equipment is considered to be half of an adventurer's total combat power, a fact embodied by Do-gyun's monstrous form. He sweats, realizing with a start that his previous attack didn't miss. Do-gyun simply didn't bother to dodge it. He recalls the moment his attack made direct contact, yet had no effect whatsoever, against the adventurer's defenses. Do-gyun taunts him, telling him not to overthink it as he swings his blade, which is fortified with an upper level of defense. Jerong barely holds the blow, the force of the impact shaking the entire area and proving the immense power gap between them. Straining under the pressure, Jerong grits his teeth as he struggles to hold back the overwhelming strength of the gold-class adventurer. Do-gyun coldly informs him that his futile resistance is disrespectful to both him and his own life. Before Jerong can react, Do-gyun lands a powerful gut punch, sending him flying backward. He is thrown across the pavement, completely outmatched by the sheer physical force of his armored opponent. As he drags his feet across the space, Do-gyun covers the distance in an instant and unleashes a flurry of sword strikes, forcing Jerong into a desperate defense as sparks fly from his staff. Despite his best efforts, he is nicked by the blade, receiving cuts on his arm and face from the furious onslaught. Do-gyun laughs maniacally, mocking his inability to fight back now that he is taking the fight seriously. Of course, fighting back is impossible. Jerong is up against the A-rank armor known as the Shade Jacket. This special equipment consumes the user's blood to dramatically boost their physical abilities and create a powerful defense against impacts. This reliance on overwhelming physical power and defense is the core of Yang Do-gyun's berserker combat style. He knows that this reckless style must have openings, but he also understands that one wrong move, a single bad counterstrike, will get him killed. He dodges and weaves, narrowly avoiding Do-gyun's wild, powerful swings as he searches for the perfect opportunity. Suddenly, Jerong's eyes widen in shock as he looks at the cut. Believing his feint was successful, Yang Do-gyun gloats, certain that the high schooler has fallen for his trick. With Jerong seemingly caught off balance and vulnerable, Do-gyun condescendingly remarks that he lasted a surprisingly long time. However, as he catches his breath, he wonders aloud if today is some kind of special day, confusing his opponent. With a defiant smirk, he stands and takes off his tattered school jacket, casually remarking, "I like that jacket," and begins to taunt his foe, stating that despite his intimidating aura, Do-gyun isn't nearly as strong as he first thought. He continues to needle the adventurer, saying it's pathetic that this is all he can do against an unequipped high schooler, and delivers the final verbal blow, asking if Do-gyun is just getting carried by his fancy equipment and claiming he could do the same with similar armor. A low growl escapes Do-gyun's helmet as Jerong's insults finally hit their mark. His composure completely shattered, Do-gyun erupts in a furious, profanity-laced scream, his eyes glowing with rage. Jerong had goaded him on purpose, knowing full well that his opponent was the one in a rush. He understood Do-gyun's true mission, to hunt down Serum and silence her before she could escape. His strategy is simple. The longer he can stall and survive this fight, the more impatient and reckless Do-gyun will become, increasing the chance of a fatal mistake. With his opponent's rage boiling over, Jerong's eyes glow with a familiar blue aura as he prepares to shift from defense to offense. As the enraged Do-gyun lunges forward with a powerful stab, but Jerong sidesteps and channels his energy. He meets the attack not with a block, but with a parry designed to redirect the immense force, and unleashes the second technique, a skill he learned as a boy by secretly watching his father train. This powerful technique is not one that can be performed with his strength alone. It requires a catalyst. Its principle is to use the enemy's own strength against them, turning their momentum into a devastating blow far beyond what our boy could normally inflict. The name of this skill, which even he himself has yet to perfect, is revealed. He unleashes Swell, a spinning counter that absorbs and redirects the force of Do-gyun's charge. A massive vortex of blue energy erupts from the point of impact, engulfing the battlefield. Redirecting energy culminates in a huge explosion and blasting Do-gyun away with his own power. Jerong plants his staff into the ground for support, blood trickling from his mouth from the strain of using the imperfect technique. Wiping his chin, he admits to himself that he never imagined he would actually have to use that skill in a real fight. Across the ruined plaza, a heavily damaged Yang Do-gyun struggles to his feet. Jerong is shocked that a pro-adventurer like him was countered by a reckless charge. He tells him to give up, warning him that his time is up. Bleeding and with half his mask shattered, Do-gyun brandishes a hidden dagger, snarling insults at the guy who outsmarted him. In a last-ditch effort, he stabs himself with the dagger, and Jaryong watches in confusion as a dark power begins to surge from the wound. Fueled by this desperate power-up, the berserker roars, vowing that he will kill Jaryong no matter what it takes. Having evaded the battle, Serum finally arrives on the 5th floor of a deserted department store. Panting with exhaustion, she gazes upon the glowing cube, the final objective of her midterm exam. She approaches the objective, her relief palpable as the difficult exam is nearly over. Placing her hand on the device, she activates it to register the completion of her test. The system confirms her identity, student number 2737 Serum. Overjoyed to have found the final coin, her celebration is cut short by a sudden ominous presence behind her. A cold sweat breaks out on her face as she realizes she is no longer alone. Her mind flashes back to Jaryong yelling at her to run away. She recalls his surprisingly desperate plea, screaming that she had to be fine so he could get his money. She tries to rationalize leaving, telling herself that her presence wouldn't have changed anything in his fight. Clutching the coin she worked so hard for, she attempts to harden her heart and focus on her own mission. However, the memory of Do-gyun's terrifying, bloodthirsty expression gives her pause. She puts her faith in Jaryong, believing he wouldn't have fought if he didn't have a plan to escape. The story then flashes back to the past, showing a young Yang Do-gyun calmly accepting a terrified apology from a man he just beat up. A bloodied classmate trembles before him, promising to never be cheeky in his presence again. With a sinister smile, he reflects on his own nature, confidently stating, "I was a genius." He reminisces about his youth, a time when he knew that everything in life came easily to him. His natural talent was undeniable, evidenced by report cards filled with perfect scores. This talent earned him constant recognition and praise from the adults around him. Ultimately, his gifts gave him an effortless sense of dominance over all his peers. But back then, Do-gyun recalls with simmering resentment, there was one thing he couldn't obtain. His flashback reveals a rejection letter from the prestigious Warrior High, the one door his talent couldn't open. He rationalized his failure, convincing himself that Warrior High was corrupt and prioritized money and connections over raw talent. Settling for the less acclaimed Gangyan High, he accepted this as the reason for his rejection. He told himself that if admission was based purely on talent and skill, there was no way he could lose. With unwavering confidence in his own abilities, he was certain he wouldn't fall behind. At Gangyan High, he effortlessly took first place in the grueling overcoming hardship test, reinforcing his sense of superiority. He stood apart from the exhausted and beaten average students, and relished his position, seeing himself as a chosen genius among the struggling masses. His final exam report card showed him in first place by a staggering margin, proving he was in a league of his own. His peers could only marvel, acknowledging that prodigies like him were on a completely different level. At his graduation ceremony, the principal concludes the event, sending off the new adventurers. After the ceremony, an instructor calls out to Yang Do-gyun, the school's valedictorian. The scarred instructor extends a hand, congratulating him and expressing his belief that Do-gyun will become a great adventurer. He humbly accepts the handshake, promising to keep moving forward without becoming conceited. However, his inner thoughts dripped with contempt, dismissing the instructor as washed-up trash who retired early. He vowed to one day look down on men like his instructor from a place ordinary people could never reach. The memory fades, replaced by a later, more traumatic one. A bloody Do-gyun trembles in shock after a disastrous mission. His old instructor rushes to his side, finding him amid the carnage of his fallen comrades. Do-gyun numbly explains that a single monster had single-handedly killed his entire party. He looks past the dead monsters to see his savior standing calmly amidst the slaughter. A chill runs down his spine as he recognizes his own familiar, piercing stare, and realizes with a jolt that it's the same condescending look he used to give other people. In that moment of clarity, a profound realization dawns on him. He finally understood that the instructor's words at graduation weren't just simple advice, but they were words of comfort from a truly great adventurer to an arrogant but promising youth. He bitterly accepts that he was never a chosen one, and that he was just someone slightly better than the average masses who looked up to him. As Jerong analyzes his opponent, he realizes the man's jacket is an artifact made from a living vampire. Do-gyun reveals his trump card. A vampire allowed him to absorb all the blood from its heart. This power was granted as the price for murdering Jerong, and it transforms Do-gyun into a demonic creature of shadow. Unfazed, Jerong dryly comments that it sounds dangerous, asking if Do-gyun is sure about his new power. His taunt works, and the enraged, shadow form Do-gyun lunges forward at blinding speed. But Jerong manages to parry the lightning-fast strike just in time. As he deflects the blow, he notes that despite the transformation, Do-gyun's speed hasn't actually increased by much. Do-gyun unleashes a furious, relentless barrage of shadow attacks, pressing his advantage. As Jerong jumps back, the enemy stretches his arm way further, catching up to him. He crashes hard, unable to completely fend off the overwhelming assault. Blood drips to the floor as the first exchange comes to a violent end. Across the room, a battered and bloody Jerong struggles to his feet, breathing heavily. Do-gyun is genuinely impressed, acknowledging that he somehow managed to block his empowered attack, and compliments him on his amazing talent and great reaction speed. Curious, Do-gyun asks why someone with such incredible talent is wasting it as a common smuggler, but Jerong simply reaches for a potion. Ignoring the question, he pops the potion into his mouth, focused only on recovery, and coldly tells Do-gyun that his career choice is none of his business. Do-gyun accepts this non-answer with a sinister thank you, confusing Jerong. With a wicked grin, he explains that he's thankful for the opportunity to crush a truly talented person. His shadowy claws extend as he prepares to launch another devastating attack. He lunges forward, aiming to finish Jerong off for good. But Jerong quickly dodges as the shadowy tendrils narrowly miss him. As the healing potion kicks in, he feels his body moving without issue, ready for the next round. Do-gyun laughs maniacally, demanding him to show him more of his incredible power. As he weathers the storm of attacks, Jerong knows Do-gyun can't maintain this state forever, and correctly deduces that if the transformation uses blood as fuel, it will inevitably reach its limit. He forms a strategy. He will bait Do-gyun into consuming more blood, then strike with his armor-piercing needle technique. But Do-gyun is one step ahead, sneering that he already knows Jerong is trying to run out the clock. Realizing his plan has been discovered, Jerong knows it's too late to change tactics. Do-gyun's shadow form swells with immense power for a final, decisive blow. But a massive wave of explosive energy hits him in the face before he can do anything. Jerong turns back in shock. Just in the nick of time, Serum returns to the battlefield, her bow drawn and aimed. Seeing her return, he allows himself a small, confident smirk, thinking that she really does not listen to him. As the enemy is still shaken, capitalizing on the momentary distraction, Jerong sarcastically mutters, "So touching," and then unleashes his own powerful counterattack, meeting Do-gyun's blast head-on in a massive explosion of power. In the aftermath of their brutal fight, the Eugene Mall lies in ruins, a testament to the power unleashed within its walls. Serum cautiously approaches the defeated Do-gyun, asking a battered Jerong if their opponent is dead. He confidently reassures her that a high-level adventurer like him wouldn't die from such a beating, and explains that Do-gyun won't seek revenge, as the damage to his career and public image would be far too great. When Serum asks if simply knocking him out was good enough, he confirms that his actions were sufficient. He then reminds the bewildered Serum of a debt she seems to have conveniently forgotten, and points out that he has now saved her life twice, and she owes him big time. Flashbacks recall the first time he saved her from the Titan ape, and the second when she foolishly followed him into danger. Flustered and blushing, she argues that by his logic, they should be even, but he isn't buying it. She yells from a distance that a simple thanks would suffice, but he just smirks at her indignation. Having settled their argument, they proceed deeper into the ruined, waterlogged mall. They finally arrive at their destination, a mysterious, golden-lit cavern that has formed inside the mall. Together, they stand at the precipice, looking down into the strange, glowing area where their target awaits. The pair looks on in surprise, the wound on Jaryong's chest a stark reminder of their recent life-or-death battle. They carefully make their way down into the cavernous space, stepping into the unknown. She is the first to notice an overwhelmingly sweet and alluring smell filling the air. He is also taken aback by the potent aroma as they cautiously investigate its source. Following a trail of blood, they discover the body of another adventurer slumped against some wreckage. The dead man clutches a large sealed case, seemingly the treasure he died protecting. Jaryong quietly approaches the deceased adventurer, taking a moment to assess the somber scene. He closes his eyes briefly, paying a moment of silent respect to the fallen man. Turning from the body, he tells a surprised Serum that this grim sight is the special thing he promised to show her. Announcing it's time for the prize, he prepares to open the case the dead man was guarding. His hand reaches for the latch, about to reveal the legendary item within. As the case opens, both are stunned by a blinding light and an intoxicating scent that erupts from inside. Inside is a glowing lantern containing the legendary royal jelly. It smells so potent, it clouds the mind. He instantly deduces that the exposed lantern is the reason so many powerful monsters had gathered in the mall, and inspects the dead man's other belongings, wondering if the adventurer managed to collect any more royal jelly. Realizing the immense danger of the scent, he quickly closes the case and urges they leave immediately. Back on the first floor of the department store, they stop short, realizing something is wrong. From their vantage point, they look down to discover that Yang Dojeon's body has vanished. A furious scream echoes through the mall as the revived Dojeon threatens them from afar. Now just a tiny figure in the distance, he vows that he'll remember their faces. He flees outside, screaming that he will do whatever it takes to kill them. Jaryong remains completely unbothered by the threats, coolly promising to make Dojeon regret his actions. As he flees with a crazed grin, already plotting his bloody revenge. His mad dash through the dangerous dungeon proves to be a grave miscalculation. Blinded by rage, he runs directly into the path of a hulking ape from before. His face drains of color as he realizes his escape has led him to an even worse fate. As the creature lunges, his vengeful screams are silenced permanently. Jaryong and Serum hear the commotion, their expressions showing a mix of shock and grim understanding. Deciding not to stick around, Jaryong suggests they make their exit through the back door. Having successfully escaped the dungeon, the pair looks out over the overgrown, ruined city as the sun sets. Jaryong finds a high vantage point and breathes a sigh of relief, believing they are finally safe. He checks on her, who confirms she still has plenty of time to complete her exam. Ready to part ways, he extends his hand for a formal, businesslike handshake. He states that despite all the chaos, their respective missions are now successfully complete. She offers a genuine smile, grateful for their unexpected but successful partnership. The two adventurers share a firm handshake, sealing their temporary and tumultuous alliance. He reminds her of her payment and the need for secrecy, warning her to stay away if she knows what's good for her. She hesitates, looking conflicted by his cold, professional farewell. To his utter surprise, she earnestly asks if it would be okay for them to see each other again. The scene shifts back to subway station. The broker passes the time reading while awaiting his return from the dangerous mission. He greets the weary Jaryong, cheekily asking if he had fun, to which he simply replies, "Don't ask." Without another word, he presents the case containing the royal jelly for inspection. The broker peers down at the legendary item and is astounded by the royal jelly's value, commenting that it's worth enough to buy a couple of buildings. After Jaryong changes clothes, the broker promises his payment will be sent the next day. He looks back at him. Noticing his distant expression, the broker breaks the silence and asks if he's all right. He correctly surmises that Jaryong is troubled by the adventurer who died in the mall. Jaryong clarifies that Dojeon didn't die by his hand, insisting it's not a situation where he should feel remorse. The broker presses further, sensing that something more significant must have happened inside the dungeon. Jerong deftly deflects the concern and quickly changes the subject back to business, and asks if he can take the 2 sacks from the dead adventurer's case, confirming they don't contain royal jelly. The broker agrees, citing the smuggler's rule that all items besides the main target are for the taking. As Jerong examines one of the sacks, broker wonders aloud what kid is the intended recipient. He reveals that while royal jelly is rumored to resurrect the dead, it has a far more appealing effect, and explains its incredible secret power, the ability to increase a person's latent talent beyond their natural limits. He adds the crucial caveat that this miraculous effect only works on those who haven't yet reached adulthood, and thinks that it must be from some student at Warrior High. His business concluded, Jerong gets up to leave, the weight of this new information on his shoulders. The broker asks him to send regards to his father, but Jerong gives a vague, non-committal reply. After he leaves, the broker quietly remarks that Jerong's father's health has been declining recently. He walks alone through the desolate cityscape, lost in thought about what he has just learned. The name Warrior High echoes in his mind, now holding a new and profound significance. He recalls Serum's parting words and her sincere wish to see him again. He had dismissed her interest as a joke, but she had insisted she was being completely serious, and had then told him about the upcoming winter entrance exam for the prestigious Warrior High. She encouraged him, certain that with his overwhelming skills, he would have a good chance of being accepted. The chapter concludes with her powerful invitation echoing in his mind, an offer to abandon the shadows and join Warrior High. A fundamental rule of dungeon diving dictates that no adventurer, no matter how skilled, can explore one alone. Even a powerful warrior capable of slaying mighty beasts single-handedly cannot face every challenge by themselves. The limitless and unpredictable situations within a dungeon make solo exploration nearly impossible. To overcome these dangers, adventurers form parties, with each member fulfilling a crucial role. By combining their different talents, like a swordsman and an archer, they cover each other's weaknesses. Through such teamwork and strategy, they can defeat powerful foes that would be impossible to face alone. This collaborative effort forms the core principle of successful dungeon exploration. Back in the present, Serum explains to Jerong that even the prestigious Warrior High is rife with political factions. He dismisses her concerns, sighing that if they were merely childish squabbles, it wouldn't be a real problem. She elaborates that in her grade, 2 major factions are vying for power. These factions are led by the 2 most powerful students in the top 3, including the famous half-elf Dayav Choi. He correctly deduces that students form parties within their own factions and that Serum, as an outsider, belongs to neither. When he asks if the teachers intervene, she shakes her head, explaining they don't, and clarifies that at Warrior High, forming a party is considered the student's own responsibility. Anticipating his criticism, Serum admits she knows what he's thinking, that her inability to find a party is due to a lack of skill. Acknowledging her own shortcomings, she confesses that she knows she can't become a great student, which gets a silent, thoughtful reaction from him. However, she insists she should still be able to join a party, as even students outside the main factions manage to form their own groups. She then reveals the real reason for her isolation. One of the 2 powerful faction leaders personally dislikes her. Although this rival doesn't show her animosity openly, Serum knows the truth. The girl is intentionally isolating her behind the scenes, using her influence to turn other students against her. He dryly asks if she stole her rival's boyfriend, which Serum flatly denies. She explains that while she's managing to survive as a solo player for now, it's not a viable long-term strategy for future grades. With her situation laid bare, she makes her proposal. She wants to officially employ him. She believes that with his incredible skills, he's the key to her survival at the school, and concludes her pitch, convinced that with Jerong by her side, she might actually be able to make it through. Later, back in the quiet of his room, Jerong tends to his wounds from the earlier fight. Sitting on his bed, he reflects on Serum's desperate but ambitious offer, muttering to himself what a funny girl she is. Meanwhile, Serum finally arrives at the designated return point in the dungeon. Looking relieved but exhausted, she calls out that she's made it back. She has successfully navigated the treacherous forest and returned to the dungeon barrier's 12th location in Gangnam-do. As she catches her breath, her thoughts drift to the mysterious smuggler she just partnered with. Jaryong's parting words, "I heard you well. Good luck," echo in her mind as he walks away. She quietly wonders and perhaps hopes if he'll actually contact her. Her thoughts are interrupted by a voice telling her she's not late. Startled, she turns to see her teacher, the formidable melee combat instructor, Kang Jungkook. Confused by his presence, she listens as he gravely informs her there was a problem with the test, and explains that in certain areas of the dungeon, monsters that don't belong there have suddenly appeared. Though no one died, some students were overwhelmed and had to be rescued, a fact that clearly startles her. Instructor Kang notes these strange occurrences were near the area where she retrieved her final coin. With a concerned look, he asks directly if she encountered any problems during her mission. Remembering her promise to Jaryong, a nervous Serum lies, stammering that there weren't any issues. Though he seems to accept her answer, the instructor's expression remains grim. Suddenly, a giant ape's shadow lunges from the trees, and Instructor Kang shoves Serum to safety, yelling, "Get behind me!" The terrified Serum looks back as the threat reveals itself. She looks up in horror to see an adult Titan ape, far larger and more dangerous than the juvenile she and Jaryong fought. As her teacher positions himself between her and the beast, he mutters that its appearance here is strange, and confirms that the powerful monster doesn't live in this part of the dungeon. She wonders aloud if something attracted it to the area. Her mind flashes back to Jaryong opening the case of royal jelly, and she realizes with dawning horror that its potent scent must be the cause. Seeing her distracted, Instructor Kang snaps at her to back up as he prepares to engage the beast. The Titan ape lets out a terrifying roar, its eyes glowing with feral intensity as it charges forward. The teachers at Warrior High are all elite, former adventurers, and most are alumni of the school itself. While outsiders may view them as has-beens forced into retirement by injury, Instructor Kang is about to shatter that perception. He channels immense power into his fist as the ape advances with a punch. A huge explosion occurs as their fists collide, sending massive reverberating shockwaves as the Titan's hand is engulfed in flamers. Another powerful punch explodes at its head. The teachers at Warrior High are not has-beens, but legendary fighters. They were once the most elite adventurers in their early 20s. Each one was powerful enough to have earned the coveted title of ranker before their careers were cut short. With the threat neutralized, Instructor Kang tells a stunned Serum that she was lucky he was there. Still processing the immense power she just witnessed, she can only stare in awe as he warns how dangerous that could have been. He gently grabs her shoulder with a hand scarred from countless battles, and smiles, expressing his relief that she is safe after the ordeal. As they prepare to return to camp, she reflects on how people overlook the true strength of their teachers, and realizes that these young-looking mentors are, in fact, legendary fighters. The scene shifts to the Warrior High practical base camp, where other instructors discuss the students who requested rescue. One scoffs that they're lucky to get a retest, seeing their failure as a sign of weakness. Another callously remarks that the students who couldn't handle the situation were just weaklings. Their conversation is cut short when they spot Instructor Kang returning with Serum. He instructs her to go wait with the others while he debriefs. Agreeing, Serum heads off to confirm her status and change into her uniform. She takes a deep breath, trying to compose herself after the harrowing day. Suddenly, a familiar, unwelcome voice chimes in, condescendingly telling Serum she'll be fine. Her face falls as she recognizes the girl, Anisha, who mockingly compliments her fast tact. Flanked by her followers, Anisha feigns relief, saying she was incredibly worried about Serum. Serum forces a cynical smile, retorting that she didn't think Anisha was the type to worry about her. Playing the victim, she feigns sadness at the cutting remark. But Serum drops all pretense, her expression hardening as she coldly addresses her rival by a single, telling word, "Sister." The chapter flashes back 6 years to a training session, where a young girl's hand glows with nascent magical power. Her instructor and uncle, Zeke Esker Serum watches with a critical eye, demanding she increase her magical output. An 11-year-old Jin Serum struggles under the pressure, sweat beading on her face as she tries to focus her energy. The strain of maintaining control over her wild magic is clearly visible in her desperate expression. Zeke finally calls a halt to the training, offering a sliver of praise by admitting she has at least improved since last time. Despite his words, Serum hangs her head in dejection, disappointed that she only improved by a little. An unseen observer, presumably her father, mentally cheers her on, proud of the effort she is putting in. Serum's expression is a mixture of exhaustion and disappointment with her own progress. Her attention is then captured by her cousin demonstrating her own skills across the gym. It's her 11-year-old cousin, Anisha Esker Serum, who effortlessly wields a much more powerful and controlled magic. Zeke notes that there's more to Anisha's mixed blood heritage than just her appearance. He explains that she is a natural-born genius, possessing an innate ability to wield magic that surpasses even most purebloods. Putting a hand on Serum's shoulder, Zeke delivers a harsh truth. If she continues this path, she will forever be compared to her genius cousin. Anisha turns to them with a deceptively sweet smile, remarking that being compared is the least of Serum's worries. Her expression twists into a sinister grin as she warns that a single wrong move could lead to utter destruction. Returning to the present, Anisha plays dumb, questioning why Serum seems so perplexed. Serum flinches as she's confronted with the painful question of why no one at Warrior High wants to form a party with her. Anisha then makes a mock suggestion, asking why Serum doesn't just try to create a party with her. A flicker of surprise and hope crosses Serum's face as she's momentarily caught off guard by the proposition. However, Anisha quickly shuts her down, waving her hands dismissively and claiming it's impossible because they're both ranged damage dealers. Serum's expression darkens as her cousin condescendingly points out the redundancy of having two people with the same role but different skill levels. Flanked by her cronies, Anisha adds that while she pretends it's for Serum's sake, accommodating her would simply be a hassle. Serum stands her ground, coolly stating that there's no need to worry, as she's sure there will be a retest. Leaning in close, she asserts that the only thing that matters is that she passed the test, regardless of the circumstances. Anisha offers a patronizing and insincere compliment, remarking on how impressive it was that Serum did her best. As they part ways, she delivers a final piece of condescending advice, telling her sisses not to push herself too hard. With a final verbal jab, Anisha reminds Serum that she's set to inherit the company anyway, implying her adventuring dreams are a pointless struggle. Serum clenches her fists as she watches her rival's party walk away. Anisha glances back with a cold, piercing stare, telling Serum to just give up and stop struggling. The scene shifts dramatically to a hospital at night, where a new crisis is unfolding. Jaryong bursts into the hospital hallway, his face etched with panic. He finds medical staff in his father's room and urgently asks what's wrong. He is horrified to learn his father has had a relapse, as the poison from the dragon's blood flares up once more. The doctor and nurse can only offer looks of grim resignation, their expressions confirming the severity of the situation. The doctor informs him that his father's condition is an extreme medical anomaly, likely the only case of its kind in the world. In his office, the doctor explains that there are no other recorded instances of a person surviving an infection from dragon's blood. He is dealt a heavy blow as he's told that a cure is impossible with current technology. The best they can do is suppress the pain. But then, the doctor reveals the true complication, a critical problem with the ingredients needed for the painkillers. He explains that the only known antidote is the milk from a 4-star danger rank monster, the formidable Sky Tiger. Jaryong immediately offers to pay, but the doctor tells him that money is no longer the issue. A new powerful performance-enhancing potion popular among adventurers has recently hit the market. He is stunned to learn that the main ingredient for this lucrative new potion is the very same Sky Tiger's milk his father needs. The doctor explains that the milk used to be a rare but obtainable item, as it had few practical uses. Now, however, large corporations and high-ranking adventurers have begun buying up the entire stock, creating an artificial scarcity. Jerong explodes in frustration, unable to comprehend how they can't secure enough of the ingredient to save a single dying person. Calmly, the doctor explains that the problem is one of economics, not just supply. He reveals the staggering truth. The amount of milk needed for one of his father's painkillers is enough to produce 10 of the profitable new potions. The doctor grimly admits that if there were more patients, the government might be forced to intervene. He is left in despair, realizing that because his father is the only patient, no corporation will sacrifice such immense profit to save him. As he leaves the hospital, Jerong is told that while the staff will do their best, they are powerless without the necessary ingredients. Later that night, a dejected Jerong sits alone on a park bench, the weight of the world on his shoulders. He lets out a sigh of pure exhaustion, feeling utterly defeated by the impossible situation. Having made a decision, he pulls out his phone to make a crucial call. Meanwhile, at a gym, Serum is surprised to receive a late-night call from Jerong. She answers, thinking he might be interrupting her, but she assures him it's a good time. He gets straight to the point, informing her that he has decided to accept her offer to join her. She immediately asks if he has any conditions for their partnership. And after hearing his conditions, she confidently states that she believes she can make them work. He is taken aback by a sudden reply. She reveals that her company's development team is the one mass-producing the new potion, and the amount he needs is trivial for them to obtain. Struck by the cruel irony of his situation, he can only mutter about the unfairness of the world. With their deal all but finalized, Serum asks if he is free on Sunday to begin, and cheerfully reminds him that they need to start preparing for the Warrior High entrance exam. Their meeting takes place at the state-of-the-art Yong Song Group Special Defense Industry Research Institute. Jerong arrives, looking slightly out of his element in the face of such advanced corporate power. Serum, now in casual attire, greets him, teasingly noting that he's early. She casually asks how he's feeling as they prepare to get started. When he asks what they're doing at the high-tech facility, she explains they are there to measure his potential. She begins a lecture, explaining the system of powers that humanity gained after the world changed, and details how baseline human talent or potential was ranked across all stats before the adhesion. In the past, she explains, just achieving a C rank in any given stat was enough to be considered a genius. Anything beyond a B rank was considered to be in the realm of the superhuman. Serum lays out the minimum requirements to become an adventurer, at least a C rank in all 5 physical categories, while showcasing her own impressive stats. To enter the Elite Warrior High, she continues, one needs at least 3 stats at B rank, while Jerong's potential remains a complete unknown. He simplifies the complex explanation in his mind, asking if this is just a fancy physical exam. She clarifies that, while potential is easy to measure in children, the process is far more complicated for those who've gone through puberty. Still not quite getting it, he asks what makes it so complicated. Now wearing a high-tech testing suit and helmet, he sighs, seemingly unimpressed by the elaborate preparations. He stands before his opponent for the potential test, an imposing gear Crone Pro Combat android. Resigned to the situation, he decides he might as well give it his all, admitting he has been curious for a while. Gripping his weapon, he steels himself for the fight, ready to finally discover the true extent of his own potential. Inside a high-tech Yong Song Group facility, Jerong, clad in a testing suit, prepares to have his combat potential measured. A massive combat golem powers up, looming over him as his first opponent. Watching from the control room, Serum is impressed by the scale of the test she's arranged for her new partner. The lead researcher, Yong Yeoman, remarks on his bravery, noting that most people are terrified when facing a golem for the first time. A former adventurer and golem expert, Yeoman assumes his resolve comes from the fact that he's preparing to transfer to a special high school. Forced to maintain their cover story, she lets out a nervous laugh and agrees with the researcher's assessment. Putting down her cup of coffee, with an excited grin, she hits the activation button and eagerly announces, "Let's start." As the golem starts to move and begins its attack, narration explains that these talent tests are typically for young, aspiring adventurers. The standard procedure involves testees wearing special suits to gather detailed measurements of their physical abilities. These tests are designed to push subjects to their absolute physical limit across a variety of demanding fields. However, measuring the true potential of a highly trained individual is difficult. For those with exceptional talent or extensive training, reaching their natural limit during a standard test is nearly impossible. She watches intently, realizing that Jaryong's near-professional physique means it won't be easy to push him to his breaking point. Noticing her unusually calm demeanor, the researcher comments that Jaryong should at least be showing signs of fatigue by now. Yeoman begins to question their story, recalling that Serum had said Jaryong failed his admissions and came from a normal high school. As Jaryong stands over the wreckage of the combat android, Yeoman can't help but wonder how someone with his talent could have possibly failed any entrance exam. The researcher is stunned, revealing that even with its difficulty lowered, the demolished android was a model used to train professional adventurers. The observers are in awe, realizing Jaryong didn't just win. He quickly read the golem's attack patterns and exploited an opening to counter. Yeoman declares he's insane, admitting his combat senses alone are superior to those of an average pro. Sensing a problem, she anxiously asks the researcher about the measurement results. Yeoman explains that the situation is complicated because the test subject is far exceeding expectations. Staring at the monitor, she delivers the stunning verdict. Jaryong hasn't even reached his limit yet. Looking at the sparking, defeated golem, she concludes that she has no choice but to raise the difficulty level. Serum is shocked when the researcher states that simply increasing the difficulty by 1 or 2 levels will be pointless against him. She proposes a drastic solution: bypass the standard safe mode and unleash the golem's full 100% power output. Serum hesitates, knowing that disabling safety protocols for a non-professional is a serious felony. Frustrated, she asks how else they can measure his limit, but the flustered researcher admits she isn't sure. Yeoman racks her brain, admitting that in all her experience, she has never encountered a situation like this. Someone calls from behind, reminding her, "I don't pay you to do that stuff." Their argument is cut short as both women are startled by the unexpected arrival of a superior. Zeke Esker Serum, the director of research, appears and icily reprimands them for using the lab without filing a report. A nervous Serum addresses him as uncle, surprised to see him at the facility on a Sunday. Zeke coldly replies that he trusts whatever they are doing is worth accepting imprisonment for. Serum quickly steps forward to take the blame, insisting that she was the one who requested the unauthorized test. Her uncle remains thoroughly unimpressed by her confession, dismissively asking, "So?" Zeke condescendingly rejects her attempt to take responsibility, accusing her of simply making excuses for her servant. He sternly reminds his niece, "This is your father's place, not yours." With a final cutting remark, Zeke tells Serum there is nothing she can take responsibility for, leaving her speechless. The researcher thinks to herself that the harsh rumors about the director were all true. Yeoman recalls how Zeke, Serum's maternal uncle, has always treated his niece with a baffling coldness since she was a child. She laments how unfair his treatment is, knowing that Serum has never done anything to deserve it. Adding to her stress, Yeoman remembers that other connected adventurers often use the facility on weekends, making their unsanctioned test even more precarious. As he continues, our main guy interrupts him, asking if there is a problem with the test. The director turns to Serum and pointedly asks who the test taker is, wondering if he is another prospect on her level. Yeoman quickly interjects with their cover story, claiming that Jaryong is simply a friend of Serum's. She elaborates on the lie, explaining that he failed his adventurer school admissions last year and lost his old measurement data. The researcher adds that Serum, being kind-hearted, wanted to help her friend with the expensive retest before he attempts to transfer. Zeke glances at the monitor, which shows the completely dismantled combat golem. After a moment of consideration, he seems to accept the fabricated story and says, "All right." He then shocks both women by announcing, "I'll do it," leaving them to wonder what he means. The bewildered Yeoman stammers, asking the director to clarify his intentions. Zeke declares that since the golems on safe mode are clearly insufficient, he will personally go down and face Jaryong to measure his limits. Back in the testing chamber, Jerong feels a sudden shift in the atmosphere, sensing that something is wrong. His instincts scream as a narration explains that on rare occasions, battles are staged between adventurers. As a door to the arena slides open, the narration reveals this extreme method is used when it's otherwise impossible to find a person's limit. Director Zeke steps onto the field, fulfilling the final condition. The new opponent must be several levels above the test taker. Zeke enters the arena and immediately gets down to business, stating he'll skip the introductions. Confused by the sudden change, Jerong can only ask what, as Zeke tells him he doesn't have much time. As Zeke pulls on a pair of combat gloves, his gaze is intense, clearly sizing up his new opponent. Jerong grips his staff on high alert, but he still has no idea who he is about to fight. Zeke notes that Jerong's senses have understood the danger faster than his mind, and declares that he'll be his opponent instead of the golems. A flashback to his brutal fight with Yang Dogyun reveals that this is the first time since then that Jerong has faced an adversary who radiates such overwhelming power that he instinctively feels he has no chance of winning. Despite the immense pressure and the feeling of inevitable defeat, Jerong accepts the challenge with a single word: come. Zeke tells Jerong there's no need to worry about his safety, essentially giving him permission to attack with full force. He wastes no time, leaping into the air and channeling his energy into a powerful downward strike. The attack unleashes a massive wave of blue energy, demonstrating a level of power far beyond that of a typical high school student. As he closes the distance between them, Zeke's true status is revealed. He is Korea's 7th highest ranking adventurer, a member of the elite white class. In the heat of battle, Jerong realizes he can't find a single opening in Zeke's flawless defense, and resolves that if there's no opening, he'll simply have to make one himself. His strategy is simple: a single full-force strike to bait his opponent. His plan is to exploit the opening created the moment his opponent dodges the initial attack. However, the seasoned Zeke instantly sees through the amateurish feint and prepares to counter. As Jerong follows through with his attack, Zeke simply grabs his staff. Stunned by his opponent's incredible speed, Jerong is left completely vulnerable. Zeke calmly gets a read on Jerong's fighting style, unimpressed by what he sees. The elven instructor delivers a sharp critique, calling his technique far more frivolous than anticipated. And with a swift kick, he easily breaks through Jerong's stance, sending him flying. Jerong is thrown across the arena as he struggles to absorb the impact of the powerful blow. Completely unfazed by the exchange, Zeke watches as his opponent crashes into the wall. Panting for breath, Jerong can't comprehend the immense gap in their speed and power. Zeke condescendingly asks if he really thought such a simplistic strategy would work on him. As the young fighter tries to recover, Zeke dismisses his tactics as an idiotic choice. Zeke immediately points out the critical mistake, dropping his weapon despite not losing consciousness. Jerong stares in disbelief, realizing he's been utterly outclassed. Despite the humiliation, he quickly recomposes himself and catches his staff. Zeke states that he's been lenient, having already allowed 2 idiotic mistakes, and issues a stern warning: one more stupid move, and he'll be sent packing from his adventurer dreams for good. Jerong calmly notes Zeke's animosity but brushes it off, saying, "All right, no worries." Undeterred, he charges forward once again, preparing a new offensive. Zeke watches with disdain, observing what he believes is the same predictable pattern. But instead of a direct assault, Jerong stomps his foot, gathering energy into the ground for a different kind of attack. Zeke's expression shifts slightly, surprised by the unexpected change in technique. Jerong unleashes a series of ranged energy slashes, shifting his tactics from close quarters to mid-range. Zeke easily dodges the projectiles, dismissing the standard ranged attack as insufficient to challenge him. Smirking beneath his helmet, Jerong declares that his volley was just the beginning. He grips his staff tighter, channeling a greater amount of energy for his follow-up strike, and then unleashes a powerful, concentrated beam of energy, forcing Zeke to finally focus. The blast streaks across the arena, narrowing on its target and showcasing Jerong's surprising versatility. With a slight smirk, Zeke finally gives him some credit, admitting the last attack was not bad. However, Zeke then demonstrates his overwhelming power by effortlessly swatting away the energy attacks with his bare hands. Watching from the control room, Serum and Yeoman are amazed, feeling as if they're witnessing a battle between pro-adventurers. Serum is bewildered, wondering how someone with Jaryong's skill could have failed to get into any other adventurer high school. Researcher Yeoman, however, tempers the praise, stating that despite his talent, he is far from perfect. Confused by the comment, Serum turns and asks what she means. Yeoman gravely explains that Jaryong possesses a truly detrimental weakness. Serum wonders what weakness he could possibly have that she, a formally trained student, doesn't. From her perspective, Jaryong is fighting on equal footing with her uncle, one of the nation's top rankers. Back in the arena, Zeke begins to press his advantage, forcing Jaryong onto the defensive. Jaryong grits his teeth, straining under the relentless pressure from the superior fighter. From the observation deck, Yeoman gasps as she witnesses a critical shift in the fight. She exclaims that Jaryong has just lost the lead as Zeke lands a decisive blow, and cries out in frustration as he's completely overpowered. The impact of Zeke's attack visibly rocks him, breaking his momentum completely. But instead of falling, he manages to swing his weapon at Zeke. Zeke dryly compliments him, noting that at least this time he managed to hold on to his weapon. Just as Zeke lands another barrage of crushing blows to his midsection, he states that it should be a given. The sheer force of the punch ripples through Jaryong's entire body. A massive shockwave erupts from the impact, blasting him across the training facility and into the wall. Watching the display, Yeoman remarks that the chief is something else, knowing he is still holding back considerably. Serum can only watch the one-sided beatdown in stunned silence, her concern for Jaryong growing. Standing over his fallen opponent, Zeke tells him not to dwell on the loss, as his defeat was inevitable from the start, and calls his journey to accept that inevitable loss pitiful. Simultaneously, from both inside and outside the arena, Zeke and Yeoman identify Jaryong's core problem. He completely lacks basic training. Serum questions their assessment, arguing that his talent and battle sense are extraordinary. Yeoman clarifies that his fundamentals, stance, defense, and attack patterns are so unrefined it's as if he's never been formally taught. She admits her disappointment, lamenting how much stronger he could be with even a little basic training. Serum finally understands, recalling Jaryong's claim that he was entirely self-taught. Zeke coldly tells him he's seen plenty of fighters just like him before. He accuses Jaryong of being lazy, gifted with talent but refusing to put in the effort, a judgment Serum knows is incorrect. With Jaryong's helmet visor shattered, Zeke announces it's time to deliver his final assessment. He harshly suggests that he should just give up on his dream, and warns that someone weak who relies only on talent is destined to get killed in the field. Throwing away his cracked helmet, Jaryong wonders why this man is being so unnecessarily harsh. Struggling to his feet, he asks Zeke if he has a particular hatred for lazy people. Zeke is inwardly shocked, admitting to himself that his last blow was intended to end the fight completely. Ignoring the results of the test, Jaryong stands tall and demands they go one more round. With newfound determination, he takes his stance, declaring that he will show Zeke the true results of his effort. From the control room, Serum and Yeoman watch the chaos unfold, confused as to why the fight is still going on after Jaryong's decisive defeat. A frantic Yeoman tries to get Jaryong's attention over the intercom, insisting they've collected all the necessary data and that there's no need to continue the combat assessment. Serum echoes the sentiment, shouting into the mic that he did a good job and the test is officially over. Despite their pleas, a bruised and sweating Jaryong ignores them, his focus locked entirely on his opponent. Zeke Serum calmly tells the defiant Jaryong that his efforts are pointless, as the outcome of their battle is already set in stone. He condescendingly asks him if he's seeking some kind of praise for his tenacity in the face of overwhelming odds. Jaryong quietly grits his teeth, his expression hardening as he rejects Zeke's taunt. Fueled by pure rage, he declares that Zeke's only purpose now is to get beaten up by him. The narration explains that Jaryong's true reason for agreeing to the assessment wasn't just to get into Warrior High. He had to painstakingly teach himself everything about combat from scratch. However, he possessed a secret weapon. Thanks to his immense natural talent, he was able to grasp complex techniques instinctively. And this innate gift allowed him to compensate for his complete lack of formal training and basic fundamentals. Furthermore, his brutal experience as an illegal smuggler honed his instincts for real-world combat against monsters. So the combination of raw talent and practical experience meant that in the lawless world of the dungeons, he could do whatever he wanted. Despite this miraculous progress, he never felt superior to others. In fact, he was consistently disappointed by the so-called professional adventurers he encountered, viewing them as fakes who were weaker than him. Zeke, however, is different. Recognizing Jaryong's challenge, he grimly mutters, "I see. It's my fault." Acknowledging Jaryong as a monster of pure talent, Zeke powers up, vowing to beat him so thoroughly that he loses the will to be angry. Jaryong is momentarily stunned by the sudden surge of power emanating from the high ranker. For the first time, he has met someone he considers the real deal, an opponent who reminds him of his legendary father. The thrill of a true battle makes his blood boil, and the spirit of his father seems to manifest behind him. Back in the control room, the researchers can only watch in disbelief, wondering why their chief is suddenly taking the fight so seriously. Serum is the first to notice something has changed, pointing out that Jaryong's fighting stance is completely different from before. Zeke also analyzes the shift, realizing that his opponent's new posture, balance, and weight distribution are no longer that of a simple staff user. It's as if Jaryong has become an entirely different person, radiating a new level of confidence and power. With a newfound focus in his eyes, he prepares to unleash his true potential, and launches himself forward, leaving a blast of wind behind. He swings his weapon forward with blinding speed. Zeke barely manages to dodge the attack, a small cut appearing on his cheek as a testament to Jaryong's surprising new skill. In the control booth, Yaman gasps in shock at the sudden turn of events. Jaryong unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, flowing from one move to the next seamlessly. However, Zeke manages to weave and dodge with ease, leaving after images behind. Serum notes that while his movements are simpler and rougher than before, there's a key difference. Yaman marvels that there isn't a single opening between his moves, calling the display amazing regardless of who taught him. Jaryong presses his attack, his face a mask of fierce determination. A flashback reveals the source of his new style, his father. As a young boy, he would secretly watch his father train with a spear, mimicking his movements with a broom. This is contrasted with the present, where Zeke effortlessly blocks one of Jaryong's strikes with his bare hand, and begins to counter, landing precise blows to Jaryong's vital points. Even as a child, he diligently practiced, a look of pure joy on his face. In the present, he continues his fluid assault, perfectly mirroring the techniques he spent his childhood memorizing. Zeke, now fully serious, launches his own powerful counterattack. The flashback shows the moment his father discovered him, looking down at his son with a mixture of surprise and concern. Zeke's counteroffensive is a blur of motion, a devastating series of strikes aimed at ending the fight. His father's scarred but gentle face looks on in the memory. Jaryong meets Zeke's attack head-on, his expression mirroring the intensity of his father. A memory of his father's calloused hand reaching out flashes through his mind. He unleashes one of his own father's signature moves. The image of his younger self looking on in awe is overlaid with his current, battered form. His father's hand gently ruffles his hair in the memory, a sign of affection and approval. Smiling face is the last thing Jaryong remembers from that day. Back in the fight, he uses the momentum of Zeke's attack to vault into the air, preparing a powerful downward strike. He instantly analyzes the move, identifying the critical opening that will appear the moment Zeke lands. Knowing he's vulnerable upon landing, Jaryong resolves to meet Zeke's inevitable counterattack head-on. Deciding to give his opponent what he wants, Jaryong abandons defense and pours all his remaining energy into a final, all-out assault as Zeke bounces back to him. The two fighters clash in a massive explosion of energy that rocks the entire training facility. Serum and Yeoman are thrown back by the shockwave, watching the cataclysmic impact with wide-eyed terror. As the dust settles, it's clear the final strike has decided the match. Zeke stands over the defeated Jaryong, remarking that if he hadn't used that last, unfitting staff skill, he might have won, and tells Jaryong that continuing his previous relentless assault would have secured him the victory, and then asks if the final reckless charge was some last sign of pride. Lying on the ground, battered and exhausted, Jaryong weakly denies it with a faint smile. He admits that he simply ran out of moves, explaining that he had used everything he'd memorized from his father, and reflects that even though he was beaten more severely this time, he feels a sense of accomplishment. Completely spent but satisfied, he closes his eyes and accepts his defeat, thinking to himself, this isn't bad. As Zeke kneels over the unconscious Jaryong, Serum rushes in, crying out for her uncle, whose sharp attitude is infamous among high rankers. He silences her with a single word, as a narration explains that no one dares complain about his attitude. The reason for this is his absolutely overwhelming and undeniable skill. Zeke places a hand over Jaryong's face, channeling a brilliant golden energy. And just like that, Jaryong's injuries instantly vanish, leaving him completely healed. He casually tells a worried Serum not to worry, as he has made sure to heal all of Jaryong's injuries. He then turns to her and confirms the boy's name is Yoo Jaryong, his tone carrying a newfound weight. He is revealed to be one of only 10 white class rankers in the entire nation. In a final shocking reveal, Zeke Serum is identified as the greatest healer in Korea, and he muses that he's just met the son of an old acquaintance. The story shifts to a modern high-tech building at dusk, revealing the headquarters of the powerful Yong Song group. Outside, Zeke Serum waits impatiently, muttering to himself about his friend being late. Inside a nearby sports car, another adventurer complains that they are going to be late for their briefing. The driver, Kang Jonho, smirks and jokes that if they're late, everyone will naturally assume it's his fault anyway. Zeke approaches the car, explaining that an unexpected situation had made him tardy. Jonho reveals he's heard rumors that Zeke was busy dueling with a kid. As he gets a closer look at the high-ranking adventurer, Jonho's eyes widen in shock. Zeke is utterly baffled by his companion's sudden and dramatic scream of disbelief. Pointing a trembling finger, Jonho asks in astonishment if the mark on Zeke's cheek is actually a cut. Zeke nonchalantly dismisses his friend's shock, asking what else the obvious wound could possibly be. Struggling to believe a mere 17-year-old could injure Zeke, Jonho realizes the kid must be a true prodigy. As Zeke gets into the car, he informs him that the young fighter is planning to enroll at Warrior High. Jonho recalls the difficult winter recruiting process, noting that no one managed to pass during the 3 years he attended. Despite the odds, he believes the kid has a real shot, especially since he managed to land a blow on Zeke. Buckling his seatbelt, Jonho remarks that the younger generation is getting scarily powerful and that he needs to stay on his toes. Zeke dryly replies that comparing him to the kid is pointless as he is an elf, but he sees no real difference between those two. Taking offense, Jonho proudly introduces himself as South Korea's 19th ranked black class adventurer and leader of the elite squad, NICS, and confidently flicks a switch, asserting that he still has the upper hand against the younger generation. With a smug grin, the 21-year-old adventurer boasts that he has the edge in both age and talent. Zeke lets out a quiet sigh, clearly unimpressed by his companion's competitive boasting. Changing the subject, he inquires about the new car, forcing a flustered Jonho to admit it cost a staggering $3.5 billion. Meanwhile, back at the research facility, Jaryong lies unconscious on a high-tech medical bed. With a jolt, he sits bolt upright, suddenly awake after his grueling fight. He flexes his hands in amazement, discovering that all his injuries have been miraculously healed. His attention is drawn to the doorway as he hears someone approaching the room. Serum enters, teasingly asking if he really thought he could win against her uncle. He defensively claims he only fought back because Zeke started it, which leaves her utterly confused. He then freezes, stunned by the revelation that the overwhelmingly powerful elf he just fought is Serum's uncle. New information clicks into place as he reflects on Zeke's stern and protective demeanor during their confrontation. Breaking the silence, Serum awkwardly offers him a mug, which he quietly accepts. His simple observation about her uncle's behavior causes Serum to blush. While taking a sip from his mug, he quickly clarifies her misunderstanding. He correctly surmises that Zeke was simply acting like a worried uncle, trying to fend off a strange guy getting close to his niece. Serum tries to protest, insisting her uncle is such a stern person. Just then, the researcher, Yeoman, peeks into the room and cheerfully greets the newly awakened Jaryong. She asks if he is in any pain, and Jaryong, now sitting beside Serum, confirms that he feels fine. Yeoman smiles, adding that her chief's healing powers are so potent, they likely healed any of his old injuries as well. Jaryong is left speechless upon learning that Zeke, the man who had just defeated him in melee combat, is actually the nation's greatest healer. The realization hits him hard. He was completely overwhelmed by an opponent who wasn't even using his primary skill set. He grits his teeth, a bead of sweat running down his face as he processes the massive gap in their power levels. With perfect timing, she announces that they have the results from his combat assessment, and hands a tablet to Jaryong, and an intrigued Serum leans in to get a better look at the data. The results are staggering. B in strength and D in both stamina and agility, prompting an amazed reaction from Serum. Completely clueless about the adventurer ranking system, Jaryong asks if his stats are good, earning a look of utter disbelief from Serum. She playfully scolds him and reassures Jaryong that his results are more than enough to qualify for the school. A helpful infographic then appears, explaining the ability stat rankings and defining a B rank as superhuman. Yeoman begins a lesson on adventurer stats, explaining that a balance between them is necessary for peak performance, and illustrates how high agility is useless if you don't have the stamina to maintain it. Conversely, she explains that immense strength can't be fully utilized without the agility to apply it effectively. Serum chimes in, clarifying that while having one C-rank stat is common, possessing two or more is where things get serious. The diagram illustrates that being a triple C in the main physical stats is a 1 in 10,000 rarity, the baseline for a competent combatant. The next level, a triple B, is a 1 in 500,000 prodigy, placing them among the top tier of adventurers. She is stunned, realizing Jaryong's BAA stats are not just elite but monstrously powerful and well-balanced. She internally wonders what kind of results he was expecting, comparing his raw potential to the monsters in the dungeon raid department. Yeoman offer another piece of information, and states that Chief Zeke, the high ranker he fought, doesn't possess a single stat above an A rank. He is shocked once again as he learns the crucial lesson that raw stats only represent innate potential, not actual combat skill. She elaborates, explaining that without dedicated training, the difference between an A rank and a D rank can become meaningless. She continues, listing other critical factors that can't be measured by stats, such as battle sense, experience, and synergy with one's skills. Serum listens intently to the researcher's explanation, absorbing the harsh realities of being an adventurer. Yeoman ends on a positive note, telling Serum she has seen many adventurers bridge the gap in talent through pure determination. Her encouraging words strike a chord with Serum, who blushes with newfound inspiration. He quietly closes the tablet, thanking the two women for their insightful explanation. He stands, admitting he's not disappointed by the results, but simply unfamiliar with the system. Stretching, he says that compared to someone he knows, he still has a long way to go on his journey. Yeoman is surprised, remarking that anyone with stats superior to Jaryong's must be incredibly famous. He simply replies, well, maybe, as an image of his legendary father, Yong Song, appears behind him. Serum calls an end to the session, telling Jaryong they can meet again the following weekend. As he turns to leave, Yeoman suggests he should visit the company's production department while he's there, worrying that they don't have the authority and that her uncle would never approve. However, Yeoman cheerfully interjects, revealing that Chief Zeke already gave his express permission for the visit. Serum is utterly flabbergasted, unable to believe her strict uncle would make such an exception. A quick flashback shows Zeke leaving, instructing Yeoman to take Jaryong to the equipment production department as soon as he wakes up. He explicitly tells her to inform the department that Jaryong is to be treated as his personal guest. His final shocking command was for the department to craft a custom weapon perfectly suited for Jaryong, regardless of the cost. The chapter opens with a lesson on adventurer life, explaining that high-quality weapons and armor are the ultimate dream. This is because even the most talented adventurers are ultimately defined by the quality of their gear. A weapon that cannot handle its owner's immense power will inevitably shatter under the strain. Therefore, as an adventurer's skill grows, the quality of their equipment must grow with it. Back in the present, Jaryong nonchalantly accepts the news that he's getting free, custom-made equipment but wonders if he really needs equipment right now. Serum is baffled by his casual attitude, stating of course her does, prompting his response that it's still just a school. Completely out of his depth, he naively asks if the school won't just provide them with gear anyway. His cluelessness leaves both Serum and researcher Yeoman utterly speechless. Flustered, Serum laments that this is all her fault while confirming to Yeoman that he is indeed planning to join Warrior High, and explains that, while normal adventurer schools might provide basic gear, Warrior High operates on a different level. She clarifies that other schools implement strict regulations on equipment to ensure a level playing field for all students. Jaryong, assuming the most prestigious school would be the most generous, questions why this wouldn't be the case at Warrior High. Yeoman, a proud graduate, chimes in to explain that Warrior High is built upon different, more competitive ideals. She elaborates on the school's philosophy. Since there are natural differences in talent, the ability to obtain good equipment is considered a skill in itself. This is why, as he learns with a grimace, all students are required to bring their own equipment to school. He cynically points out the obvious flaw, asking if this system doesn't just favor the rich. Yeoman clicks her tongue and admits that he's not entirely wrong. However, she reveals that there are ways for talented students to acquire top-tier gear, even without money. She explains that simply getting into Warrior High marks someone as a first-class adventurer with the potential to become a star. With a knowing smile, she asks him if he really thinks companies wouldn't be willing to invest in that kind of talent, and paints a picture of lucrative corporate sponsorships, with companies offering funds in exchange for modeling gigs or a cut of future earnings. These investors have deep pockets and are always eager to find the next big thing. Yeoman proudly uses herself as an example, boasting that the Jinsong group gave her a scholarship and a guaranteed job until retirement. Jaryong, looking slightly overwhelmed by the prospect of corporate life, expresses his thanks as Serum looks on, unimpressed. While the school fosters a competitive environment with plenty of opportunities, she brings him back to reality. She reminds him that none of this matters if he can't pass the transfer test first, and warns him that the transfer exam is notoriously difficult, requiring him to be as prepared as possible with the best equipment. Fortunately, she explains, Chief Zeke recognized his potential and has already made arrangements to help him get ready. With the necessary details already sent ahead, she directs them both to the underground refinery, and warmly wishes him good luck, sincerely hoping he makes it into Warrior High. As they head to the elevators, he remarks that his earlier combat assessment could have gone very badly. He then teases Serum, correctly guessing from her expression that she had no idea her uncle was going to step in and help. Observing the intense preparations, he notes that everyone seems to be doing everything they can to ensure he passes the transfer test. She admits that she was originally planning on spending her own money to get him properly equipped. Jaryong's overly dramatic, sparkly-eyed expression of gratitude immediately annoys her, who tells him it pisses her off. As the elevator begins its long descent, she brushes it off, saying it's good news regardless, and explains that money isn't the only factor. The most important thing is having a master craftsman create your gear. She proudly declares that the Jinsong Group's production department is considered one of the best in the entire world. Upon arriving at the forge, he casually dismisses her pride, claiming there can't be that much of a difference when it comes to equipment. But his skepticism vanishes in an instant, as his eyes widen in shock at the sight before him. They've arrived at the Jinsong Group's legendary underground blacksmith, a colossal, lava-filled facility that was once the dungeon boiling abyss. Serum smugly turns to him, asking him how he likes their forge now. She informs him that this isn't a place where you can just pay for service, just as he suddenly senses a terrifyingly powerful presence. From the heart of the forge, a colossal, shadowy figure emerges, dwarfing the two students. The being's single, glowing red eye locks onto them from the darkness. Jaryong instinctively drops into a defensive stance, bracing for an attack from the imposing silhouette. The monstrous blacksmith grumbles, annoyed that Zeke dared to wake him from his weekend nap and didn't even bother to come down himself. A nervous Jaryong whispers in disbelief, questioning if they are about to face a monster. Serum quickly throws her arms out to stop him, frantically explaining that the giant being is actually the team leader of the production department. The monster chuckles, admitting that from a human's perspective, they're not exactly wrong. The team leader is formally introduced as Thunder Hammer Argius, an elder titan who holds special eligibility for Korean naturalization. Argius uses a lighter built into his mechanical arm to light a massive cigar, asking which of them is the human Zeke sent. He dismissively glances at Jaryong, referring to him as the little kid standing on edge, and then recognizes Serum as Zeke's niece, who tries to explain that they've sent over Jaryong's combat data. Argius scoffs, waving off the battle footage and data as nonsense from humans that he couldn't care less about. He explains that his subordinates usually handle such trivial matters, but since it's the weekend, they didn't come to work. Before she can question him further, he dismisses the topic as unimportant. Since Zeke personally requested his help, Argius decides to handle the assessment himself and asks if they're ready to begin. The Elder Titan points to the case on Jaryong's back, asking if that's his main weapon, to which he confirms. With a menacing grin, he issues a shocking challenge to the bewildered boy. Try to hunt me, kid. While Serum is completely baffled by the request. Argius reveals a custom among his species. He refuses to forge a weapon for anyone until they prove they are worthy of his blood, sweat, and tears. However, as he sizes up his opponent, Argius senses that Jaryong is different from the other young ones. The master blacksmith recognizes a killer instinct in his eyes, stating that they are the eyes of a true hunter, filled with a refined warrior's hostility. Intrigued, Argius formally issues his challenge, daring to stun him to try and beat him. As Argius readies himself, Serum watches with alarm, realizing the test has officially begun. Declaring that he never backs down from an offer like this, our Giga Chad protagonist unsheathes his weapon, ready to charge at the colossal titan. Argius is surprised, as Jaryong closes the distance with blinding speed. In a flash of blue energy, he unleashes a powerful and impossibly precise strike, using his needle attack. Serum can only watch in stunned silence, shocked by the speed and power of his attack. Argius's thick cigar, cleanly sliced off, falls to the searing floor of the forge. After seeing the weapon, he asks the stunned Jaryong a question. With the tip of the blade hovering inches from his face, a deeply shocked Argius demands to know where a kid like him acquired that specific weapon. Jaryong is confused as he holds his weapon. He was certain his sharpest needle technique, a precise and powerful blow, had made contact. While his technique was potent, he'd faced plenty of tough monsters that didn't go down in a single hit. But the resistance he felt from Argius was on another level entirely. It was like striking an impenetrable wall. It wasn't just the Titan's strength, either. The impact felt unnatural, as if he had struck something inanimate and unyielding. He is forced to reconsider the true nature of the colossal being standing before him. Watching from the side, a frantic Serum fears Jaryong has made a fatal mistake, but her worry stems from a deeper understanding of the situation. The monster classification system ranks danger levels by stars. A 1-star monster, like a mantis fly, is the baseline threat, defined as simply being capable of killing a human. However, these low-level threats can typically be handled by an armed civilian. Moving up the scale, a 2-star monster, like the cluster raptor, represents a greater danger. These require a coordinated response from trained soldiers with firearms to be taken down. A 3-star threat, such as the juvenile Titan ape Jaryong previously fought, demands even more firepower. To defeat one, the military must deploy heavy, armored weaponry. 4-star monsters like the Democulas are considered city-level threats. When one appears, the ground troops' priority shifts from combat to evacuating civilians and mitigating damage. The only way to eliminate them is through overwhelming force, like long-range artillery and devastating bombing runs. This massive military response represents the absolute upper limit of what conventional forces can handle. Any monster ranked 5 stars or higher is a cataclysmic threat beyond the capabilities of any modern military. Even if victory were possible, it would come at the cost of catastrophic, irreversible destruction. This is where adventurers come in. Elite squads are dispatched to handle these world-ending threats and minimize collateral damage. The reveal is shocking. Argius is a former 7-star threat, a being far beyond any conventional scale, and he's getting impatient for an answer. Serum looks on in horror as Argius repeats his question, demanding to know the origin of Jaryong's weapon. Playing it cool, he cheekily asks if the blow hurt more than expected, completely deflecting the question. Argius's patience wears thin as he points menacingly, warning him to choose his next words carefully. The Titan drops a bombshell, declaring that he is the one who forged the very weapon Jaryong is holding, leaving both him and Serum stunned. Stomping his foot with immense power, Argius prepares to ask his question one final time. He demands to know why the weapon is in Jaryong's possession instead of with its intended owner. Serum's mind races as she realizes a weapon crafted by Argius would be at least A rank, and knows such a high-tier item would be meticulously documented and tracked by the Adventurers Association. This confirms her suspicion. It's impossible for a mere smuggler like Jaryong to have acquired it through normal channels. Her thoughts spiral as she wonders if he stole it, or if another, more unbelievable possibility is true. Jaryong tries to bluff his way out, cheekily stating that he has no obligation to answer a 7-star monster. Serum panics at his suicidal defiance, shouting at him to stop. With his question answered by defiance, Argius decides to take Jaryong's response into consideration and launches a devastating attack. Faced with the incoming blow, the only thought that crosses Jaryong's mind is the certainty of his own death. Knowing he can't dodge, his mind frantically searches for a way to block the seemingly unstoppable force. He instantly dismisses the needle technique. There's no weak point to exploit in the Titan's massive fist. The Swell counter is also useless, as attempting to absorb an attack of this magnitude would mean instant annihilation. With his first 2 options discarded, he is left with only one desperate, final choice, and decides to rely on the last and most powerful technique he secretly learned from watching his father, the legendary Yong Song. As Argius's fist descends, Jaryong prepares to meet the overwhelming force head-on. The narration explains a fundamental principle of physics. The law of force is absolute. In a direct collision, the larger, more powerful force will invariably crush the weaker one. But his final technique isn't about meeting force with force. It's about avoiding a direct confrontation. The technique relies on a perfect calculation of angle and impact point. Even when facing an opponent you cannot possibly overpower, it's possible to redirect their force, a secret art that serves as his ultimate trump card. A dumbfounded Serum can't believe her eyes as he successfully parries an attack from a 7-star monster. Having created an opening, he immediately transitions to his needle technique, aiming for the Titan's only visible weak point, his eye. But his counterattack is stopped short as Argius effortlessly catches him just inches from his face. The massive blacksmith stares down at the Jaryong, shaking in pain, completely unfazed. He strains with all his might but is completely immobilized by the Titan's grip. Seeing him in pain, she calmly tells the Titan that she understands his concern and agrees that Jaryong appears suspicious, and bravely argues, reminding the Titan that he has no right to attack a human without knowing the full story. She recites the law. Unless their own life is in danger, special naturalized species like him are forbidden from harming humans. Breaking this rule would strip him of his protected status, reclassifying him as a hostile monster to be hunted down. Argius assures her not to worry, and releases him, stating he understands the rules perfectly as she rushes to check if he's okay. The Titan then makes a startling announcement, claiming he now knows why Jaryong possesses the weapon he crafted. Looking at the sliced cigar tip, Argius realizes that this was all orchestrated by Z. He formally apologizes to Jaryong, admitting that the boy has every right to wield the staff. Vowing to repay him for his mistaken aggression, he throws away his broken cigar. He then reveals the true reason for his change of heart. Jaryong's parry was so masterful that it inflicted a minor injury, the first he's sustained in 3 decades. This revelation leaves both them utterly confused, questioning what right Argius is talking about. Argius decides to explain, asking them if they know the real reason he works for humans. She recalls the official story, that he was subdued by a legendary attack squad, but Argius immediately dismisses it as false and scoffs at the human version of events, revealing that the famed squad couldn't even lay a scratch on him. The truth, he explains, is that he was defeated not by an army, but by a single extraordinary human. This lone warrior managed to sever his arm and could have killed him, but chose to show mercy instead. Staring intently at Jaryong, Argius connects the fighting style he just witnessed to that fateful encounter from his past. A flashback shows the mighty Argius in his prime, clad in golden armor and ready for battle. He remembers the fierce battle against the mysterious human warrior. And in a shocking final reveal, Argius declares that the legendary human who defeated him 30 years ago was none other than Jaryong's father, Yoo Song. The chapter opens with a deep dive into the lore of the Elder Titans, revealing them as the most powerful race among all giants. These beings possess a nearly endless lifespan, and with a mere 10 known to exist on Earth, they loom over the planet with immense power. While their physical abilities were beyond human comprehension, it was not their strength that truly defined them. Instead, the Elder Titans were most renowned for their legendary skill as master equipment creators. Their innate ability to forge powerful artifacts with special properties was a talent they were all born with. The only other species to share this incredible gift of craftsmanship were the stoic and formidable dwarves. However, there was a crucial difference in how these two races viewed humanity. Unlike the reclusive Titans, the dwarves chose to coexist peacefully with humans, forming alliances and partnerships. The Elder Titans, on the other hand, refused to coexist, viewing humanity as worthless beings beneath their notice. The story then flashes back 30 years to the infamous Argius subjugation operation, where the Gibyuk attack squad faced this overwhelming threat. Their first obstacle was one of Argius's terrifying automatic dolls, a 3-star potential danger rank monster known as Colossus B. Inside the dungeon, team members realize their communications with headquarters are completely down, leaving them isolated and vulnerable. As team leader Park Jongman bellows for his squad to prepare for impact, it's clear they are trapped with a powerful enemy. The squad's tanker, Jongman, desperately throws himself in front of a powerful overhead strike from the Colossus doll. Despite his immense strength, he barely manages to hold back the single crushing blow. Meanwhile, the team's dealer, Oh Sunga, unleashes a flurry of attacks against the colossal enemy. She channels all her energy into a powerful strike, aiming to create an opening for her team. Her attack lands squarely on the Colossus's head in a direct and powerful hit. But she is left in stunned disbelief, however, as her powerful skill has absolutely no effect. The Colossus remains completely unscathed, its glowing eye fixing on its next target. With blinding speed, the automaton retaliates, deflecting her swords with ease, hitting her with its shield, and blasting the dealer and shattering her defenses. A surviving squad member trembles in fear, realizing the situation is far worse than they could have ever imagined. The Gibyuk attack squad, once considered one of the best dungeon subjugation units, was now facing annihilation. Within the boiling abyss of Argius's dungeon, the elite team was completely and utterly outmatched. One of the soldiers despairs, noting that they've already faced 7 of these seemingly endless Colossus dolls. He realizes that even if they manage to defeat one, another simply appears to grind them down. A voice suddenly rings out, telling the panicked soldier to get out and save himself. It's the team leader, Park Jongman, who tells his subordinate that he should know the grim reality of their situation. With a hardened expression, he admits that it will be impossible for all of them to make it out alive. As the Colossus doll lunges forward for another attack, Jongman prepares to make his final stand. He activates his last resort skill, Potential Trigger, sacrificing his own safety to unleash all his remaining energy. Channeling this immense power into his shield, he unleashes a devastating shield slam. The Colossus is sent reeling back, stunned by the force of the unexpected and powerful counterattack. A horrified teammate screams his leader's name, knowing that using potential trigger will leave him completely incapacitated. Jongmin grits his teeth, explaining that while he can't defeat the monster, he can buy his team enough time to escape. With a sad smile, he remarks that there's always a chance, hoping his sacrifice won't be in vain. Suddenly, his expression shifts from heroic resolve to one of pure shock and terror. A chilling presence fills the air, catching both the leader and his teammate completely off guard. Towering over them is the elder titan Argius himself, mockingly asking if there are still bugs he hasn't gotten rid of yet. Paralyzed by instinctual fear, the adventurers realize they are facing a being that promises certain death. Having bought them a precious few seconds, Park Jongmin uses his last breath to scream for his team to run. The desperate leader then charges directly at the impossibly powerful Elder Titan. He believes that a direct assault is the only way to buy his comrades a few more moments to escape. Argius effortlessly incinerates the charging adventurer, his shadow looming over the fiery remains. The team leader is reduced to nothing but a fading scream and a wisp of smoke. With a single word, inferior, Argius coldly dismisses the fallen warrior. The Elder Titan scoffs at their trash equipment and flawed bodies, declaring that a world inhabited by such beings is surely doomed. Argius turns his attention to the last remaining survivor, who is frozen in terror but still clutching his weapon, ready to fight. The Titan seems almost amused by the adventurer's loyalty, calling the heartwarming display utterly meaningless. His Colossus doll stands ready to execute the final survivor and end the futile resistance. The lone adventurer despairs, wondering how he could possibly defeat a monster that even his team leader couldn't beat. Just as all hope is lost, a calm, unfamiliar voice warns him that the place isn't safe. He turns to see a mysterious, shirtless man with a polearm who casually critiques his team's strategy of rushing in first. Completely bewildered, the surviving adventurer can only stammer, asking who this newcomer is. The man introduces himself as a volunteer from the association's rescue team, a 32-year-old adventurer named Yoo Song casually mentions that his chest plate was too heavy, so he took it off, much to the survivor's shock at his lack of armor. Argius watches the lone rescuer, intrigued and questioning if he truly came there by himself. Yoo Song confirms with a confident expression that he was indeed the only one who managed to make it this far. Without another word, he launches himself into battle, meeting the Colossus doll's attack head-on. The clash of their weapons echoes through the cavern as the lone warrior begins his assault. After the initial exchange, he notes that Argius's dolls are pretty tough, and calmly assesses the situation, wondering just how many more of these monsters he'll have to face. While some first-generation adventurers had heard of him, he was not yet famous because he prioritized rescuing others over seeking honor and glory. However, this fateful encounter in the depths of Argius's dungeon was the start of everything for him. With a single overwhelming attack, he unleashes a torrent of energy that completely obliterates the Colossus doll. Argius, who had just dismissed the doll's destruction, is shocked to see his new challenger appear directly before him. Realizing this newcomer is on a completely different level, Argius prepares for a real fight, and it's on this day that the world first learned the legendary name of Yoo Song. In the next scene, a massive explosion of blue energy erupts as the young adventurer Yoo Song defeats a Colossus doll. A member of the overwhelmed Gaebyuk attack squad stares in disbelief at the incredible display of power. They recall how their entire squad barely managed to defeat a single one of these monsters. Yet, this mysterious newcomer has just obliterated one with a single, devastating blow. Having cleared the immediate threat, Song turns to the squad's magician, Young Mo, to see how much mana he has left. A startled Young Mo stammers that, while he doesn't have much mana, he can still provide magical buffs. Song coolly dismisses the need for buffs, instead asking if the magician knows any levitation spells, and instructs him to use the spell to evacuate his two fallen teammates, who are still breathing but gravely injured. Argius enters the conversation asking what does he mean by going back up, and mocks the lone human, questioning how he could possibly make it out alive. Radiating confidence, Song declares that he won't let the Titan lay a hand on the kids he just saved. The Elder Titan's single eye narrows with murderous intent as the true battle is about to begin. The two clash as Song's raw power meets the overwhelming might of Arceus in a fiery explosion. Unleashing his full strength, Song charges forward, wreathed in a torrent of blue energy. The force of their collision sends a shockwave through the dungeon, shattering the very ground beneath them. 10 years after the adhesion, most adventurers had hit a developmental wall, a fact made obvious by Young Mo's awe. While their awakened potential allowed them to reach superhuman levels of strength, it wasn't enough. Equipment technology also advanced rapidly to complement their newfound stats, but this too had its limits. The problem was that, while stats and gear improved, adventurers' actual execution and technique were lagging behind. As adventurers struggled against high-level threats, it became clear that a new approach was needed. The solution lay in developing new martial arts techniques that defied common logic and pushed human potential even further. And only a select few visionaries saw this necessity at the time and began to research these new methods. Song, facing down the colossal Arceus, was one of these pioneering individuals. Back in the heat of battle, Young Mo celebrates Song's apparent victory, only for his joy to turn to shock. Arceus, still standing, commends Song, noting that he is different from other humans and knows how to utilize his innate gifts. However, he points out that if Song's weapon had been strong enough, the fight would already be over. At this early point in his career, the yet-to-be-famous Song struggled with inferior equipment. Unable to afford the best gear, he constantly had to push his skills to compensate for his weapon's shortcomings. Seeing the injured adventurers finally reaching the exit, he realizes he is out of time and must end the fight now. As he looks back, he receives a fiery blow from Arceus, which he manages to block at the last moment, sending shockwaves all around. Arceus acknowledges that the adventurer's skill to block and redirect attacks is one of the best he has ever seen among humans. But he again mocks the adventurer's weapon, calling his axe inferior to those wielded by others. The Elder Titan presses his advantage, noting that even if his attacks are redirected, his axe is bound to shatter under the strain. And with a final declaration of this is the end, Arceus brings his massive, flaming weapon down for the killing blow. But instead of redirecting, Song meets the cataclysmic attack head-on, creating a blinding explosion of power. Arceus is completely stunned, realizing in disbelief that the human didn't redirect his attack, but blocked it directly. This technique was the origin of Swell, the very skill his son, Jerong, would later learn. Swell is a counterskill that utilizes the opponent's own strength, rebounding it back at them with amplified force. However, when wielded by a master like Yoo Song, whose strength and experience were unparalleled, the skill was elevated to a completely different level of power and execution. This perfected technique, a perfect fusion of offense and defense, was known as the martial art of a hero. Back in the present, Arceus tells a captivated Jerong and Serum that this story is likely well known among humans, and recounts the tale's simple ending: the hero finally defeated the monster. But Arceus reveals the true conclusion. Facing the overwhelming strike of the hero, he now calls Jerong's father. The monster inside of him died completely, and explains that Song chose not to kill him, and from the moment he lost, his life was no longer his own. He clarifies that the official story, which claimed a rescue squad cleared the dungeon, was a ridiculous fabrication. Standing over the wreckage of his own creations, Song had been the sole victor, and the real story began after the fight. Elder Titans are a proud race who would rather die than bow to those they deem inferior. Yet, Arceus made the unprecedented decision to ask the humans for exile, willingly submitting himself to their judgment. Serum recalls the event, remembering how the entire world was shocked by the powerful being's surrender. She notes that he was eventually issued citizenship, a decision helped by the fact that he hadn't actually killed anyone during his rampage. As penance for his crimes, Arceus was tasked with working in the equipment development department, putting his master craftsmanship to use. She is stunned, realizing the official history is completely different from the truth Arceus is revealing. He then turns his attention back to Jaryong, revealing that the very staff he holds was a weapon he forged to honor his father. Jaryong is shocked, having never heard this before, as his father had never asked for such a weapon, and recalls always thinking it was just a solid but plain staff, so unremarkable that even debt collectors left it behind. Argius chuckles, admitting the staff is only good for hitting people with blunt force, just as it appears. Serum's ears perk up at the mention of debt, adding another layer of mystery to Jaryong's past. Leaning in, Argius says the reason for the staff's simple nature is obvious, something Jaryong should already know, and poses a critical question that leaves him speechless. Did your father even use a staff like that as his weapon? Argius reveals the staff was merely the handle for a grand axe he was creating, waiting for Song to bring the materials for the blade. However, he lost communication with him, flashing to an image of his father, withered and poisoned in a hospital bed. Unable to leave his forge, Argius could only send the incomplete handle to Song's home. The Elder Titan laments that, for reasons he doesn't know, he will never be able to complete the weapon for his father. A new determination fills him as he looks at Jaryong, and holds out his massive hand and says, "Give me the incomplete weapon." Argius makes a grand promise. He will finish the weapon, forging a masterpiece not for the father, but for the son. In the next scene, an elevator dings open in a pristine hallway of a Jinsong group facility. Jaryong and Serum step out as they have just concluded their meeting with the master blacksmith, Argius. Concerned after the intense confrontation, Serum cautiously asks him how he's feeling. He casually rolls his neck, remarking that he feels fine, and that it seems like Argius was making sure everything was fine on the last one too. Back in the underground forge, he holds the handle of the old weapon, and tells them that forging his masterpiece will take time and patience, as true art cannot be rushed. Later that night, Serum contacts Jaryong, asking if he has time to meet on the upcoming Wednesday holiday. She proposes they study for the written portion of the transfer test together, an idea he readily agrees to. As they walk, he begins to ask a question about her family. However, she interrupts him, still starstruck that his father was the legendary adventurer who cleared the Argius dungeon, and innocently asks if his father is resting in the hospital after retiring, which causes Jaryong to fall silent. Realizing she's touched a nerve, he tells her he needs some time alone and heads off. Later, in her luxury car, Serum begins researching the history of the Argius raid. She pulls up the official case summary, which states that the Gaebyuk attack squad successfully captured the dungeon's owner, Argius. Recalling what she learned in school, she starts to doubt the official story, knowing Argius's own account contradicts it, and considers the possibility that the 5 legendary adventurers from the Gaebyuk squad stole credit from another adventurer. Though it's hard to believe, she reasons that a powerful being like Argius would have no reason to lie. Considering Jaryong's incredible skills, she finds it plausible that his father was also a person of immense power. Realizing that events inside dungeons are often shrouded in mystery, she remembers a famous historical incident. Her search leads her to an article about the infamous fake dragon slayer, Yoo Song, a once skilled adventurer who was ultimately disgraced. She reads in horror that all of his accomplishments were proven to be the result of false accounts and blackmail, a case allegedly revealed by Yoo Song himself. The article confirms that while he was initially credited with defeating Argius, the claim was later disproven, and the victory attributed to the Gaebyuk attack squad. Stunned by the conflicting information, Serum grapples with the dark implications surrounding Jaryong's father when a new message arrives. It's an announcement that her practical test scores for the midterm have been released, snapping her out of her investigation. Meanwhile, at the Warrior High Dungeon Raid Department, teachers are reviewing the midterm results. A new magic instructor, Sia, apologizes to instructor for making him work over the weekend. Instructor Kang reassures her that it's his duty to review the performance of the first-year students. Miss Cho slumps in her chair, overwhelmed by the high level of the students, which far exceeds her own time at the school. She asks Kang if he ever expected a particular student to take first place in the practical exam, Donnie, and he admits that the result was definitely not something that could have been easily predicted. Back in her car, Serum stares at her phone in disbelief. Among the Warrior High first years, there are 3 recognized geniuses. Coincidentally, all 3 are half-bloods. The first is the renowned Diav Choi Bai. He inherited the swordsmanship of his white-class adventurer father and the magical prowess of his elven mother, making him a perfect magic swordsman. The second genius is Serum's cousin and rival, Anisha Esker Serum. Despite being a half-blood, her mana pool and control far exceed most full-blooded elves, putting her on the path to becoming a grand magician. The third prodigy is a boy born between a human and a dwarf, a combination that grants him unique physical gifts. He possesses the raw strength and durability of a dwarf combined with the flexibility and reflexes of a human. This prodigy is Tyr Velkason, whose Korean name is Seok Kyeolkong, the surprising first-place winner of the midterm. Back at the school, Instructor Kang clarifies that he isn't suspicious of Kyeolkong's capabilities, acknowledging he's on par with the other 2 geniuses. Miss Cho expresses her surprise, noting that first place usually goes to one of the cliques led by the other prodigies. Kang reasons that his solo performance likely earned him bonus points, and adds that pure physicality isn't his only asset. She admits that she's worried for him, believing he has the talent to be a great leader but isn't living up to his potential, and laments that he seems to have no interest in getting to know his classmates, always remaining isolated. His intimidating presence has made him an outcast, with students from every department too scared to approach him. Reflecting on the importance of teamwork, Instructor Kang hopes that he finds a friend who can understand him, though he's unsure who that might be. When he tells her not to worry so much, Miss Cho is surprised. As he gathers his papers, he wisely notes that teachers often miss what's truly going on with their students. He understands her concern but offers some sage advice for the new instructor, and smiles, suggesting that if she believes in him instead of just worrying, the boy will surely figure things out for himself. 4 days later, on a Wednesday morning, the scene shifts to a bustling city street. 2 delinquents walk down the street, one of them complaining loudly about a girl. Suddenly, the loud-mouthed punk bumps into someone, spilling his drink everywhere. He spins around angrily, ready for a fight with whoever ran into him. But he freezes in horror when he comes face to face with the incredibly imposing figure of Kyeolkong. His massive frame towers over the punk as he looks down with a blank, intimidating expression. Instead of getting angry, however, he simply bows slightly and apologizes, explaining he was lost in thought. Terrified, the bully frantically apologizes before he and his friend flee the scene. Kyeolkong just dusts off his shirt, completely oblivious to the fear he inspires in others. Missing his mother, he wonders why is he so unlucky. As a child, he would listen intently as she described Korean delicacies like tteokbokki. His mother was a renowned adventurer famous for her accomplishments in Northern Europe. She often told her son stories about her home country, which fostered a deep admiration for Korean culture within him. Thanks to his natural talent, he was able to pursue his dream of coming to Korea, and passed the special transfer test and entered the prestigious Warrior High. The only problem was that, despite his immense power, the boy was extremely introverted. In the classroom, he wanted to talk to his classmates but was too shy to initiate conversation. He worried constantly about his Korean pronunciation and feared being made fun of. His brooding appearance was misinterpreted as threatening, causing his classmates to fear him and deepening his isolation. When students thought he was glaring at them for being too loud, they would quickly apologize and scurry away. This always left Kyeolkong completely confused, wondering what he did wrong to scare them off. By the end of the first semester, his crippling shyness and intimidating presence had unintentionally turned him into a lone wolf. Back in the present, he decides to try one of the cultural experiences his mother told him about, going to a PC bank. He stands outside, ready to finally try and connect with the culture his mother so admires. Remembering his mother's stories of playing games and eating with friends, he steals his resolve and heads inside. So he enters the building. And just as he's wondering how to use the automated kiosk, a group of students walks in behind him. He fumbles with the unfamiliar interface, trying to figure out the member login system, and nervously glances over his shoulder at the group waiting behind him, feeling the pressure mount. Embarrassed and realizing he's holding up the line, he decides to leave, figuring there's no point being there alone anyway. And just as he's turning to go, a voice tells him that he's at the wrong machine. The stranger explains that the machine is for charging an account, and registration is done elsewhere. He turns to see a smiling Jaryong, our main protagonist, who kindly offers to show him how to get set up. Jaryong patiently walks the flustered Cheokong through the simple process of registering for an account. And after explaining the registration, he shows the shy giant how to pay and log in, making the process as easy as possible for him. The grateful Cheokong thanks him for the help, and with a sigh of relief, Jaryong tells him to just have fun. He internally questions Cheokong's background, finding it odd that someone who speaks perfect Korean has never been to a PC bang before. Growing impatient, he checks his phone to find a flurry of apologetic and frustrated texts from a very late Serum. Regretting his decision, he laments that he should have gone to the black market first, instead of waiting around for her. His thoughts drift to a mysterious, unidentified black box he found alongside the royal jelly, and remembers that even the broker was unaware of the object's purpose when they first opened the chest. While waiting, he recalls examining the strange item at home, noting its smooth texture but having no clue about its function, and decides to get the box appraised later, wisely choosing to avoid drawing attention by selling any other items from the high-profile Imperial Wasp mission for now. For immediate cash, he considers selling the Enkil's blood artifact, a relic from one of the Eigar jungle's 3 great disasters. The narration explains the legendary status of Enkil, the tyrant of the land, a creature that has terrorized the jungle for decades. Countless elite attack squads have been sent to hunt the beast, only to be utterly annihilated. To this day, not a single expedition has ever succeeded in conquering the monstrous serpent. The most any of them have ever recovered are a few scales and a minuscule amount of its blood, with the government officially forbidding any further attempts to hunt and kill. Any related items, like the one Jaryong now possesses, have become priceless. Serum's tardiness has completely thrown off his entire day's schedule, which involved meeting her before visiting the black market. Cheokong awkwardly approaches him, explaining that he's sitting next to him because it's the only spot left. Unbothered, he tells him it's fine, as he isn't expecting anyone else to join him anyway. He successfully logs into the computer with the gamertag Stelone 1202. The prodigy seems underwhelmed, internally noting that the PC bang offers no special games and that his home computer is far more powerful. Jaryong notices the game Cheokong has launched and lets out a surprised "huh." To his surprise, Jaryong recognizes the game, Heroes of Chaos, and points out that they're both around the same rank. Jaryong prefaces his offer by saying he can decline, explaining that his usual gaming partners are offline. Seeing a fellow high-ranked player, he casually invites the shy giant to play a ranked match together. The scene shifts to the Scars, desolate regions within Seoul that were abandoned after the cataclysm. These zones were once entire cityscapes, completely annihilated during the initial Adhesion event when monsters first appeared. While many areas have been rebuilt over the years, the lands closest to active dungeons remain in untouched ruins. These buffer zones serve a strategic purpose, acting as a secondary line of defense in case monsters breach the massive walls surrounding the dungeons. However, a new status quo has been established over the last 2 decades. At a heavily guarded gate, an operator grants a vehicle permission to enter the restricted zone. The narration clarifies that monster breaches have become incredibly rare in recent years. Instead, the traffic through these gates is now dominated by special vehicles designed for transporting captured monsters. Inside one such transport, a guard complains about the monotony of his job. His partner, a woman with an eye patch, listens as he laments that while his friends are out earning fortunes hunting monsters, he's stuck on boring transport duty. The woman, Jo Yena, a retired gold-class adventurer, bluntly tells him to quit and return to the field if he dislikes his job so much. She then turns the question back on her partner, a former bronze-class adventurer who is perfectly healthy, and ruthlessly breaks down his situation. He's here because he's not skilled enough to form a party, and is worried about making money as an active adventurer. Struck by the harsh truth, he stammers that she didn't have to be so blunt, but she is clearly tired of his constant complaining. Suddenly, the The driver's expression shifts to one of alarm as he feels a jolt. The transport truck screeches to an abrupt halt. Chang-woo immediately fears the monster in their cargo has escaped, but Yena dismisses the possibility. Taking charge, she instructs him to report their stop to headquarters while she goes to investigate the vehicle. Cautiously, the veteran adventurer draws her weapon as she approaches the side of the transport truck. Inside the cab, a nervous Chang-woo relays the situation to headquarters as instructed. Not noticing a sudden splash of blood on the side view mirror, he muses that Yena could have been a top-tier ranker if not for her career-ending eye injury. A heavy thud from above the cab startles him out of his thoughts. The passenger door swings open, and a startled Chang-woo stammers, "Good work." But it's not Yena. A pale, scarred woman with unsettling yellow eyes cheerfully responds, "It was nothing." Looking down at Yena's unconscious body, the mysterious attacker remarks on her good reflexes, but correctly guesses there was a reason she was no longer an active adventurer. After reviewing the cargo manifest on a tablet, the woman sadistically grins and addresses the terrified driver. Seeing him frozen in terror, she menacingly asks what he's still doing there. With her eyes glowing red, she orders him to drive if he values his life. Meanwhile, back at the PC Bang, both celebrate a victory in their game. Their perfectly timed food order arrives, and Kyeol Kang happily comments on how good the PC Bang's cooking is. He remarks that he's surprised to learn they're the same age, clarifying that he's just commenting on his large physique. The conversation takes a turn when Jerong asks where he goes to school, causing the normally intimidating Kyeol Kang to blush and become evasive. Before he can answer, their friendly chat is interrupted by a violent tremor that shakes the entire building. Patrons inside the PC Bang panic, wondering if it's an earthquake or an explosion. Jaryong turns his attention to the commotion outside, a questioning look on his face. Outside, a crowd has gathered to stare at a shocking scene just down the street. A massive transport truck has crashed violently into a building, and onlookers speculate that the driver must have been drunk. While some suggest calling the authorities, most are content to just film the wreckage, assuming someone else has already made the call. Watching from a nearby rooftop, the attacker is on the phone, disappointed that she's being called back before the real chaos begins. She notes that adventurers will soon swarm the area, but she remains confident in her ability to escape undetected. As a huge gash is torn in the truck's container from the inside, she tells her contact not to worry. A terrifying, sharp-clawed hand bursts through the metal wall of the container. On the street below, the crowd stares up in horror as she reveals that she made sure to awaken every monster inside the transport. Monstrous creatures identified as horned horrors begin to climb out of the wrecked vehicle, their danger class determined by the number of horns they possess. The villain casually asks her contact about a bet they seem to have placed on the number of casualties. With a malevolent grin, she places her own bet, predicting the monsters will kill at least 100 people before help can arrive. Panic erupts as the civilians' morbid curiosity turns to sheer terror, and they scramble to escape the descending monsters. A terrified civilian finds himself cornered, his face a mask of pure fear as a monster grabs him. Another man can only scream in terror as a horned horror lunges, ready to tear him apart. But just as the monster strikes, a flash of blue energy passes through the civilians. Jaryong launches himself into the air, intercepting the monster's attack with a powerful kick. Unleashing his power, he lands a devastating blow, sending the horned horror reeling from the unexpected intervention. Monster crashes back on the ground. With the immediate threat handled, he stands his ground, ready for the next engagement. He turns to the civilians he just saved, questioning why they're still lingering in the danger zone, and shouts at them to run now. He recognizes the fleeing men, noting to himself that he's seen them around a few times, and calmly assesses his opponent, identifying it as a one-horned that shouldn't be too difficult to defeat. Suddenly, his eyes widen in alarm as a new, unexpected threat emerges from the chaos. A motorcycle comes flying through the air, thrown with incredible force directly at him. Showcasing his superhuman agility, he narrowly dodges the projectile. He lands with a dismissive "ha," unimpressed by the monster's crude attack. However, his confidence wavers as a more formidable two-horned horror appears, prompting a frustrated, "You've got to be kidding me." He immediately closes the distance and unleashes a powerful, energy-infused kick against the new enemy. After sending the beast stumbling back, he recalls key facts about the species, noting their short average lifespan. Nearby, the first monster he dispatched lies defeated on the ground, a testament to his efficiency. He knows that most of these creatures die before they're ever able to evolve and grow a second horn. However, a rare 8% of the population manages to grow a second horn, gaining powerful new abilities. This evolution grants them strength far beyond normal, transforming them into a much greater threat. He coolly analyzes the evolved monsters, confident he can handle their speed and power, but correctly identifies the real problem: their immense durability. Recalling his fight with the bodyguard Pilgu, he realizes these creatures are 3 to 4 times tougher than the veteran tanker. And looking at his empty status window, he laments his lack of proper adventuring equipment for the fight ahead. Undeterred, he faces down a charging horned horror and effortlessly evades the attack with a nimble, acrobatic flip. Landing perfectly, he's already preparing his next move against the beast. The imposing two-horned horned horror, a 3-star danger rank monster, stands amidst the rubble. Jaryong's focus sharpens as he scans his surroundings for anything he can use to his advantage. His eyes land on a fallen "Do Not Enter" sign and an idea begins to form. Without a moment's hesitation, Jerong rips the signpost from the ground, improvising a makeshift weapon. The horned horror barrels towards him, enraged and ready to strike. Jerong takes a low stance, channeling his power into the crude pole. He grips his new weapon tightly, preparing to meet the monster's charge. But instead of attacking him, the monster jumps over him, targeting something else. Jerong looks towards the civilians in shock, yelling, "What?" and witnesses as the monster lands near some civilians. The terrified men find themselves cornered by yet another horned horror, and one of them grabs the other, seeing him frozen. As the monster descends upon them, the significance of its danger rank becomes clear. While both 2- and 3-star monsters are dangerous, the gap in power between them is enormous. Ultimately, when it comes to sheer destructive power, both are monsters far beyond human comprehension. For any ordinary people caught in their path, slaughter is the only possible outcome. Even a skilled adventurer would struggle to face them without proper equipment or magical support. But as the monster's claw descends, it's revealed that there is one exception to this rule. Kong makes a heroic entrance, catching the horned horror's massive fist with his bare hand. He grits his teeth, and using his incredible strength, overpowers the beast, sending it flying backward with a single punch. He is revealed to be the best of the tankers, one who has pushed his inhuman physique to its absolute limit. The powerful horned horror is thrown across the street by his raw power. He analyzes the situation, knowing that while he can push the monster back, he can't actually damage it without any equipment. The monster gets up and starts screaming at him, to which he thinks to himself that it is starting to piss him off. Just as the monster is about to strike, Jerong intercepts, demanding, "Where the hell do you think you're looking at?" Using his signpost, he executes a flawless piercing attack he calls Needle, striking the monster's vital core. With a perfectly circular hole punched through its chest, the formidable horned horror collapses, defeated. Jerong casually slings his improvised weapon over his shoulder, having just dispatched a 3-star monster with a street sign. The two young men lock eyes, each one surprised and impressed by the other's unexpected power. Their brief moment is interrupted by a massive explosion from a nearby building, signaling that the monster threat is far from over. Jerong grimly observes the devastation, noting the incredible amount of damage the monsters have caused in just a single minute. Turning to his new acquaintance, he estimates it will take at least a few more minutes before any official rescue team arrives. Kong agrees, adding that since the attack was so unexpected, people are dying while they wait for help. Knowing what must be done, he begins to formulate a plan, and recalls a basic tanker skill, the taunting call, a high-frequency scream designed to draw the attention of all nearby monsters. As an aspiring adventurer, Kong resolves to use the skill to draw the entire horde to himself, buying time for civilians to escape. He starts to tell Jaryong to hide, but hesitates, unable to ask a boy he just met to risk his life alongside him. Kang reflects on how little they know each other, having only just met to play video games for a couple of hours. Before he can finish his thought, Jaryong cuts him off with a single direct order, scream, and confirms Kang is a tanker, and directly asks him to use his taunt ability to attract the monsters. When Kang protests that it's too dangerous, he calls his bluff, pointing out that he was planning to do it alone anyway. Kang is taken aback, touched by Jaryong's words and the realization that he doesn't have to face the danger by himself, and offers a rare compliment telling him that he's good at games, especially at playing the protector role. He also admits to himself that he's unexpectedly started acting like a true adventurer, and it doesn't feel as bad as he thought. Remembering his father's heroic legacy, he decides that if he's going to act like an adventurer, he's going to give it his all. Telling him there's no more time to chat, Jaryong stands shoulder to shoulder with his new partner and says, "Let's go." Amidst the chaos of a citywide monster attack, a convenience store lies in ruins. Hiding under a checkout counter, a terrified civilian trembles as the battle rages just outside. His hiding spot proves useless as a monstrous horned horror discovers him while holding up another employee's body. Kang gets ready to unleash his power, activating a taunting ability that draws the attention of all nearby monsters. Dropping the lifeless body, the monster moves towards the defenseless girl on the ground. But fortunately for her, Kang delivers an intense taunt, vibrating the air itself. The taunt ripples through the city block and takes full effect, its energy wrapping around a horned horror's head and compelling it to focus solely on him. The saved civilian can only watch as the monster ignores her completely, its attention now fixed elsewhere. Observing from a nearby rooftop, the mysterious silver-haired woman is puzzled by this sudden turn of events. She stands wondering what it was. On the street below, after using his skill, and with his taunt now fully active, he braces himself for the inevitable onslaught. The entire horde of horned horrors responds to his call, stampeding through the streets towards their new singular target. The monster twitches with aggression, pointing at the target. After getting the command from the higher horned monster, the underlings charge at him. Unfazed by the charging horde, he stands on his ground, bracing for impact. As one monster attacks him from a higher floor of the building, he blocks the attack using his forearm as a shield and concentrating blue energy into his fist. With a thunderous crash, he smashes the creature into the pavement, a clear demonstration of his overwhelming physical prowess. A look of fierce determination crosses his face as he continues his battle against the endless swarm. He soon finds himself completely surrounded by the relentless horde and readies himself to go another round. From a distance, a more powerful, two-horned variant of the horned horror observes the battle with intelligence. Just then, Jaryong makes his dramatic entrance, leaping from a high-rise building with a street sign ripped from the ground as his weapon. He lands with a powerful impact, ready to support his new ally in the fight, and quickly assesses the battlefield, noting with concern that two of the monsters are the stronger, two-horned variants. His attention is then drawn to a crashed truck, where he spots several monsters engaged in a bizarre activity. To his horror, he realizes the horned horrors are systematically collecting the bodies of their victims and loading them into the truck. He now understands why the streets seem to have so few casualties despite the scale of the attack. The bodies were being taken. Without giving him much time, the two horned ones jump at him, initiating their attack. Jaryong prepares for battle, realizing this is far more than just a random monster outbreak, and concludes that facing this organized horde with their usual methods is a losing strategy. Previously, Kang concurred, pointing out that as two close-range fighters without proper gear or support, they're at a massive disadvantage. He worried that in their current state, they might actually hinder each other more than help. That's why they formulate a new plan. Kang will use his tanking abilities to hold the attention of the weaker monsters, and Jaryong assigns himself the role of damage dealer, vowing to take on the stronger, two-horned beasts. He immediately engages a monster, using his makeshift pole to expertly hit its upper body. After striking a horned horror, he notes that the road sign pole is significantly weaker than his custom weapon, and laments that if he had his proper weapon, the Yu staff of Argius, this fight would have been over in an instant. He acknowledges the severe limitations of fighting with what is essentially a simple aluminum and iron alloy pole. Despite the handicap, he leaps back into the fray, adapting his fighting style on the fly, and resolves to make do with what he has, telling himself he's starting to get a grasp on this new way of fighting. His mind flashes back to his bout with Zeke, recalling how his opponent's seemingly weak attacks were deceptively effective, and realizes Zeke's strategy wasn't about overwhelming power, but about slowly and methodically wearing down an opponent. Applying this newfound insight, he faces an attacking horned horror not with force, but with finesse. Instead of blocking, he deflects the monster's blow, redirecting its momentum with minimal effort, hitting it on the face. He ducks and weaves through the storm of attacks, conserving his energy and fighting smarter. Knowing that he's in a life-or-death situation where even the smallest mistake will be his last, he tightens his grip, ready to turn this desperate fight into a valuable learning experience. As he lands a precise strike, he understands that just as he grew stronger through adversity before, he must do the same. And with a grim smile, embraces the challenge, viewing it as a crucial opportunity for growth. His attacks find their mark, each blow a step towards becoming stronger in the face of overwhelming odds. With that, he unleashes a wide, sweeping attack with his makeshift weapon, hitting the enemy's lower body, sending it flying off the ground as the other one charges towards him. Remembering Zeke's superior dodging technique, he manages to copy the same movement, allowing him to dodge all of the slashes from enemy. He acknowledges that Zeke was the first truly powerful opponent he had faced since his father, and the lessons from that defeat are now invaluable. Drawing upon the experience of fighting a master, he prepares to unleash the fourth skill he learned from observing his father, and executes Harpoon Rain, a devastating flurry of rapid piercing thrusts that overwhelms his target. The powerful technique appears to finish off the two-horned monster in a single decisive volley. However, his victory is cut short as a hidden monster erupts and grabs his leg. Caught completely by surprise, he can only look down in shock at the unexpected attack. The monster brutally slams him into the ground, leaving him stunned and coughing up blood. As he struggles, the two-horned beast he had previously fought recovers and looms over him, turning the fight into a dire 2-versus-1. He grimly accepts the unfair odds, knowing he has no other choice but to fight. He reasons that the rules of fair combat don't apply when you're fighting monsters. And with a bloody and defiant smirk, he prepares to face the challenge. Just as the monsters move in for the kill, his teammate crashes the party, sending it flying with a powerful punch. Slumped on the ground, Jerong quips that having good team luck is a skill in and of itself. From a nearby building, onlookers watch in awe at the aftermath of the chaotic battle. One spectator records the scene, marveling at how Jerong and Kyeolkong defeated dozens of monsters without any proper equipment. The man filming, a college student named Cho Donggyun, proudly declares he's glad he stayed behind to witness and record the entire fight. His friend, however, teases him, pointing out that he was actually just too scared to run away with everyone else. The friend, Kim Chang-hyun, wonders aloud who the two mysterious young fighters could possibly be. Analyzing the sheer number of defeated monsters, they speculate that the duo must be gold-ranked adventurers or super rookies from the prestigious Warrior High. Eager to capitalize on their exclusive footage, one guy asks the other to quickly make a thumbnail so they can upload the video immediately. He agrees, confident that their video is destined to get millions of views before the official news breaks. Down on the street, an exhausted Kyeolkong catches his breath, remarking that the official rescue squad is taking longer than he expected. He looks over the battlefield, proud that he and Jerong managed to defeat the entire horde of horned horrors by themselves. Just as Kyeolkong is having his heroic moment, Jerong's voice cuts in, comically interrupting his cool demeanor. Completely spent from the battle, he sits on the ground and asks his new partner for a hand. Kyeolkong grabs his hand, cementing their newfound partnership. As he helps him to his feet, Jerong admits that he is definitely not okay. Despite likely having a few fractures, he casually remarks that his injuries aren't as bad as he was expecting. Kong, filled with admiration, tells him it was amazing how he managed to defeat the two most powerful monsters. Jerong humbly corrects him, saying he took care of 9 monsters, but he insists his were only the weaker 2-star variants. Changing the subject, Kong suddenly asks a question that catches the secretive Jerong completely off guard. Where do you go to school? He explains that he'd heard Korean schools weren't impressive, but Jerong's incredible skill proves that rumor to be false. Assuming his power could only come from one place, Kong concludes that he must also be a student at Warrior High. Jerong asks him how many students his age at Warrior High are stronger than him. Trying to maintain his cover, he deflects the question, vaguely stating that he hasn't gotten close to anyone, and that his test results don't reflect his true skill, and estimates his own power level to be somewhere in the middle of his class, leaving Jerong to worry that he might have undersold his abilities and could get rejected from Warrior High. He quickly changes the topic, turning their attention to the last remaining threat. A lone horned horror stands ominously on the truck container, seemingly unfazed by the battle. They realize this is the only monster that wasn't affected by the taunt skill, and suspect that there's more to it. Jerong clarifies that the horned horror on the roof isn't what's special. He directs Kong's gaze towards the ground, where the bodies of civilians were before, and theorizes that the true danger is whatever is still hiding inside the crashed monster transport truck. Kong agrees they should keep an eye on the truck, confident they can handle another single-horned monster. Suddenly, a powerful force erupts from within the truck's container, catching them both by surprise. The two heroes watch in shock as the source of the commotion is revealed, grabbing the one-horned horror. It tries to escape, but the creature inside violently pulls it in the container. Jerong looks on with grim realization, wondering if the creature is cannibalizing the other monster inside. This situation reveals a critical lesson on horned horror biology and their tribal social structure. Standard tribes are led by a 2-horned chief, who acts as a parent to a small horde of about 10 wives. These tribes combine to reproduce and increase their numbers, but their growth is naturally limited. Being at the bottom of the dungeon food chain, horned horrors are kept in check by stronger predators. But on rare occasions, a mutant defies the odds and evolves, developing a 3rd horn. This 3-horned variant is not just a chief of a small tribe, but a king that leads a massive army of hundreds, if not thousands. Emerging from the ruined truck is one such king, a far greater threat than anything they've faced. The new foe is identified as a horned horror, Rex, with a terrifying estimated danger rank of 5 stars. The Rex locks its glowing red eyes onto its new prey, without a moment's hesitation. In a blur of motion, the Rex unleashes a devastating attack, causing our guys to separate while dodging. It moves too fast for even Jerong to react. He uses the unstopping technique to block it momentarily, but the impact is too strong, shattering his makeshift weapon with a single punch. He is sent reeling, coughing up blood from the brutal strike. The Rex follows up with a powerful kick, but Kong intercepts the monster, attempting to use his incredible strength to hold it back. However, the Rex's power is absolute, and it easily stops his charge. Kong's eyes widen in disbelief as he is completely overpowered. The Rex effortlessly lifts the massive tanker off his feet. With a terrifying display of strength, the monster prepares to slam him into the ground. The impact is catastrophic, shattering the pavement and creating a massive crater. The narrator notes that while both boys were geniuses, they lacked the one thing they needed most: time. Though they were destined for greatness, they were still just boys on a rooftop, bloodied and beaten. In their current, underdeveloped states, they were no match for their opponent. Even with all their resolution, courage, and strength, the gap in experience and growth was simply too great to overcome. Struggling to stand, Jerong weakly pleads with the monster to stop. The horned horror Rex ignores his plea and charges forward for the finishing blow. Its claws strike true, impaling Jerong in a seemingly fatal attack. But just as it savors its victory, the Rex pauses, sensing something is wrong. It looks down in confusion, not understanding what it's feeling. A sinister, dark purple energy suddenly erupts from behind, enveloping the monster. The scene flashes to the present day, showing Yoo Song lying frail in a hospital bed. The narration reveals that before his tragic downfall, very few people knew the truth about the legendary dragon slayer. Back on the battlefield, the horned horror Rex turns to face the source of the strange power. Jaryong stands once more, his body now cloaked in a violent, crackling purple aura. The chapter concludes with the revelation that no one in the world knows exactly what legacy Yoo Song left behind for his son. The chapter opens with a flashback to a pivotal press conference 11 years ago, setting the stage for a world-changing revelation. A scarred and beleaguered man, undoubtedly an older Yoo Song, steps forward to make a stunning public confession, and declares his intention to admit to all his past mistakes and formally ask the public for their forgiveness. In the present, Serum sighs as she watches a recording of this world-shaking event, clearly troubled by its implications. The narrative clarifies this is 12 hours before the recent monster attack, with Serum stuck in a state of deep confusion over what she has uncovered. For the past 2 days, she has been obsessively reviewing the infamous fake Dragon Slayer case, in which Yoo Song was accused of taking false credit for his accomplishments. She seriously considers the possibility that Yoo Jaryong's legendary father was framed for crimes he never actually committed. She finds the motive confusing, wondering why anyone would target a hero who had already lost his powers, especially when so many adventurers coveted his top spot. However, the part of the story that truly baffles her is how the entire situation was officially handled. Her research reveals the shocking truth that the case against Song was built upon a mountain of forged reports and accounts from supposed victims. Despite the gravity of the allegations, public opinion at the time was split, and he still retained a significant amount of support from those who believed in him. Serum muses that if she were in his position, she would have resisted the false claims until the very end. But instead, Yoo Song did the unthinkable. He not only refused to fight back, but publicly acknowledged all the allegations against him. After the press conference, even his most ardent supporters turned their backs on him, and overnight, the hero became known as a fake and a liar. But why did he do that? She wonders aloud, recognizing that confessing to the charges would only be pouring oil on a fire. As she examines the footage more closely, she notices something peculiar about Song's facial expression during the press conference. She intuits that rather than feeling wronged, he looked as though he had simply accepted his fate, hinting at a much deeper, hidden motive. Her investigation then takes an even more shocking turn. Serum discovers that Yoo Song's official records state he has no family, which directly contradicts the existence of his son, Jaryong, and speculates that either Jaryong isn't his biological son, or more likely that they simply aren't registered as family on paper. A chilling realization dawns on her. Yoo Song must have acknowledged the false allegations as a sacrifice to protect Jaryong from some unknown threat. Back in the present, a previously unconscious Jaryong stands cloaked in a mysterious and powerful purple aura. With his eyes glowing, he is completely unaware of what's happening, his body moving on pure instinct. The horned horror Rex's rushes towards him at an incredible speed, shattering the ground where it steps. Amidst the chaos and confusion, Jaryong is certain of only one thing. His body can move. Nothing more and nothing less. That's all he needed to know. Acting purely on instinct, he meets the monster's attack head-on with a supercharged punch, knowing only that he is able to fight back. The horned horror Rex reels back, its face twisted in shock and pain from the completely unexpected counterattack. Jaryong immediately presses his advantage, his fist crackling with untamed purple energy as he prepares to strike again. He unleashes a blindingly fast flurry of blows, a newly awakened technique he instinctively calls harpoon rain. The relentless assault pummels the monster's armored face, driving it back with overwhelming force. Jaryong moves with inhuman speed, effortlessly dodging a powerful counterattack from the beast, being able to see each attack from the monster as it sends slashes for energy towards him. He easily dodges them, but Rex sneaks up from behind of one of his energy blasts, going for a close attack. And gathering all his might delivers a kick, sending shockwaves all around. But its red aura instantly vanishes, giving it a surprise. Jaryong, now appearing darker and completely enveloped in the purple aura, starts to rotate, gathering his strength. Channeling all of the monster's downward momentum against it, he instinctively unleashes his father's signature counter skill, Swell. The sheer force of the blow sends the horned horror flying, shattering the side of a nearby building upon impact. He catches his breath for a moment, knowing full well that he hasn't defeated the beast just yet. However, he realizes that his last two precise attacks have successfully managed to create a weakness in its defense. The horned horror stumbles back to its feet, clearly dazed and disoriented from the powerful blow to its chin. Confident in this awakened state, Jaryong readies himself to exploit the opening and finish the fight. But just as he prepares to attack, the mysterious purple power abruptly vanishes from his body. The last vestiges of his power-up fade away, leaving him vulnerable. The horned horror, though heavily damaged, recovers with a furious roar, sensing its opponent's weakness. As all the energy instantly leaves Jaryong's body, leaving him utterly exhausted and exposed. Seizing the opportunity, the monster barrels forward, launching a final, decisive strike. Just as Rex is about to land the killing blow on the defenseless Jaryong, it notices a truck flying towards it. As the truck hits its target, the narration explains that there's a fundamental reason why adventurers are divided into different roles. Kong perfectly embodies the role of the tanker, whose duty is to absorb immense punishment and hold the line. Penetrating the truck, Rex moves towards him at an astounding speed, leaving a trail of energy behind. As it attacks with an immense killing intent, gritting his teeth, Kang absorbs the full force of the brutal kick, refusing to fall. A tanker's solemn duty is to stand firm until the very end, even if their body breaks down, to protect their allies. He faces the monster head-on, his courageous stand creating the perfect opening for his damage dealer. Battered but not broken, Kong's selfless sacrifice has successfully created a crucial opportunity. With that split-second chance, it's now up to the damage dealer to act, and use that fleeting opening to deal the greatest attack possible. The monster roars in frustration, realizing too late that it has been baited into a trap. Jaryong, mustering the very last of his strength, delivers a thunderous uppercut crackling with blue energy. The blow connects perfectly, shattering the monster's jaw and fulfilling his role in duty as a damage dealer. As the dust settles, the monstrous creature lies defeated. And as Kong helps a wounded Jaryong to his feet, the official report begins to circulate. A vehicle transporting captured monsters was stolen. The incident resulted in dozens of civilian casualties, a grim reality of the battle they just survived. As the official response team finally arrives, the two exhausted boys share a moment of hard-earned comical relief, saying the help came at the perfect time. The shocking news of the unprecedented monster attack spread like wildfire across the world. But along with the tragedy, the incredible story of the two mysterious young heroes who saved the day also went viral. Across town, the broker stares at the footage on his phone, utterly dumbfounded to see Jaryong at the center of the world-shaking news. The chapter opens with a flashback to a tranquil courtyard, where a young Jaryong cries out in pain from a small scrape on his foot. His father, the legendary Yoo Song, tends to the wound while the young Jaryong begs him to stop. He firmly refuses, lecturing his son on the importance of properly treating even the smallest of injuries, and explains that ignoring a minor wound because of the sting could lead to it worsening later, a lesson Jaryong takes to heart. Looking at his powerful father, the young boy worries about how much he must bleed and asks if it hurts when he fights monsters. Song candidly admits that it does hurt and that he gets scared, just like anyone else would. He tells his son he does his best to hide his pain, because if he fails at his job, other people will get hurt instead. Jaryong's narration reveals that as a child, his one dream was to grow up and be just like his heroic father. The young boy looks up at his father with pure admiration, declaring his ambition to be just like him. However, even as a child, he instinctively knew something was off, causing him to trail off mid-sentence. Though he couldn't explain why, he sensed that his father didn't truly want him to become an adventurer. Jaryong recalls the deep regret and sorrow in his father's voice whenever he encouraged him to find a different path in life. He reflects that this unspoken sadness from his father is perhaps the reason he never pursued that path. He never directly asked his father why, holding on to the simple hope that he would one day understand, and always believed that when he grew up, his father would finally tell him the reason. But as a vision of his father's current, weakened state appears, the narration turns grim. He sadly concludes the memory, realizing he can no longer ask his father for the truth. The scene shifts to the present, as a heavily bandaged Jaryong slowly awakens in a hospital room. His vision is blurry as he struggles to regain consciousness after the brutal battle with the horned horror Rex. With a sense of weary familiarity, he mutters that this nostalgic feeling must mean he's in the hospital again. The figure asks him if he aimed those words at him. He is surprised to find someone sitting next to him. Zeke's voice cuts through his confusion, explaining he only passed out because he had finally resolved himself during their last duel. He is stunned to see the high-ranking elf sitting at his bedside and questions his presence. As he tries to sit up in alarm, Zeke calmly instructs him to refrain from moving for the time being, and explains that while his healing was successful, Jaryong's injuries were so severe he should have been in a coma. He advises him to focus on recovery, as he has much to prepare for in the coming month. Before offering his thanks, Jaryong tells Zeke he has a question he needs to ask. Zeke anticipates his question, confirming that he did know his father and that they had worked together in the past. With a fast, swift motion, he lifts his arm, making the elf think he is attacking. But in an unexpected move, he grabs the apple from his hand, offering a thank you. Completely bewildered by the calm gesture, Jaryong asks if he thought he was going to be attacked. The high ranker admits to himself that this collected response was not the reaction he was expecting at all. Jaryong calmly states that all he wanted to know was whether Zeke knew his father. He shrewdly observes that Zeke's noticeably different demeanor implies their relationship was more than just a professional one. Having made his point, he quietly agrees to listen to whatever Zeke came to tell him. A flash of Jaryong's darker instincts reveals the violent, taunting questions he could have asked if he were a different person. Zeke, trying to gauge his reaction, sheepishly asks how his acting was. He admits he was trying to sound realistic and apologizes if his feigned indifference seemed too personal. Zeke confesses that he was actually expecting a much more emotional reaction upon hearing about his connection to his father. Jaryong coolly replies that if he had come 3 years earlier, he would have gotten the emotional outburst he was looking for. He recalls a time when he was consumed by a burning rage, relentlessly training to get revenge on those who destroyed his father's life. Noting the peeled chili peppers on the plate, Zeke asks what caused him to change his mind. Jaryong explains that rather than changing his mind, he simply matured and learned to prioritize more important things. He pragmatically points out that with his current skills, he isn't even strong enough to beat Zeke, let alone get revenge. His new priority is far more practical, making enough money to pay his father's hospital bills until a cure is found. Tossing away his apple core, he resolves that no matter how long it takes, he will do whatever is necessary. With a look of cold determination, Jaryong vows to plow through anyone who dares to stand in his way. Zeke reassures him that he has no intention of interfering and is simply there to ask a few questions. He then drops his first bombshell, asking him why he isn't legally registered as Yoo Song's child. Zeke's second question cuts even deeper, demanding to know who took care of him after his father's tragic downfall. Jaryong calmly replies, claiming his father raised him alone and kept his identity a secret to protect him from his many enemies. He concludes his story by stating that he grew up alone, a revelation Zeke appears to accept. Changing the subject, Zeke asks if he is familiar with the name Duganawig, to which Jaryong states that he does not, and asks where is that person from. Zeke corrects him, gravely stating that Duganawig is not a person, but the official name of the world-ending dragon. Jaryong gets a shock as Zeke delivers the stunning news that this dragon is the source of his father's poison. The history lesson begins as Zeke reveals that the world's most ancient and dangerous elder dragon continues to exist to this day. For decades, The very name dragon has been a source of fear for people around the world. He recounts that shortly after the adhesion, humanity built massive walls with the aid of otherworlders to protect themselves. As the quality of adventurers rapidly improved, dungeons and monsters were no longer considered a threat to humanity's survival. However, there were always exceptions to these rules, beings that defied all expectations. Some creatures, like dragons, were powerful enough to shatter the very walls built to keep them out. Zeke defines dragons as a species that is stronger, smarter, and far more cunning than any other. While hostility from higher races toward humans wasn't rare, dragons were on another level entirely. They were considered the most dangerous threat because their ambitions went beyond simple destruction. Rather than hatred, dragons viewed humanity as a resource to be subjugated, ruled, and extracted from. According to Zeke, their greatest mistake was underestimating humanity's potential and resilience. He explains that the dragons expected humans to die off naturally while struggling against the dungeons. Once human society inevitably collapsed, and all law and order disappeared. The dragons planned to descend and play God, offering protection in exchange for absolute servitude. Jerong smirks, wryly commenting that humanity should thank the dragons, as their threat spurred the evolution of adventurers. Zeke continues, explaining that when their plan for a passive takeover failed, the dragons resorted to direct threats to showcase their power. And it was at that critical moment, he declares, that his father appeared to challenge the draconic threat. With superior strategy and unwavering determination, he became the first adventurer to prove that dragons were defeatable. The news that a human had defeated a dragon spread like wildfire across the globe, fundamentally changing the world. Jerong assumes this is when the dragons went into hiding, but Zeke quickly corrects him. The elf clarifies that the dragons didn't retreat. They simply changed their strategies, and warns that dragons are incredibly sly and possess the ability to change their appearance at will. Once they realized they couldn't conquer humanity with brute force, they began to secretly integrate themselves into society. Zeke explains that this information is highly classified, and he's only sharing it because Jerong is Yoo Song's son and an aspiring adventurer, and reveals that Duganawig is one of the dragon leaders and was the very target Song was hunting before he fell sick. Zeke then presents Jerong with a new path. If he can defeat Duganawig, he might be able to create an antidote for his father's poison, and makes a solemn promise. If Jerong dedicates himself to growing stronger, Zeke will personally create an opportunity for him to kill the dragon. Recovering in a sunlit hospital room after Zeke's shocking revelation, Jerong is still processing the news. Zeke presents him with a business card, explaining that the offer to hunt the dragon Duganawig isn't mandatory. He tells Jerong that if he doesn't trust him or feels unequal to the challenge, he can simply forget the conversation ever happened. He scoffs at the thought of refusal, but before he can accept, Zeke cuts him off. Though Jerong confirms he would never pass up a chance to save his father, Zeke has more to say. He clarifies that the decision isn't his to make, he must first prove his worth. The ultimatum is clear. For a chance at revenge and a cure, he must climb to the absolute top of the adventurer world. Zeke elaborates on the sly nature of dragons, who have secretly integrated themselves into human society, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, and dismisses simply exposing them, as they would just find new places to hide without being captured. Furthermore, once a dragon's identity is revealed, it only leads to widespread fear and mistrust among the populace. To prevent this chaos, he explains, their removal must be like a surgical strike, clean, quick, and precise. They must be eliminated in an instant before they get any chance to flee and hide again. He reveals that a specialized team has been preparing for years to capture Duganawig, and tells a stunned Jerong that this team is comprised of trustworthy and highly skilled adventurers, all capable of subjugating a dragon. However, he warns that if he is not strong enough to stand alongside them, there will be no spot for him, regardless of his desperation. In a mission to hunt a dragon, having someone who could drag the team down is an unacceptable risk. He grimly concludes that a weak link would not only mean failure, but would put everyone's lives in danger. Processing the high stakes, he asks how much time he has, assuming the elite team won't wait for him. Zeke admits they haven't located Duganowid yet, but expect to find him within 2 years, possibly sooner. With a final steely gaze, he assures him that once the team is ready, they will not be waiting for him. As he prepares to leave, he tells him that his opinion of him doesn't matter. Regardless of whether Jaryong trusts him, he offers one final promise before departing, and vows that, with or without Jaryong, he is going to hunt down the dragon Duganowid. Alone in his room, Jaryong contemplates the monumental task, a glimmer of real hope igniting within him for the first time in years. Overwhelmed by the sudden possibility of a cure for his father, he splashes water on his face, his hand trembling. His reaction isn't one of shock from the new information. Wiping his face, he realizes his feelings are not fear or worry about the quest ahead. It's not a fear of being unable to participate or concern over the path to revenge. Instead, as he collects himself, the true nature of his feelings becomes clear. With newfound resolve, he declares that he's going to make it onto that team, whatever it takes. His reaction is pure delight. After waiting so long without a sliver of hope, he finally has a chance to change his fate. For the first time in his life, a small flame of genuine excitement begins to build inside him. Just as he is processing his new motivation, a nurse enters his room, surprised to find him awake. She checks on him, asking if he's experiencing any pain in his newly rebuilt arm. The nurse cheerfully warns him that he's going to feel sore for a good while. He is shocked to learn from her that his arm had to be completely rebuilt from the bottom up. She explains that when he was rescued, his arm was in such critical condition that amputation was a real possibility. Thankfully, a high-ranking healer secretly Zeke participated in the surgery, allowing them to save and rebuild it. With his own condition clarified, he hesitantly asks the nurse about his friend, and inquires about the fate of Kyo Kong, who was with him during the monster attack. The nurse informs him that his friend's recovery rate was so incredible that he checked out the very same day he arrived. The news stuns him, making him realize he must have been unconscious for several days. Now, a starstruck fan, the nurse shyly asks if she can take a photo with the new hero. A confused Jaryong poses awkwardly as she snaps a celebratory selfie. Eager to leave, he stretches and asks if it's okay for him to check out now. The nurse agrees but warns him that leaving through the main doors might cause some trouble, and reveals that the entire hospital lobby is packed with reporters, all waiting for him. They're all trying to get an exclusive interview with the mysterious hero who saved the city. Confused as to why reporters are there, he learns he's become a viral sensation. The nurse excitedly shows him the video of his fight that has taken the internet by storm. The video, titled "Two Heroes Fighting Against the Monsters in Siocho," has millions of views and comments praising their bravery. She explains that the public has been incredibly curious about his identity, leading reporters to swarm the hospital for days. Before he can process his newfound fame, the nurse hands him a bag, saying his friend asked her to give it to him. The friend, obviously Serum, left instructions to use its contents to escape through the back and avoid exposing his identity. He correctly guesses the bag is from her, and that it's likely equipped with an identification disruption spell. However, instead of high-tech gear, he pulls out a simple and cheap climbing rope. With a sigh of resignation, he prepares for his undignified escape, and expertly rappels down the side of the hospital building to avoid the media circus at the front entrance. He lands clumsily, still feeling the effects of his injuries and the awkwardness of the situation. From the building, the nurse waves goodbye, telling him not to worry about the picture she took. Much to his annoyance, she cheerfully promises to wait until he becomes a famous adventurer before posting it online. A luxury car pulls up, and inside, Serum is waiting for him. He dryly asks if a rope was really his only option for an escape. He confirms he didn't want his identity revealed, and then curiously asks about a shopping bag in the car. She explains she brought him a change of clothes and a new phone, assuming his was broken in the fight. And when he sheepishly thanks her, Serum tells him to stop being so polite. As they drive off, she admits she's so shocked by recent events that she doesn't even know where to begin asking questions. She marvels that the monster attack started right in front of him and that he managed to take care of it so effectively. Jaryong nonchalantly brushes it off as his life being full of incidents and asks where they are headed. She admits that while he deserves a rest, they have no time to waste and must proceed with their plans today. When Jaryong points out he has clothes, she clarifies they need to get him proper measurements. She isn't talking about his hospital gown, but custom-fitted clothes for him to wear as an adventurer, and tells him that he should understand how lucky he is, revealing that she has arranged for the world's best tailor to create his new armor. She begins a lesson on the 3 main categories of adventurer armor, starting with the most basic, cloth, and explains that while cloth is easy to acquire, it offers the worst physical defense and can be torn with minimal force. However, its main advantage is the ease with which supportive spells can be cast on it, making it ideal for backline magicians and healers. Next, she discusses metal, a material whose toughness in combat is second to none. The primary drawback of metal armor, however, is its immense weight, which can severely hinder movement. Because of the high density of dungeon metals, only adventurers with incredible strength and stamina can withstand its sheer weight. She explains that the middle ground between cloth and metal is leather, which offers a balance of protection and mobility. She concludes her lesson by stating that leather is the best choice for close-range damage dealers like him. Having learned the hard way about the importance of equipment, he quietly agrees that he needs to start considering armor. Still perplexed by their victory, she asks him how he actually managed to defeat the boss monster. He casually deflects her question about the horned horrors, telling her to just watch the video a bystander recorded. She points out that the viral video is incomplete, as it only shows him taking down the weaker single and double-horned monsters. She reveals that the climactic battle against the 5-star variant was never recorded, surprising him, who hadn't realized its high rank. He flashes back to the fight, admitting to himself that the monster was too strong for him to even comprehend before it landed a fatal blow, and grimly concludes that even if he and Chio Kang had been perfectly prepared, they never would have been able to defeat it on their own. Jaryong is left to silently wonder about the mysterious purple power that erupted from his body and allowed him to win. Frustrated with his silence, she once again demands to know how he managed to defeat such a powerful monster. Unable to explain the strange power surge, he simply tells her he's not sure and that it just happened. Serum finds this hard to believe, retorting that even professional adventurers would need an entire team to defeat a 5-star monster. Sensing that he isn't lying, she marvels at the fact he actually beat the creature, even finding a moment to admire his new phone. She mutters to herself that geniuses are just on another level, leaving a confused Jaryong to question her comment. Serum warns him to be careful, as the media attention from the incident will make things very tiring for him from now on. She clarifies that it's more than just reporters. He and Chio Kang have become the center of the nation's attention. As an example, she shows him how Chio Kang, his identity now exposed, has been swamped with interviews and TV show offers for 4 straight days. He is surprised to learn that throughout the entire media frenzy, Chio Kang diligently avoided talking about him. She confirms this, explaining that he refused to share any details about his partner, not even a name, without permission. The scene flashes back to the aftermath of their victory, where a battered Jaryong leaned on Chio Kang and asked for a single favor. He had asked him to feign ignorance about the details of the fight if anyone asked what happened, and explained that he wanted to avoid having his identity exposed to the public at all costs. Remembering the request, a determined Chio Kang faithfully promised to keep his involvement a secret. Back in the present, a curious Serum asks when he and Chio Kang got so close, but he simply shrugs, saying he doesn't know. She advises him to lay low until the transfer test, while he reads a text from his manager, the broker, confirming his father is being cared for. As Jaryong texts the broker to arrange a meeting, he asks Serum why he needs to hide until the test. She sighs, explaining that the more she researches the Warrior High transfer test, the harder it seems to be, and reveals the daunting statistic that the pass rate for the last 5 years has been a mere 100 to 1. His casual dismissal of the odds angers Serum, stating that a lot of people must be taking the test just for the sake of it, and they are all people worse than her. After a brief, comical argument, They arrive at a luxurious building that will be their next stop. She concedes that from a pure skill standpoint, he is undoubtedly one of the best applicants. However, she asks him to consider a harsh reality. People who lack the necessary skills rarely attempt such a difficult test on their own. He starts to object, but quickly falls silent as he realizes the implication of her words. She confirms his unspoken thought, revealing that during the tests, applicants often team up with each other. She explains that the academy is now dominated by second-generation adventurers, the children of famous and influential parents. These well-connected parents often use their influence to arrange powerful parties for their children long before the test even begins. She delivers the final, damning piece of information. In the last 5 years, 100% of the applicants from these pre-formed parties have passed. She warns him that as a powerful but unknown solo applicant, he would immediately become the target of everyone else if his identity were exposed, and suggests using his newfound fame to get a special admission, but an unwavering Jaryong immediately shuts the idea down. With newfound determination, he states that knowing others have passed on their own is all the motivation he needs. He confidently declares his plan to simply beat all the other applicants and pass on his own, leaving her momentarily stunned. While Serum internally frets over his strange confidence, he simply asks where he can go to change out of his hospital gown. She directs him to a changing room and tells him to meet her back in the hallway when he's done. Serum waits for him at the reception desk of Atelier H, a prestigious custom tailor shop. She informs the receptionist that she has an appointment with the CEO, who recognizes her name. The receptionist politely asks her to wait a moment, while she places a call to the CEO's office. Suddenly flustered, the receptionist stammers an apology into the phone, sparking Serum's concern. After a brief, tense exchange, the receptionist hangs up the phone with a nervous expression and apologizes profusely, informing a shocked Serum that the CEO has an urgent event and has canceled their appointment. An aghast Serum protests, reminding the receptionist that she was explicitly told today was the only available day, and furiously rejects the offer of compensation, shouting that it's not about the money. She fumes that they desperately need the custom armor for the transfer test and can't afford a cancellation without a new date. As she argues, a calm, unfamiliar voice office remarks that she looks familiar. The newcomer struggles to recall Serum's name as a narration explains the modern sentiment that the current generation of adventurers is different. Narration elaborates that newer generations are able to reap the rewards of the sacrifices made by those who came before them. The first generation of adventurers risked their lives to develop strategies and techniques that are now common knowledge. And the true differentiator for the current generation, however, is the genetic and environmental advantages they were born with. Surviving first-generation adventurers started families, passing down everything they had to their children. This inheritance included not only innate talent, but also elite, high-level combat education from a very young age. As the narration questions who benefited most from this generational shift, Serum's eyes widen in sudden recognition. The stranger, identified as the 18-year-old Han Gaiyun, casually addresses Serum as a mere first-year student. A profile reveals Han Gaiyun is the current student president of Warrior High, and the prime example of the powerful new generation. A nervous Serum addresses Gaiyun as her senior, but she is quickly cut off and told to get straight to the point. She smirks, revealing that the CEO is her uncle, and she was the urgent event that forced him to cancel their appointment. Pretending to understand Serum's anger, she says she has thought of a genius idea to resolve the situation. She condescendingly proposes a lie. That Serum willingly yielded her appointment slot to her senior, and then offers a thank you, framing her power play as a mutually beneficial arrangement. Serum freezes, knowing full well the immense power and influence the student president of Warrior High wields. She is also acutely aware of the infamous and ruthless stories surrounding the girl named Han Gaiyun. Overwhelmed by the blatant power play, a stunned Serum is unable to formulate a response. Just then, a freshly changed Jerong walks up and seemingly concedes, telling Serum they have no choice but to yield to her senior. Gaiyun thanks him for his understanding but adds that they need to make the terms of their agreement perfectly clear. In a shocking turn, Jaryong's respectful facade drops as he tells her to cut the crap and get lost, instantly establishing a fierce rivalry. His crude dismissal of the student president leaves the receptionist utterly flabbergasted. She tells him that he has some guts, and sizes up the unknown transfer student who dared to challenge her. A nervous Serum tries to de-escalate the situation, addressing the intimidating Gayun as her sunbae. With a subtle twitch of her fingers, Gayun prepares to make a move against the insolent newcomers. In a flash, she feigns a strike that never lands, yet the sheer pressure of her intent leaves Serum paralyzed with fear. She remarks that, why is she talking as she clutches her chest in shock, completely bewildered as to why she felt the impact of a cut that never happened. She smugly tells her she doesn't recall asking for her opinion, then coldly orders the terrified Serum to stay quiet and know her place. Jaryong calmly steps forward and begins a formal, almost mocking, introduction, starting with his name and age. He continues his absurdly detailed introduction by sharing his height and favorite food, much to her bewilderment, and concludes his bizarre self-introduction with the most important detail. He's preparing to transfer to Warrior High, then finally telling her that right now, he is a little disappointed, mocking her for acting so high and mighty, despite being a student. Losing her patience, she scoffs and prepares to put the insolent transfer student in his place. In another blindingly fast move, she unleashes her invisible pressure-based attack directly on him, and admits that she finds his audacity interesting, but tells him it's a shame he can't back up his words. Jaryong appears frustrated as she thinks of him as a mere transfer student who didn't even make it through the regular admissions. Realizing she has completely underestimated him, he smirks and prepares to counter her attack. Her smug expression shatters as she realizes he has somehow perfectly mimicked her advanced technique. He coolly asks for her opinion on his performance, revealing he copied her move after seeing it only once, and mockingly wonders if he lived up to her standards, his perfect replication of her skill leaving her speechless. Her condescension gone, she stares at him, forced to reassess the threat he truly poses. Someone calls her name. The confrontation is interrupted by the arrival of Han Song-woo, a former adventurer and current armor designer, who demands to know what is she doing. He is furious that she hijacked the intercom to barge in on his clients. Her uncle laments that it's only been a week since her last incident, clearly exhausted by her entitled behavior. Uncowed by her uncle's scolding, she dismisses his warning with a defiant glare. Then he turns and offers a deep, formal apology to Serum and Jaryong for his niece's rash behavior. Serum breathes a sigh of relief, thankful that the tense confrontation seems to be over, and assures herself that since Gayun's actions were just a display of stubbornness, there will be no further trouble. Thinking that the rumors are true, she's arrogant and only cares about skill. Sensing there's more to the story, Jaryong quietly pulls Serum aside for more information. He admits that she doesn't seem like a normal sunbae and asks about her reputation at Warrior High. Serum whispers the crucial detail that Gayun is the formidable student council president, and then drops the bombshell that she isn't just influential, she's the single strongest student in the entire school. The narrator explains that students at special schools are given temporary gemstone licenses to enter dungeons under supervision. This system allows students to use their free time to explore low-level dungeons alongside professional adventurers. Through these supervised raids, the students gain invaluable hands-on experience for their future careers. However, a major exception to this rule exists for the elite members of the Warrior High Student Council. Composed of students with unimaginable talent, the council is unofficially recognized as a professional-level group. Their influence is so great that they can negotiate directly with the school's board of directors to shape policy. They even participate alongside professional attack teams in raids against monsters rated 5 stars and higher. Because of this, the student council members are effectively considered unofficial pros within the adventurer community. It's widely rumored that the council's members are all but guaranteed to become the next generation of top rankers. He assumes that, as president, she must be a third year. But Serum corrects him, revealing that she is surprisingly only a second year, prompting him to wonder if she failed a grade. Serum quickly clarifies that she didn't fail a year, she forcibly took the president's spot from her upperclassmen. He is stunned by this revelation and asks how it was even possible for her to steal the presidency. Serum reminds him of Warrior High's core principle: everything is strictly based on skill, and explains that Gayun entered the student council at the earliest possible time, at the start of her second year. Upon joining, she immediately unsheathed her sword and issued a challenge to the established order. This marked the beginning of a legendary event where she challenged every single one of her seniors on the student council. Before the first semester was even over, she had defeated everyone, including the former president, in single combat. He quietly processes the story of how she single-handedly conquered the school's hierarchy to become its youngest president. Her business concluded, Gayun dismisses her uncle's nagging and turns to leave the shop. Believing the danger has finally passed, Serum breathes another massive sigh of relief. But Jaryong isn't finished yet. He stops the student president in her tracks and boldly proposes a bet. Serum is utterly shell-shocked by his reckless decision to further provoke the school's strongest student. He prefaces his bet by acknowledging her fame, suggesting she had reasons for her aggressive display to a junior. He proposes that if he loses, she can take their spot. Serum frantically tries to apologize for his behavior, convinced he has completely lost his mind. Gayun astutely asks about her side of the wager, wanting to know what he demands if she loses. He smiles, pleased by her quick understanding, and proposes they settle things with a shadow sparring match. An info panel explains that shadow sparring is an old martial arts training method for hand-to-hand combat. The match is won by either being the first to touch the opponent or forcing them into an unfavorable position. He confirms that if he loses, he will give up his time with the tailor, noting that the method is safe and based purely on skill. As Jaryong takes off his jacket, he lays out his own stake: what he wants if she loses. With shocking audacity, he declares that if he wins, he wants her to give him the student council president position when he transfers. Serum is convinced he is insane for making such a demand, and that Gayun would have to be equally crazy to accept. Against all odds, Gayun's voice rings out, accepting the interesting wager without hesitation. Finding his outrageous demand interesting, she formally accepts his wager. With the outrageous terms set and accepted, they face each other, ready to begin their high-stakes duel. A confident smile plays on her lips as she finally acknowledges her opponent by his full name, Yoo Jaryong. Inside the shop's expansive durability test room, they prepare for their confrontation. The two opponents face each other across the vast floor, a tense silence hanging in the air before their shadow sparring match begins. Student President Gayun radiates an aura of overwhelming confidence, completely unfazed by the impending fight. In contrast, despite his arm being in a sling, Jaryong projects a calm and determined energy of his own. Watching from the sidelines, a worried Jin Serum asks Jaryong if he's insane for going through with such a reckless challenge. She desperately tries to talk him down, insisting he can still back out with a simple apology. After she points out that he can't possibly win while injured, he shocks her by calmly admitting, "I won't win." Serum is left completely stunned by his blunt confession that he's going into a fight he knows he'll lose. He elaborates, conceding that even at full health, he would be no match for her immense power. When a confused Serum questions the point of a wager he expects to lose, he simply tells her not to worry. He reassures her, asking her to trust him and promising that this seemingly foolish bet will not be a bad trade in the end. Left alone with her thoughts, Serum struggles to understand what Jaryong hopes to gain from a fight with a predetermined outcome. She briefly wonders if he's throwing the match to get on her good side, but quickly dismisses the idea as too foolish even for him. Apologizing for what's going on. Shop owner comments on his niece's brutally honest nature, noting that she often speaks the truth rather than being welcoming. He graciously apologizes for his niece's behavior, but Serum insists there's no need under the circumstances. Observing the standoff, he sighs and attributes the conflict to his niece's unreasonable stubbornness, but senses there's more to the situation than just a clash of stubborn personalities, making her question what he meant. He turns to her and confidently reveals that while he may not know Jaryong, he is certain he understands his true intentions. Back in the arena, Jaryong confirms that Gayun is aware of his injured state. To make the fight fair, she declares she will only use one arm, matching his handicap. He nonchalantly agrees, taunting that her self-imposed limit will just serve as an excuse when he inevitably makes her lose. With a smirk, she steps forward, officially beginning their high-stakes duel. The spar ignites as she immediately unleashes a lightning-fast high kick, testing Jaryong's defenses. Watching from the sidelines, both Serum and Songwoo gasp in unison, shocked by the explosive start to the fight. Serum is utterly astonished by the attack's speed, admitting to herself that she couldn't even see Gayun move. As the fight unfolds, it's explained that shadow sparring is a defensive exercise where any attack risks leaving the user open. True to her reputation, she attacks with absolute confidence, showing no fear or hesitation. Her movements are a blur of speed and overwhelming pride, forcing Jaryong completely on the defensive. Still mesmerized by her speed, Serum doubts she could have even reacted to the first blow. Songwoo suddenly calls out to her, breaking her trance. The tailor begins to question her about Jaryong's background. As a former ranking adventurer himself, he asks if she's certain that he is merely a prospective transfer student. He admits that while he expected talent based on the data Serum provided, what he's witnessing is on another level. He recognizes the familiar energy of an ambitious young adventurer and realizes his motive isn't pride, but something far deeper. He astutely deduces that Jaryong's purpose for this dangerous fight is simply to learn and experience true power firsthand. He acknowledges that Gayun is already as strong as some lower rankers, making her the perfect benchmark for an aspiring fighter. He understands, Jaryong isn't trying to win, but to feel for himself the pinnacle of strength he must one day reach. With unwavering focus, he uses the fight to measure the vast distance he still needs to cross to achieve his goals. He continues to masterfully evade Gayun's relentless assault, narrowly dodging each powerful strike. After a seamless dodge, he lands perfectly, ready for the next exchange. A hint of a smile appears on her face as she remarks that it's been a while. Impressed, she admits that since entering high school, no one has been able to dodge her attacks for this long. Breathing heavily, he takes a knee, having successfully weathered the initial storm of attacks. Gayun perceptively notes that based on his stamina, he's fighting at less than half his full capacity, proving his injuries are severe. When Jaryong plays coy, asking how she could possibly know his true capabilities, she reveals she's become obsessed with the viral video of his fight against the Horned Horror, having watched it hundreds of times. She startles him by admitting she's a fan of the anonymous hero dubbed Mr. A. Showing a surprising amount of respect, she proposes they call their spar a tie for now. She suggests they resume their fight after he officially enrolls at Warrior High and recovers, leaving Serum wondering what are they talking about. She states that she does not want to end things here, and they go with her uncle as scheduled. Pushing himself to his feet, he flatly rejects her proposal. With a smirk, he taunts her, questioning if her keen eye and confidence have blinded her to what's really happening. He reminds her of their wager, declaring he has no intention of accepting a draw when the student council presidency is on the line. From the sidelines, her uncle observes them as Jaryong pushes her, saying he does not intend to give up and asks to stop wasting time and continue the fight. As Jaryong stands firm, all three onlookers unanimously conclude that he must be bluffing. They believe he has nothing to gain by continuing, and is foolishly throwing away the honorable draw she offered. Gayun expresses her disappointment, stating that while she admires ambition, his persistence is something else entirely, calling his refusal to back down mere idiocy, as she powers up to end the fight. But before she can move, his feet shift, and his posture changes completely. The spectators are stunned as Jaryong, who had been on the defensive the entire time, suddenly moves to attack first. In a burst of speed that defies his injuries, he closes the distance between them in an instant. While Gayun's surprise is visible, her uncle is left utterly speechless by the sudden counteroffensive. Jaryong unleashes a powerful kick, perfectly mirroring the very technique she used against him moments before. A shocked Serum can only assume that Jerong had been holding back his true power the entire time. But the uncle quickly corrects her, realizing with dawning horror that Jerong wasn't holding back, he was learning. He calculates that in just 30 short exchanges, something unbelievable has occurred. During their brief clash, he has managed to perfectly learn and copy her unique fighting style. Her uncle comes to a terrifying conclusion. Jerong is a monster whose true goal was never to win, but to steal his opponent's skills. He now flawlessly executes her own movements against her. She is frozen in slight disbelief, recognizing her own technique being used against her. As he fights, he realizes he's finally grasped the essence of her evasive movements, guided by a single unbreakable rule he's always lived by. With newfound understanding, he challenges her to continue, ready to learn more and vowing to never, ever make a losing trade. A perfect fighting technique isn't about a single knockout blow. To reach one's full potential, every detail matters, from optimized stances and movements to data-driven analysis. Even the smallest elements, like breathing and the build-up in one's steps, are crucial components of a master's form. But above all else, the element that binds these details into a formidable skill is time. Through countless hours of devoted practice, a fighter builds the experience necessary for true mastery. Knowledge is painfully gained through the bloody knuckles of repeated success and failure, honing both instinct and skill. This hard-won knowledge is then passed down through generations, allowing students to build upon the foundations laid by their masters. However, even a prodigy with immense natural talent will eventually hit a wall they cannot overcome with raw power alone. Thanks to his innate talent, Jerong grew strong on his own, much like a bamboo shoot pushing through the earth. But upon reaching the age of 17, as his physical growth slowed, he was forced to confront the truth of his limitations. He discovered an unbreakable barrier that halted his progress, a wall he couldn't surmount by himself. To grow any stronger, he knew he had to find a way to break through that wall. He drops the arm belt and tells her there's no reason for her to hesitate. He mockingly reminds her of her promise to teach a junior like him once he was accepted into Warrior High, and coolly accepts her terms, agreeing to learn from his sunbae, though his tone suggests he has his own plans. Changing the subject, Gayun turns to her uncle and reminds him of a past request. There was an attack squad who wanted to sign a deal with her, and he told her to go visit them since it would build a positive reputation. Demanding that her uncle not interfere, she will listen to his request then. When her uncle questions her intentions, she questions Jerong that he wanted to see her dodge. Accepting the challenge, a bead of sweat rolls down his face as he prepares to face the student president. She leaps into action, challenging him to make her dodge as she unleashes a blindingly fast kick. She closes the distance in an instant, her body a blur of motion as she attacks. He barely manages to block the initial assault, realizing he misjudged where her attack would land. The science behind Gayun's speed is based on the connections between human movements. Every action has a precursor and a subsequent movement, creating a predictable flow. This predictability allows an observer to subconsciously anticipate what will happen next, be it walking or preparing an attack. He watches intently, realizing that she is exploiting this very principle to her advantage. By skipping the transitional movements, she fools her opponent's perception, making her actions seem instantaneous. As Serum watches in disbelief, she realizes Gayun's technique makes it impossible to predict her next move, making her appear far faster than she is. Jerong now faces the result of decades of work, a unique technique created by Gayun's father, who was famous for being able to successfully execute it. Going with the flash technique, Jerong perfectly mirrors her movements, unleashing his own version of flash. Nan, the uncle is stunned, recognizing that he used flash twice in a row, in a way even she hadn't yet demonstrated. He realizes with alarm that simply knowing the principle behind flash isn't enough to replicate it. The technique requires a critical combination of flexibility, reflexes, and timing. If any part is off, it fails completely. He recalls that even in his prime, it took him months to learn flash from his brother, Gayun's father. Clenching his fist, he remembers the immense difficulty of mastering the technique himself. and marvels that Jerong is not only using the technique, but is doing so with his entire body while actively sparring with its master. Just as he suspected, the immense strain of copying the advanced technique has left Jerong in a terrible state. After pushing his body to its absolute limit, his energy reserves are almost completely depleted. Yet, with sheer willpower, he pushes through the exhaustion, declaring he can keep going as if he were in perfect shape. A grin spreads across his face as he realizes he can become so much stronger, feeling a joy in learning he has never known before. In this fight, he finally found a clear reason and motivation to push beyond his limits. More importantly, sparring with a master like Gayun showed him exactly how to achieve that growth. The flashback reveals a young Jerong learning, not because he was forced to, but because he was discovering a genuine passion. He finally understood that the process of learning itself was fun, unlocking a world of new possibilities. In the present, fueled by this newfound joy, he forgets all his pain and fatigue, pushing forward once more. The two fighters become blurs of motion, running along the walls in a high-speed, gravity-defying exchange. Their final clash is a spectacular display of power as their energies collide in the center of the room. Gayun unleashes a powerful finishing blow, her expression focused and intense. Serum flinches as the shockwave from their battle ripples through the training hall. Her uncle instinctively takes a step to stop them. She remarks to her uncle that she's glad it ended before he felt the need to intervene. Across the room, Yoo Jaryong lies defeated on the floor after giving his all. As he lays panting and covered in sweat, both of them simultaneously accept their defeat. The sudden and unexpected declaration of defeat surprises them both. She dismisses his confusion, stating that she said she was not going to use her hands. But he rejects it, pointing out that her promise not to use her hands was her own rule, not his, and argues that regardless of her handicap, which he did not expect her to keep in the first place, he was still hit and therefore lost. He condescendingly tells her that she's not that strong anyway, trying to downplay the significance of their duel. The uncle declares that there's no real reason to decide a winner, and steps in to mediate, admitting it's his fault for not handling things and that it's difficult to settle the score now. He suggests they call the match a draw or a learning experience for the time being, and then proposes an official organized match between them once he has fully healed from his injuries. Jerong reluctantly accepts the offer, understanding it's the most logical course of action. Gayun, however, approaches him with an intimidating aura and a serious command: listen to me. She warns him that if he fails the transfer test or loses to someone else before their rematch, there will be consequences. With a final chilling threat, she tells him, "I won't forgive you," solidifying their new rivalry. Despite the loss, he reflects on the duel as a precious and exciting moment, a true test of his limits. Now seeing Serum in a new light, she asks for her name. Recognizing she has finally met a worthy rival, she offers a sincere apology to Serum for her earlier behavior. She admits that Serum's choice in sponsoring Jerong proves she isn't completely useless after all, and compliments her, saying she has a good eye for people, as the narration reveals that Jerong wasn't the only one who found joy that day. In her uncle's office, Jerong recovers from his intense shadow sparring match. Completely drained from pushing his injured body to its limits, he groans that the aftermath is killing him. Serum chides him for his recklessness, but he dismisses her concern, feeling too nauseous to be lectured. She then admits her surprise, stating that she never thought the notoriously proud student president would ever admit defeat. He isn't so sure he actually won, pointing out that she had handicapped herself by not using her hands, and then shocks Serum by revealing that he was actually the first one to break their unspoken rules. He explains that by taking off his arm sling, he signaled that neither of them was fighting with the simple intention of winning. Admitting he was the first to cross the line, his complex strategy leaves her realizing there's something truly different about him. He reflects that in the final moments, he went all out, and had his attacks landed, Gayun would have delivered more than just simple injuries to him. He concludes that since he pushed the fight to its limits, it was only fair for her to use her hands in response. A curious Serum then poses a hypothetical question: what would happen if he and the president fought again at full strength? He cheekily dodges the question, teasing her for being so completely immersed in their duel, and senses someone's arrival just as the office door slides open. The uncle enthusiastically announces their arrival, ready to celebrate the conclusion of the intense spar, with multiple pizza boxes served. The uncle starts with an apology, both for his niece's behavior and for only being able to provide takeout food. Jaryong, however, doesn't care about taste as long as there's volume, shocking Serum by devouring a large pizza in under 2 minutes to replenish his adventurer-level calorie deficit. While she worries about him eating so much after being unconscious for 4 days, the uncle gets down to business, ready to discuss Jaryong's new armor. He begins his explanation, stating that his ally crafts armor from a material that far exceeds the capabilities of simple leather, and reveals his primary ingredient: fibers harvested from high-ranked monsters like the formidable 4-star mountain spider. Using patented techniques, his workshop processes these unique materials, even utilizing the cocoons of the 5-star Giga moth to create the perfect blend for each user. Jaryong listens intently while sipping a soda, learning that a final coating stage makes the resulting fabric lighter and stronger than any conventional leather. The uncle confidently states that when it comes to Jaryong's armor, he has already decided on the specific blend and design. His decision is based not only on combat data from the Yong Song group, but also on his first-hand observation of Jaryong's capabilities during the spar. However, his confidence wavers as he admits there's one issue, prompting a concerned Serum to ask what it is. The problem, he explains, lies in the final coating process, which involves treating the fabric with a special oil to enhance its integrity and resistance. Serum confirms she requested the highest grade material for the coating, a decision that now appears to be the source of the problem. But he regretfully informs them that acquiring the highest rank oil needed for the coating is, at this moment, nearly impossible. As Jaryong continues to eat, the uncle specifies that the special oil is derived from the ravenous whale of the deep sea, and explains that while his atelier had a near monopoly on the limited supply, unforeseen circumstances have caused the hunt rate to drop to 0. He admits that while replacement materials exist with little difference in performance, it's not what was promised, and considers this a breach of contract, a critical mistake that should never be made when dealing with a client. He tells Serum he would understand completely if Jaryong chose to refuse their services after this revelation. And as a gesture of goodwill, he even offers to personally introduce them to a master leather craftsman to create his defensive armor. He assures them he will cover all costs and time associated with the alternative, taking full responsibility for the material shortage. Just as Serum begins to weigh their options, Jaryong cuts in, stating that he doesn't really care. Unfazed by the downgrade, he explains that as long as the quality difference isn't huge, it doesn't matter since he doesn't use expensive equipment anyway. The uncle's eyes widen in surprise as Jaryong declares his intention to use the equipment he makes, regardless of the material issue. He then pivots, asking him directly if he was the one who taught her unique fighting style. He clarifies his reasoning. Knowing little about equipment, he'd rather have it made by someone he recognizes as a strong and skilled individual. Sensing the strange turn of events, Serum quickly agrees with his decision to trust the master craftsman. The uncle is left flustered by the compliment, admitting it's been over a decade since he retired, and that he's still embarrassed to be called a strong person. While he admits the praise feels nice, Serum can only stare in disbelief as she realizes Jaryong has devoured the entire pizza feast by himself. Touched by their faith in his abilities, he extends his hand and promises to live up to his expectations. As they shake on it, he laments his recent disappointment over a large-scale raid that failed to yield the materials he had hoped for. He was excited for the raid, hoping to acquire an incredible, rare material he could use in his craft, and asks if they heard of the Imperial Wasp, a name that immediately catches both his and Serum's attention. While royal jelly is the monster's most famous drop, he explains there's another material considered a dream ingredient for equipment manufacturers, and elaborates that if royal jelly is used to grow the queen, the truly prized material is the black wax used to protect her. Jaryong starts to draw something his phone as the uncle explains that only a rare few Imperial Wasp groups create this coveted black wax. Sensing an opportunity, he nonchalantly shows him his phone and asks if the material looks a certain way. The uncle is stunned to see a crude but accurate drawing of the black wax, with Jaryong explaining he drew it because his old phone was destroyed. Leaping to his feet in shock, he demands to know how Jaryong could possibly have a picture, asking if he's seen the legendary material in person. Chibi Jaryong comically recalls that he did more than just see it. He smuggled it, an act that could land him in jail. To avoid confessing to a felony, he instead points at a baffled Serum and claims he saw the black wax at her house. Leaving Serum completely bewildered, he deadpans that rich people truly seem to have everything. The scene shifts to a hospital, where the broker is on the phone, confirming his location. He stands over the bed of a comatose Yoo Song, telling the person on the other end that he needed to see someone before their meeting, and confirms his meeting, saying he'll be finished at the hospital in about an hour. Jaryong, on the other end, agrees to the time and replying to the question about dinner, states that he has eaten but can still eat more. But then predictably feigns a stomachache to get out of paying for half the meal, a cheap tactic the broker fully expected. As the door opens, he quickly ends the call, telling him his own plans have just arrived. Standing in the doorway is none other than the high-ranking adventurer, Zeke. Zeke and the broker share a tense reunion, with the broker suggesting they take their long-overdue conversation outside. The broker notes that it's safe to talk since Yoo Song is sedated, leading to a flashback from 11 years ago. The flashback recounts the disbandment of a mythical, one-man-led attack team after its leader was allegedly calmed. It's revealed that Zeke was the former healer for that very group, the legendary Taibake attack squad. Back in the present, the broker mockingly tells Zeke he's still the same, with an uncanny ability to anger people. The narration confirms that these two men, who once called each other allies, are now facing off once more. Clenching his phone so hard it cracks, the broker admits that seeing Zeke again has made it difficult to control himself. The broker, shockingly identified as Im Jae-won, sarcastically tells Zeke he's elated to see him. Im Jae-won's true identity is finally unveiled. Formerly Korea's 5th-ranked adventurer and the main dealer for the Taibake attack squad. Dropping all pretense, Zeke orders his old teammate to shut up and follow him. Outside the prestigious tailor shop, Serum asks Jaryong how he keeps surprising her. She questions him about the Imperial Wasp's black wax, a rare material he conveniently failed to mention. She recalls finding the wax during their first mission, and points out that he should have told her about it beforehand. A flustered Jaryong deflects, thanking her for playing along with his ruse back at the tailor shop. Serum sighs, remarking that things are never easy with him, and asks if he has any plans for the rest of the evening. Checking his phone, he replies that he promised to meet someone, and sends a text saying he's on his way. As Serum offers him a ride, she's surprised by an incoming call from her uncle Zeke. He texts the broker, asking if he should head to the hospital instead. Someone speaks of the sudden chill in the night air. The uncle steps outside for a smoke break, and approaches him, explaining that he's not there to share anything but just needed a smoke. He then reveals that the skill Jaryong copied during the duel is called Flash. Jaryong is stunned to learn that the technique was created by Gaeun's father, a retired adventurer, with the uncle's help. Overwhelmed, he takes a moment to process the revelation, and immediately bows deeply, apologizing to him for using the skill without permission. He expresses his regret, admitting he should have realized the skill's creator was standing right there. The uncle, however, dismisses his apology, telling him that he has misunderstood the situation. The tailor explains that adventurer skills don't have any special ownership or copyright, and elaborates that while adventurers are hesitant to teach their skills, it's not a crime for someone to learn one on their own. He casually remarks that any skill so easily copied is bound to be used by everyone eventually. When Jaryong points out that Flash isn't an easy skill, he can only awkwardly agree. He also admits he initially thought Jaryong had a weak foundation since he claimed to have never been properly taught. However, seeing his passionate expression during the duel convinced him that a kid like that would never have been lazy enough to skip the basics. Intrigued by his potential, he decides to offer some valuable advice. He tells him that he possesses a raw talent that will undoubtedly flourish with time and effort. He reassures the sweating Jerong that for him, becoming a great adventurer, not just getting into warrior high, won't be difficult. And looks at him with conviction, stating that his skills are more than capable of reaching those heights. But he also delivers a harsh truth, warning that the adventurer world isn't a place where strength is simply admired. He explains that while some will acknowledge his power and look up to him, many others will envy him, try to control him, and seek to destroy him if they fail. Jerong quietly processes the grim reality of the path he's chosen. He asks if the uncle is advising him to hide his capabilities to avoid attracting dangerous attention. To his surprise, he tells him to do the exact opposite, questioning why anyone would ever hide such talent, and advises that a talent like his can't be hidden anyway, and that acting small will only cause others to look down on him. Placing a firm hand on Jerong's shoulder, he gives his final piece of advice, and tells him to do whatever he wants and to show off his true self, an unapproachable genius whom nobody can touch. Odd. Do everything that he can do and steal as many skills he deems useful. Jerong is visibly moved and taken aback by the powerful and unexpected encouragement. He tells him to never bow down as he did before, but to instead raise his voice and stand his ground. He declares that in the world of adventurers, the strong are the ones who decide what's right and wrong. He empowers Jerong, stating that if he can master and evolve a stolen skill, he can rightfully claim it as his own. Acknowledging its odd advice, he reaffirms his point. This is a world ruled by the strong. He talks about his niece, explaining that her extreme personality is something he has no intention of taming, and clarifies that because she is a boisterous genius, people may fear her, but they will never look down on her. He confidently declares that Jerong too will eventually command that same level of respect. Suddenly, a frantic Serum runs up, shoving her phone at Jerong and telling him to take an urgent call. A bewildered Jerong asks why he should take a call on her phone. She explains that Zeke knew she was taking him to the tailor and specifically asked to speak with him. Reluctantly, Jerong answers with a hesitant hello, only to be met with a serious apology from the other end. Zeke explains that an issue has come up and asks him to come to his location immediately. The urgency in Zeke's voice leaves both Serum and Songwoo shocked. Without a moment's hesitation, he turns and leaves to answer the summons. The scene shifts to a desolate, ruined landscape under the night sky. At a derelict subway station, he confirms to Serum that they are at a secret entrance to a dungeon, and explains that unofficial dungeon entrances are hidden throughout the city's closed subway systems. He states that this particular entrance belongs to them, his eyes sharp as he scans the area. Inside, they find a battered Zeke leaning against a pillar next to his friend. Zeke explains that his stubborn companion would rather die than be healed and carried by him, which is why he had to call for help. Jerong quickly deduces that the two powerful adventurers must have been fighting each other. Donho, wishing he'd known he'd arrived so fast so he could have asked for a shirt. Taking an immediate liking to his intense eyes, the man asks Jerong if he's the one who actually managed to land a hit on Zeke. He reveals that he is already a legend in their attack squad, known as the Teen, stronger than high-ranked monsters. Just as he mentions their captain wants to meet him, Zeke sternly cuts off the conversation. Declaring their business done, Zeke grabs his companion to leave, seeing no reason to linger. As they walks away, Serum tells him to call her later. Deeper within the ruins, a strange glowing portal emanates a powerful aura. Jerong walks toward the light, ready to face whatever awaits him. He finds the broker, Jaewon, looking worse for wear, and remarks that he thought his condition was serious. He sits alone in a fiery landscape, admitting that while his body and pride are in shreds. He glares into the fire, calling Zeke a cowardly bastard for bringing Jonho along instead of facing him alone. Jerong's attention is drawn to a strange light in the distance, and he wonders what it could be since the sun has already set. Too tired to move, Jaewon points toward the light and asks Jerong to bring him that. Jerong is left speechless as he beholds the source of the light, a massive, destroyed landscape raging with flames. Utterly bewildered by the scale of destruction, he demands to know what the two former adventurers were fighting about. He scoffs, denying they fought and claiming he was merely about to burn Zeke to a crisp. He remarks on the shirtless adventurer having impressive defensive skills even though he was not a tank, noting that he could be a big shot in a decade. Jaryong approaches him to discuss his future, but the broker cuts him off, saying he already knows what he's going to say. Jae-won tells him he can quit being a poacher, but if he wants to become an adventurer, there is one condition. He demands that Jaryong master a new skill within a month, warning him to give up his dream if he fails. He cautions that it won't be easy, as it's outside Jaryong's natural talent, leading him to a shocking realization. With a burst of green energy, the legendary former adventurer, Jae-won, declares that he will be teaching him magic. As a confused Jaryong questions the sudden offer, the legendary adventurer suddenly stumbles. His cigarette, severed by his own shock or injury, falls to the ground in pieces. He quickly catches the collapsing Jae-won, asking if he is okay and suggesting they sit down. I will address him by chief from here on out. Realizing his body is cold and his condition is serious, Jaryong decides he has no choice but to help him. The story flashes back to a calmer time, where Yoo Song reflects on his new hobby of making coffee from fresh beans. He recalls that while there were mistakes along the way, he found the process of learning it enjoyable. Pouring a cup, Song muses that if he'd known how much he would enjoy it, he would have started this hobby during his prime. An annoyed younger chief tells him to stop talking about his prime as if he is already retired. Chief 26 at the time looks on with melancholy, feeling as if his legendary friend has given up. Song confirms that he's retired, prompting an agitated chief to insist he can just kill Duganawig and fix everything. He calmly dismisses the idea, stating that even if he tried, it wouldn't be approved, as Duganawig knows he can win by simply hiding. Chief slams the table in frustration, refusing to let him simply accept defeat. His anger turns to anguish as he reminds him of the countless rumors and how everyone would have died if not for his heroism, promising that as long as he can get better, he will take care of everything. Full of loyalty, Chief vows to recruit an attack squad, find Duganawig, and make all the naysayers beg Song for mercy. The flashback continues as Song wakes a young boy, much to Chief's surprise. Song introduces his friend as Uncle Chief, leaving the young man thoroughly confused. The very young Jaryong politely greets him, who is still processing the situation. Song proudly introduces him as his son, leaving Chief completely stunned. After sending his son off to play, he tells a flustered Chief that he needs to talk and that they'll all have dinner together. As young Jaryong runs off, he overhears his father gravely tell Chief that he won't be able to last much longer, and explains that while Zeke's painkiller recipe helps, he knows he will eventually develop a resistance to it. He details the terrifying effects of the poison, predicting that in 3 to 4 years, his memory and cognitive skills will fail to the point where he won't even recognize people. Chief narrates that this was the first time Yoo Song ever asked for anything, turning to him with a desperate plea, and recalls the immense gravity of the moment, as the seemingly invincible Song finally showed his vulnerable side. Song makes his first and only request: when that time comes, protect him for me. He expresses his deepest wish for his son to have a normal life, a happy path far from the dangers of being an adventurer. Faced with his hero's desperate plea for his son's future, he is left stunned and speechless, and reflects on that moment, remembering how he couldn't possibly decline his friend's last request. With a heavy heart, he accepts the solemn promise to look after Jaryong. The scene transitions back to the present, where he slowly awakens in a bed. Finding himself in what appears to be Jaryong's room, Chief asks what time it is. Jaryong, looking up from his studies, replies that it's only around 10:30. Realizing he's only been out for 3 hours, he quickly asks if Zeke healed him, which he denies. Jaryong explains that since taking him to a hospital would be complicated, he used a special item on him instead. Chief looks over with a flicker of recognition. The scene flashes back 3 years, with Chief presenting a young Jaryong with a high-tech healing syringe as a present for starting work. 14-year-old Yoo Jaryong, ready for his first job as a smuggler, examines the strange gift. Chief explains that the syringe is an effective antidote that can heal most non-fatal injuries within a couple of hours, and tells him that while this one is a gift, he'll have to buy his own from now on. Young Jaryong stoically thanks him for the gift and prepares to leave for his mission. Chief offers him a chance to back out, saying he can pretend their agreement never happened, and he gives a final warning that once Jaryong starts down this path, there is no turning back on his own terms. He admits to feeling guilty for hiring a child as a poacher, but our Sigma male bluntly tells him that he's fine with it, and clarifies that he doesn't see this as Chief repaying a debt to his father and that he's prepared for the future. When Chief asks if he can't be trusted, Jaryong explains it's not about trust, but about his own need to develop skills. With unwavering resolve, the 14-year-old declares that he wants the power to protect his father by himself, just in case something happens. Back in the present, Chief reflects on the potion, admitting he's surprised Jaryong managed to survive this long without using his emergency gift, and jokes that he should almost be disappointed he didn't just sell the valuable item on the black market. Chief confesses that if Jaryong had ever quit poaching, he would have made sure to pay for his father's hospital bills himself. Jaryong acknowledges this, stating he knew Chief would have honored his promise to his father. He explains that his trust in his promise is precisely why he could accept the dangerous job without hesitation. Chief reveals his deep regret, admitting he felt like he had already given up the moment he turned his hero's 14-year-old son into a criminal. Jaryong absolves him of the guilt, insisting that he was the one who asked for the job and would have found another way regardless. He then admits he has always been curious why Chief agreed so easily to let him become a poacher, even though he volunteered. In his thoughts, Jaryong recalls the promise Chief made to his father: "Don't raise my son as an adventurer." Chief confesses that he ignored the promise because he couldn't stand to see the immense talent of Yoo Song's son go to waste in an ordinary life. Unleashing his pent-up fury, Chief admits that he absolutely hates this damned world, and despises the bastards who dragged his father down and the public who blindly believed their lies, forgetting his accomplishments. His hatred extends even to bystanders like Zeke, who knew the truth but did nothing, wishing death upon all of them, and dismisses Zeke's plan as naive, telling Jaryong that his methods are too soft and will never be able to defeat Duganaway. He explains that dragons aren't stupid, it takes more than just resolve to defeat them, and elaborates that the dragons have masterfully integrated themselves into society, making them nearly impossible to approach or dethrone. He warns Jaryong that while Zeke is determined, the people he leads are the same trash that betrayed his father, and scoffs that these people are so self-serving they would rather believe comfortable lies than accept a loss, even if the world were ending. He concludes that as long as Zeke operates within the law, these influential figures would sooner help the dragons than risk their own positions, leaving him to pay the price. He cryptically declares that the horrors his father fought to erase 20 years ago will return, and all the false hopes built by society will come crashing down. This, he reveals, is why he never pushed him to become an adventurer, as he hands him a piece of paper. He explains that it's an account in Jaryong's name where he has deposited his entire cut from their smuggling jobs since day one. He had been saving the money to ensure that once Jaryong became an adult, he would have the funds to do whatever he wanted. His original plan was to eventually teach Jaryong not adventurer skills, but more practical and dangerous real-world knowledge. Putting on a jacket, he tells him to contact him when his cast is off to begin his magic training and wishes him luck on the pointless transfer test. Jaryong astutely points out that if Chief was truly against him becoming an adventurer, he could have found a way to stop him. Chief concedes the point but dismisses his own thoughts as unimportant before leaving the room. A flashback to 3 years prior shows the young Jaryong, resolute in his decision to become a smuggler. His final thoughts reveal his true motivation. Respecting Jaryong's own wishes has always been the most important thing to him. In the ruins of the former Yongsan district, a shadowy group prepares to convene. A woman with distinctive stitches on her cheek walks confidently through the desolate landscape. She voices her frustration to her comrades, suggesting it's about time their well-funded group found a proper base of operations. Her suggestion earns a look of disbelief from another member, a muscular man in a mask called Strange Stone, who looks up from his book. Despite the grim surroundings, he sits calmly amidst the rubble, engrossed in his reading. Hara notes with surprise that she's never seen him alone before. He calmly replies that he is currently following other orders, separate from his usual partner. With a taunting smile, she insinuates that without his guardian, he must be desperately searching for a certain bastard. Her words strike a nerve, and he cuts her off with a single menacing word. His eyes glowing with power, he furiously warns her that one more word from her will mean her death. Completely unfazed, she mocks his anger, calling him a lonely dog, barking out of fear without its owner. She continues to provoke him, clearly amused by his futile resistance. Making him unleashes his aura, declaring that since she started it, he won't be punished for disciplining a fellow member. Haran responds in kind, her own blood-red energy flaring as she welcomes a fight to the death, tired of his excuses. Before they can clash, their masked leader appears and calmly orders them to end their squabble. The two powerful subordinates, Haran and Strange Stone, halt their confrontation to face their superior. The leader coldly reminds them that they have work to do, and that their personal arguments can wait, and warns that creating more work because of their bickering is something nobody wants. Strange Stone immediately backs down, admitting he was acting foolishly and shouldn't have engaged with Haran's provocations. She then turns his attention to the leader, questioning him about ignoring her calls. He pulls out his handkerchief, thinking about the ignored calls from 4 days ago. Recalling the disaster she caused, he states there was no need for them to speak, as he already knew what she wanted. He reveals he was aware her simple mission was just to go back and kill the rescue team, which made any conversation pointless. He then criticizes their overall plan, lamenting that only 12 people died and that their grand debut was upstaged by a couple of kids, and explains that the media has been flooded with stories of the two young heroes, effectively burying the truth about the civilian casualties and the stolen monster transport. The leader reveals the Adventurer Association's cynical strategy, using them as a public relations shield to avoid backlash for its own incompetence, and recounts how the association's lack of security allowed a 5-star monster to be stolen, leading directly to the civilian deaths. To control the narrative, the association paid off the media and the victims' families, successfully diverting all public attention to the two boys instead of its own mistake. When Haran angrily suggests they should have killed them, the leader explains that such an act would brand them as terrorists. He clarifies that being labeled as terrorists would force the powerful Adventurer Association to focus all its resources on hunting them down. Their true goal, he explains, is not a direct confrontation, but to slowly poke holes in the system until the entire corrupt organization collapses on its own. Strange Stone correctly deduces that their ongoing mission is to continue causing disruptive incidents for the association. As the leader prepares to outline their next move, he is interrupted by the arrival of another team member. A fourth figure, covered in blood and wearing casual sandals, appears and asks when everyone arrives. This new member, Yoonjul, nonchalantly asks if he took too long, a bloody hammer in one hand and a chain wrapped around the other. The leader greets him, wryly commenting that he didn't want to bother him while he was enjoying his hobbies. Unjul claims he was simply doing his work, swinging the bloody chain. However, with a sadistic smile, he admits he enjoys his work as he reveals a brutally beaten and chained captive. When Strange Stone inquires about the victim, the leader explains he's a ranked adventurer who isn't particularly important. The captive is identified as Kang-yuk, rank 97. Who was captured after it was discovered he was betraying his own teammates in disguise. Unjul mockingly details how Kang-hyuk, the youngest member of his squad, stabbed his team in the back to join a faction known as the Shadows. The leader explains to Haran that Shadows are secret hideouts within dungeons that serve as base camps for adventurers. He elaborates that while these hideouts are meant to be safe havens, they are rarely used for pure intentions. Unjul menacingly pressures the terrified Kang-hyuk to repeat his confession for the rest of the group to hear. Under duress, the captive reveals that his teammates are throwing a party at the Shadow hideout tonight. Kang-hyuk adds that their leader is bringing civilians, prompting Strange Stone to question why ranked adventurers are associating with poachers. Threatening his life, Unjul orders him to keep talking and not to be nervous. The terrified adventurer confesses that the civilians are rich partygoers, businessmen, and celebrities with connections to his squad's leader, and admits they use potions and painkillers as recreational drugs, a fact that Heron finds amusing. The leader quickly grasps their operation. They lure wealthy clients into the dungeon to get them hooked on drugs that can't be found elsewhere, and notes the cleverness of the scheme, as the jurisdiction of the dungeons prevents outside authorities from interfering. He desperately pleads that he had no choice, claiming that many other attack squads are involved in the same illicit activities. Unjul feigns sympathy, telling the captive there's no reason to be scared since he's already told them everything they need to know. With a casual see ya, the leader executes the informant with a powerful blast of red magic. He gives his final order for their mission. Tonight, no one is to leave the hideout alive. He dictates the official story that the world will hear. Adventurers and civilians killed by wild monsters while indulging in drugs. Arn seems excited by the prospect of hunting an entire attack squad, but questions why only 4 of them are being sent. Unjul reasons that a small team means they won't have to hold back and can simply kill everyone if things get complicated. Their leader confirms their violent intentions, stating this is the kind of slaughter they've all been waiting for, and details their formidable target, an attack squad featuring 2 gold-class adventurers and 6 other rankers, promising it will be more than enough to relieve their stress. The 4 members of Team Scar set off to unleash carnage, intending for the stench of their massacre to awaken a complacent world, stating the era of Team Scar is about to begin. 1 month later, the scene shifts to our protagonist riding in a taxi, telling someone on the phone that he is just 2 minutes away. Now recovering from his injuries, he explains that he just had his cast removed and will need another week or 2 of rehabilitation. The person on the phone, likely Serum, notes that this gives them some time and that his new equipment should be finished by then. She waves enthusiastically from outside a large building as Jaryong's taxi arrives. Getting out of the cab, he questions why he had to take an expensive, hour-long taxi ride to this remote location. Serum explains that with his transfer exam looming and the broker testing him in a month, she has rented the entire facility for the weekend to get him ready. He then reveals he forgot to mention running into someone else that morning who also offered to help him prepare. Serum looks on in stunned silence as he explains his new acquaintance seemed to know some useful training methods. To her utter disbelief, he casually introduces his imposing new training partner, Warrior High's top-ranked prodigy, Seok Kyokong. To prepare for the transfer exam, she brings him to her uncle's massive private training facility, which includes an Olympic-sized swimming pool and a basic training area. She continues the tour, showing him a fully stocked lounge where she casually mentions all the food and healthy beverages are free for them to enjoy. Next, she leads him to the state-of-the-art weight room, explaining that it's filled with exclusive high-spec equipment designed specifically for adventurers. As she finishes the tour by mentioning the dorms and a private spa, a stunned Jaryong finally asks if this entire, ridiculously well-equipped building is her uncle's private property. She casually dismisses his surprise, explaining that for top rankers, buying entire mountains for training isn't uncommon, so a facility like this is nothing special. Serum clarifies that her uncle sometimes brings others here to train, but since it's currently empty, she got permission for us to use it, a word that immediately catches Jaryong's attention. Her focus is immediately drawn to a third person standing nearby, prompting her to bluntly ask, "What the hell is that?" Scolding her for calling a friend that makes her worry that the giant, Sheol Kong, might have overheard. Confused, she questions his decision to bring him along, doubting that the notoriously aloof prodigy would ever consider her a friend. When Jaryong asks if she has ever actually tried talking to him, she sheepishly admits that she hasn't. She explains that his reputation for being picky and noble is so intimidating that the entire department avoids him. As if to punctuate her point, he is seen in the background, excitedly admiring a 150 kaigi weight from his favorite brand. Just as she trails off, wondering why someone like him would ever associate with her, Jaryong simply calls out to him. Jaryong tells the surprisingly excitable Kyokong to stop fooling around, and the gentle giant immediately trots over like an obedient puppy. While Serum is left utterly bewildered by his childish enthusiasm for a weight brand, the big man shyly apologizes for his behavior. Jerong quietly observes the dynamic, piecing together the social isolation that defines both of his new training partners. Previously, Jaryong asked if he is on bad terms with Serum, a suggestion the larger man quickly denies. Tuolkong explained that he doesn't really have any acquaintances at school, but that he has always viewed Serum as a scary yet cool individual. This description leaves Jaryong completely baffled, and he wonders if there are two different Jin Serums at Warrior High, since Tuolkong's impression is the polar opposite of his own. Tuolkong elaborates, explaining that while many students seem to hate Serum from the very start of the semester, he admired her strength. He recalls watching her walk the halls with her head held high, a picture of unflinching pride who never bowed to anyone. Finishing his thought, he admits that while he doesn't know her grades, he could tell just by looking at her that she was an internally strong person. Back in the present, Jaryong proposes that the three of them use the weekend to form a study group and prepare for the practical exam. While Tuolkong is immediately on board, Serum is confused by the term study, pointing out that they only have a month to train physically. Jaryong clarifies that studying the test's potential location and themes to develop a strategy is just as important as physical training. She acknowledges the importance of planning but argues that with access to such a great facility, their time would be better spent simply training their bodies. Jaryong reveals his motive, explaining that in the last month, he has grown stronger than ever before by fighting powerful opponents. He flashes back to his encounters with Zeke and Gayun, admitting he's learned things from them he never could have on his own. That's why, he explains, he wants to create a mutually beneficial training group where they can all teach each other skills and share information. He then bluntly points out their shared situation, stating that all three of them are outsiders at school, a truth that hits both Serum and Tuolkong like a physical blow, and continues that if he were a normal student, he'd be sharing this kind of information with his friends, subtly highlighting their collective lack of allies. Serum admits she has considered this, but he presses on, telling her she needs to focus on her own development as well. He adds that Warrior High is a difficult place to succeed, and the practical test will be harder than they expect, implying a trusted friend would be invaluable. And delivers his final point to Serum. Even if he passes the transfer exam, it's meaningless without a sponsor, a harsh reality she can't deny. Finally convinced, she agrees, but laments that she has nothing to teach someone as skilled as him. Jaryong immediately seizes the opportunity, asking if Tuolkong knows how to use magic and adds that she is good at it, even though she has no sense of aim. She nervously explains that just because she's a magic archer doesn't mean she's good at using magic, since she mostly takes theory classes. Tuolkong, however, sees a perfect opportunity and eagerly suggests that Serum could teach him, as he has always wanted to learn magic too. Thrilled to have successfully navigated a social interaction, he walks away, not realizing he just scared her to death. 15 minutes later, the group reconvenes in the sparring room, though Tuolkong has briefly stepped out to take a call from his parents. Jaryong marvels at the sheer amount of high-quality gear available in various sizes and jokingly asks Serum if he can take some home. Ignoring his joke, Serum turns to him and asks if forming a study group that included Tuolkong was his idea all along. She then sincerely thanks him, admitting she never thought she would get to work with others at school, especially not someone like Tuolkong. He acknowledges her thanks and agrees that Tuolkong isn't as scary as he seems, but mentions there's one more thing he wants to make clear. But before he can finish his sentence, a silhouette of a newcomer appears. As they turn in surprise at the interruption, a condescending voice cuts through the air, remarking that she had a bad feeling and questioning why Serum didn't inform her she would be using the facility. Flanked by her own posse, a young woman named Anisha saunters in, criticizing her cousin for being clumsy. A horrified Serum confronts her cousin, asking why she is here when their uncle isn't around. While Jaryong wonders who this new girl is, Anisha reminds Serum that their uncle allows both of them to use the facility freely whenever he's away, and then mockingly asks if Serum truly believed their uncle would give her a special treatment. Serum reluctantly introduces her cousin, Anisha Esker Serum, explaining to Jaryong that while she acts younger, they are the same age. With a sickly sweet smile, Anisha greets him, feigning happiness that her lonely cousin has finally made a friend. She then introduces a second-year student named Jang Sangyang and mentions she was planning to invite him and a few other friends to train. Anisha expresses her feigned delight that Serum is also present, claiming she decided to bring along a few friends who could arrive early. With a threatening glint in her eyes, she passive-aggressively suggests that if Serum were to leave now, it might create some unwanted misunderstandings. Changing tactics, she suggests they all just work together, framing her hostile takeover of the space as a great opportunity. Jaryong proposes they merge their study sessions, feigning politeness, by asking if they would mind to join the group. The upperclassman sizes up Jaryong, asking which school the unfamiliar first year attends. Jaryong calmly introduces himself, explaining that he's a first year from a normal high school preparing for the transfer exam. Anisha seems momentarily surprised by this revelation, as Jaryong clarifies that Serum is simply helping him study over the weekend. He humbly adds that since he has been busy with other things, he is trying his best to learn as much as he can now, a statement Anisha's friends find laughable. Interrupting him, Sangyang leans in close, staring him down with an intimidating glare, suggesting him to get in a car and leave, before it get too late. Anisha condescendingly tells her cousin she shouldn't be so desperate, while the senior accuses him of either lying or being embarrassed about attending a normal school. Declaring that they are warrior high students on a level that normal people can't possibly reach with mere effort. He tells him to go back where he belongs before he embarrasses himself, leaving him momentarily speechless. And without warning, Sangyang's expression hardens as he decides to put the newcomer in his place. He throws a powerful jab that seems to strike Jaryong squarely in the face with a loud crack. But as Jaryong stumbles back, clutching his face in pain, Senior is visibly confused, as he never intended to actually hit him. Anisha and her friends are equally shocked, knowing that for an adventurer, fighting a normal citizen outside of a dungeon is a serious crime. His plan had been simple: stop the punch just short of Jaryong's face to intimidate him and demonstrate the difference in their power. He is utterly baffled. He had calculated the distance perfectly and can't understand why Jaryong didn't just dodge the obviously telegraphed attack. Then, with a sudden chill, he realizes the only way he could have been hit is if he moved into the punch on purpose, which means he had perfectly read his intentions from the very start. As Jaryong continues his pained act, he decides he has no choice but to escalate the situation. His menacing thoughts are interrupted by a single chilling phrase from his victim: self-defense. Dropping the act entirely, Jaryong's eyes glow with a cold light as he gives a silent, unmistakable threat, making it crystal clear what will happen if Sangyang tries anything else. Inside the high-tech adventurer performance room, narration explains that cameras are installed throughout the facility, recording everything without blind spots. This allows adventurers to analyze their movements and improve their skills by reviewing the footage. Watching the confrontation, Serum realizes with certainty that he intentionally took the hit, trusting he has a valid reason for his strange behavior. She correctly deduces his plan: to use the camera footage as proof that he was punched without warning, giving him the legal high ground. Caught in the trap, the senior questions his absurd claim of self-defense. Jaryong commits to the act, feigning a shy, introverted personality and claiming that such bad experiences cause him to lose sleep. Sangyang offers a half-hearted apology, but dismisses the response as a wild overreaction to a light punch. Putting on a show, Jaryong points at him, exclaiming his disbelief at being called dramatic after being assaulted. He then escalates the situation by threatening to call the police or report the incident to Warrior High, forcing a panicked Sangyang to yell for him to stop. Having completely cornered by his opponent, Sangyang calmly asks him what he wants as compensation: money, or to be left alone to train in peace. But Jaryong reminds everyone that he now has the perfect justification to retaliate under the guise of self-defense. He presses his advantage, declaring that he won't be able to sleep unless he punches him back, leaving the upperclassmen wondering where this lunatic came from. He nervously gives him permission to retaliate, hoping his bluff works. Believing he's found an easy way out of the predicament, Sangyang confidently agrees to the exchange. Dismissing Jaryong as a weakling from a normal high school whose power must have a limit, he looks at the upcoming fist radiating with aura. thinking that if it connect, it will be sending blood flying from his mouth and nose. In the next moment, however, Jaryong stands surprised. The upperclassman had dodged the attack and moved back. From his team's perspective, it simply looked as if Sangyang dodged the punch to play around. But the terrifying reality for Sangyang was that he had been forced to dodge, instinctively knowing that failing to do so would have led to a catastrophic outcome. Jaryong's aura flares as he drops the act, accusing him of whether he had no intention of getting hit by him in the first place. Seeing her flustered companion, Anisha coldly tells him to just admit the truth. She belittles Sangyang for getting emotional over his own mistake, and condescendingly advises him to apologize and offer compensation, dismissing the entire affair as pointless. Forced into a corner, a sweating Sangyang reluctantly acknowledges his mistake. But our Sigma male Jaryong ignores the apology, instead getting into a fighting stance and offering a choice: an official duel or an all-out brawl. Before Sangyang can even process the offer, he closes the distance between them in an instant. Furious at being played, he yells and prepares to fight seriously. The two warriors clash in the center of the training room, their movements blurring as they trade blows. Dodging a hit, using the flash skill. With a surge of blue energy, Jaryong lands a decisive blow. A punch that intentionally does not have any power behind it. His cold, predatory gaze communicates a clear and terrifying message. Since I hit you, should I just end things? That silent, overwhelming threat is more than enough to completely shatter the warrior high student's pride. As he retaliates, Jaryong effortlessly dodges the attack by stepping back. Sangyang unleashes a furious combination, his fists glowing with power. As the senior thinks that he got him, pivoting smoothly on his foot, he launches a powerful punch using his unstopping skill, reflecting the opponent's attack. Sangyang's eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes the sheer speed and power of the incoming attack, but goes for his leg instead. He raises his foot for a devastating stomp, stopping just inches from Sangyang's face, dropping him on the ground. Anisha's female follower stares in stunned silence at the unbelievable outcome. Her male follower, equally bewildered, asks if their senior lost on purpose to play along with the newcomer. Jaryong asks him a question that he is really from the warrior high, and claims the fight was different than he expected, as he was hoping for a friendly spar where no one got seriously hurt. He offers his hand, thanking him for playing along while subtly alluding to the cameras that recorded the entire incident. Looking back towards Serum, he remarks that he's sorry this was the only way to conclude things, and thinks back on the encounter, wondering if he should have just gone easy on them and left. He surprises Serum by asking her to keep the video recordings from the fight. When she questions his intentions, he bluntly calls her stupid, clarifying that the recordings aren't for blackmail, but for her to study. He explains that by watching the footage, she can clearly see what truly happened during the fight. He then admits his disappointment, stating that even when he deliberately slowed his movements, his opponent was still below his expectations. She is left flabbergasted, finally understanding that he orchestrated the entire confrontation just to create a training video for her. When she asks why he'd go to such lengths, Jaryong points to Anisha, identifying her as the one who keeps bothering her cousin with pointless things. He bluntly states that it's obvious she despises Serum, and doesn't even bother to hide it. He tells her that based on what he's heard from Kang, he knows she isn't the type to willingly bow down to others. He makes his own position clear. While he may not be prideful, he absolutely refuses to be taken advantage of. He reminds her that her school life is now his, and it's not beneficial for either of them to be isolated by their peers. His conversation is cut short by some noise. As he looks back, the defeated senior rushes towards him with an intention to punch. Anisha glares down at the defeated Sangyang, her voice dripping with disappointment that her upperclassmen lost. Flexing her power, she summons a colossal mana construct that towers over the room, its energy crackling with immense pressure. She scolds him for his weakness, declaring that his pathetic display is bringing her down as well. Serum gasps, struggling to breathe under the immense pressure and noting how recklessly her cousin wields her power. She turns her attention to our main guy. Unaffected by the display, he looks at his own hand where a strange purple energy has begun to form and curiously asking him, "Hey, what's wrong?" 3 weeks before the training session, a recovering Jaryong, his arms still in a sling, prepares to open a box of his returned personal effects. He uses a box cutter to open the package from Yong Song Medical Center, which contains the items he had on him during the monster attack. Upon seeing the contents, he lets out a sigh, his disappointment immediate. He laments that his returned belongings look like trash, particularly the now useless artifact, Anicap's blood. He reflects on the legendary necklace's primary function, to absorb any life-threatening force by spreading magic throughout the user's body. He recalls the climactic moment during his battle with the horned horror Rex, when the necklace activated in his pocket, saving him from certain death. He then questions if the mysterious surge of purple power he experienced was also a result of the Anicap's blood. He dismisses the idea of having some latent power, concluding that the expensive 2.2 billion won artifact must have had a secondary effect. However, as he tosses the broken necklace aside, a sudden and horrifying realization strikes him. In a comedic moment of despair, he collapses to the floor, dramatically mourning the loss of his 2.2 billion won treasure. Back in the present, facing Anisha, he feels the same mysterious power tingling in his hand that he experienced during the Rex fight. Confused, he wonders why this power is manifesting now, which makes him question if the Anicap's blood was ever the source to begin with. Anisha interrupts his train of thought, condescendingly offering to poach him from Serum's service for a better price. The furious Serum steps in, yelling at her cousin to stop toying with people. Anisha coolly questions whether her offer is merely a joke or a valid proposition for a potential client. Meanwhile, the defeated Jang Sang-yong seethes, unable to accept that an unknown outsider managed to defeat a second-year student from their school. Anisha speculates that Jaryong must have a personal crisis that prevented him from applying to Warrior High, a problem she believes can be solved with money. She turns back to Jaryong, cuttingly asking what else Serum could possibly have to offer him, besides her family's wealth. She continues her verbal assault, questioning if Serum can provide him with talent, connections, or a good reputation. Interrupting her speech, he tells her that Serum can offer her patience, and acknowledges he can't fully grasp Serum's struggles, but he knows exactly what kind of person Anisha is. He labels her a hypocrite who curses Serum while causing problems for her behind her back. Carolings when her behind her back. Deciding to test a theory, he provocatively asks her if she, as Serum's sister, knows anything about it. In an explosive response to his taunt, Anisha unleashes a massive and overwhelming torrent of magical energy, throwing her senior away. After witnessing her power, Jaryong coolly remarks that her outburst must have hurt, as cancels their group's meeting for the week. When her follower worries about the other guests they invited, Anisha dismissively states she couldn't care less about them. She chides her follower for being too kind and caring about the group after what just transpired. Anisha coldly states that their team leader, Sang-yong, will face consequences for his failure, and the other upperclassmen will be treated the same. She brushes off the entire confrontation as a failed attempt to build connections with the student council, admitting it was a waste of time. As her group prepares to leave, Jaryong casually asks Serum if Anisha is her sister, and she corrects him, explaining they are cousins. Anisha delivers a final chilling threat, warning Jaryong that his choice of allegiance will influence his entire school career. As he slightly moves towards them, Serum stops him. Jaryong muses to himself that if he had provoked the powerful magician just a little more, a real fight might have broken out. She warns him to avoid Anisha's attention, explaining that her cruel cousin will do anything to get back at her. Flanked by her followers, Anisha smirks, confirming Serum's fears by stating that spreading information about Jaryong will only be the beginning. Looking at his arm, he can't feel anything at the moment, referring to the mysterious power that has now vanished. He has a crucial realization. The power wasn't from the necklace, but was a reaction to Anisha's magic, and it ceased the moment she called off her magic giant. Serum notices he seems distracted and asks if he's okay, to which he gives a simple affirmation. With a newfound sense of purpose, he clenches his fist, declaring with certainty that he now needs to learn magic. Across the training room, the defeated senior finally stirs, groaning as he regains consciousness. Kyeolkang startles the dazed Sangyang by looming over him and calling out to him. He joyfully alerts that their defeated opponent is finally awake. He is shocked to see Kyeolkang, the famous hero of the horned horror incident, as Jaryong expresses relief that he seems unharmed. He offers a disarmingly sincere apology, admitting that while he was trying to prove a point, he never intended to publicly embarrass him. A humbled Sangyang takes full responsibility, admitting it was his own fault for being powerless in their duel. He laments his foolishness, acknowledging that he tried to act tough against the hero of the Gwanak-gu tragedy, without understanding his opponent's true strength. Jaryong surprises him by stating the outcome wasn't obvious, confessing that he didn't enter the fight with any certainty of winning. Sangyang is taken aback as he explains that their raw physical stats like strength and speed were actually quite similar. Jaryong expertly breaks down his weaknesses, pointing out his lack of emotional control led to simple attacks and easily predictable habits. He reveals that while he was unconscious, they reviewed the fight footage to analyze his every move. He begins his detailed critique, pointing out that his weight distribution consistently telegraphs the direction of his attacks. He then hands his phone to Sangyang, revealing that he has compiled and organized a complete list of all his fighting habits. From afar, Serum remarks on how surprised the senior must be by this unexpected and incredibly helpful gesture. She marvels at Jaryong's talent, noting that such insightful feedback is priceless and only possible due to his incredible attention to detail and intuition. Stunned by the valuable analysis, he asks Jaryong why he would go to such lengths to help him. Jaryong casually explains that since the senior has paid for his transgression by losing the fight, he no longer holds any ill will towards him. He realizes that Jaryong is genuinely trying to move past their conflict and establish a productive training relationship. He tells him to review the notes on the phone and offers to send the file later if the senior gives him his number. As Sangyong studies the feedback, Jaryong expresses his disappointment that Anisha's group so easily abandoned their upperclassmen. With the confrontation settled, he shifts gears, announcing it's time to begin their lesson on the basics of magic. Serum starts her lecture, explaining that magic is the fuel for spells, and an individual's magic stat represents the quality of that fuel. She clarifies that the total quantity of magic is roughly the same across all species. The stat, like her C rank or their lower ranks, only determines its quality, and uses an analogy to explain the concept, stating that low-quality magic is like newspaper, which can never burn as powerfully as high-quality magic, like coal. A helpful diagram illustrates that while their magic reserves are similar, the quality dictates the scale and power of the spells they can use. She explains that her C rank is the minimum level required to effectively use attack spells and buffs like a true magician. For non-magicians like Jaryong and Kyeolkang, Serum advises that the most useful application of their lower-quality magic is learning a self-buff. Jaryong's interest is piqued by the idea of creating a self-buff to replicate the effects of Enkil's blood, and he eagerly asks if they can learn it over the weekend. Serum is exasperated by his impossible request, stating that it takes weeks for a beginner to even get used to the sensation of using magic. Just as she explains that all the buffs she knows are long-ranged, an unexpected voice offers to help them with that specific problem. Sangyang, now on their side, steps forward and reveals that his specialty is hand-to-hand combat, powered by self-buffs. He is officially introduced as the greatest self-buff specialist in his grade, making him the perfect, albeit unlikely, instructor for them. Under the moonlight at the training facility, Jaryong and his new allies begin their first magic lesson. To everyone's surprise, Jaryong successfully casts his first spell, Flare, simple F-rank fire spell used for camping and first aid. He proudly presents his creation to their new instructor, Sangyang, who seems entirely unimpressed by the accomplishment. He dismisses the achievement, stating that it would be stranger if Jaryong couldn't cast a flare, as anyone with a hint of talent can manage it. Pleased to learn he has talent, he eagerly asks what's next, suggesting bigger fire or even water magic. Sangyang halts his enthusiasm, instructing him to simply maintain the small flame and turn his focus inward. He explains the common but flawed teaching method of telling a novice to feel the magic, questioning how one can feel something they've never actually used. Now that Jaryong has produced a spell, he clarifies that this is the perfect opportunity for him to learn how to sense and control his internal magic. He understands immediately, realizing that with the magic now active, he has a tangible source to focus on. With a final instruction to keep the flame alive, Sangyang tells him this is the first real step to feeling his own power. Mentally, Sangyang prepares for a long session, assuming Jaryong will struggle for hours to grasp the abstract concept. However, in mere seconds, Jaryong grins, having already succeeded. He describes the feeling as a sharp, ticklish, static electricity spreading from his lower stomach. Sangyang is left utterly stunned, realizing that his new student has mastered a difficult concept in less than a minute. Deep in concentration, Jaryong visualizes his body as an intricate network, sensing what feels like hundreds of magic circuits within him. A system overlay explains the fundamentals of magic. A core in the abdomen generates magical energy. The overlay continues, revealing that exactly 127 circuits then stretch from the core to supply that magic throughout the body. Meanwhile, Serum begins a different kind of lesson for Kyeokong, asking him if he can play any musical instruments. He sheepishly admits he took piano lessons until he was 10 but doesn't think he had much talent for it. Serum reassures him, explaining that casting spells is surprisingly similar to playing a piece on the piano. To demonstrate, she effortlessly creates a thunder sphere, a D-rank spell ideal for controlling multiple enemies. Holding the crackling orb, she asks him if he noticed her using any complex chants or movements to cast it. She debunks a common misconception, explaining that most of the work in casting a spell happens internally, without any visible action, and likens it to playing the piano, a combination of specific keys, pressed in a specific order and at a specific time, creates music. Elaborating on her analogy, she states that the body's circuits are the keys, and the spell is the music played upon them. The lesson concludes that magic is simply the act of sending energy through a specific sequence of the 127 circuits with precise timing. He astutely questions the analogy, asking about the risks and side effects of pressing the wrong keys on an instrument with over 100 of them. And she explains that for easy spells, minor mistakes will only result in a lower quality effect. However, the more difficult the spell, the higher the chance of catastrophic failure. A massive, uncontrolled burst of electricity erupts from her hands, illustrating the devastating consequences of a miscast spell. Explaining that spell failure isn't just a fizzle, it's genuinely dangerous. She warns that, while a failed D-rank spell might only paralyze you, a mistake with a C rank or higher could be fatal. This, she concludes, is why magic users need a strong front line. Maintaining the intense focus required for casting is nearly impossible in the heat of battle. She checks on Kyeokong, who confirms he's been practicing sensing his magic but can't yet identify individual circuits. She advises him to focus only on the circuits used for buffs, as that's all a tanker really needs. Jaryong smirks, satisfied that his plan to bring the outcasts together for training is already paying off as they teach each other. Suddenly, he stands up, declaring to his senior that he sees no point in practicing this basic step any longer. A confused Sangyang insists he must continue practicing until he can easily sense the magic within his body. Our guy casually announces he's already got the hang of it and can pinpoint all his circuits, a claim that leaves him utterly baffled. Proving his point, he begins to map his body, correctly identifying the 6 circuits that terminate in his right arm. He continues his flawless count, noting 8 circuits in his left arm, much to senior's shock. Sangyang finally loses his composure and shouts in disbelief, accusing Jaryong of lying as Kyeokong and Serum watch on. While the senior insists it's impossible, Serum calmly recognizes this as just another instance of Jaryong's inexplicable genius. He disarms the furious upperclassman by casually calling him bro and asking for the next step, leaving him flustered. While he justifies his informal address, Senior is internally reeling, admitting to himself that his new student's circuit count was mostly accurate. An instructional diagram explains that all humanoid species human, Elf and Dwarf share a similar map of 127 magic circuits. Changing the subject, he demonstrates his unbuffed fist and tells Jaryong to remember its base power level. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, preparing to cast a spell, and activates an E-rank buff called Muscle Stimulation, channeling magic through specific circuits to enhance his reflexes and stamina. Surrounded by a magical aura, he tells a wide-eyed Jaryong to feel the difference in his power. He unleashes a punch that stops inches from Jaryong's face, the sheer force of it creating a powerful shockwave through the air. Jaryong calmly notes the significant increase in speed and strength, admitting the blow would have shattered more than just his nose. The senior then reveals his own struggles, confessing that just last year he was at the bottom of his class despite his outward confidence. He explains that while his basic stats were high, he lacked the innate sense to utilize them to their fullest potential. This, he explains, is why he turned to buffs. Instead of chasing a talent he didn't possess, he focused on improving what he already had. Luckily, he discovered he had an aptitude for magic and began diligently studying what spells he could use to his advantage. Through practice, he discovered the intricate and fascinating world of buffs, learning how to combine them to maximize his abilities. Jaryong realizes the immense potential. If one buff is this effective, a synergistic combination could be overwhelmingly powerful. He notes that most naturally talented fighters ignore self-buffs, whereas he has dedicated himself to researching dozens of them. This specialized focus allowed him to climb the ranks and even lead a team, but he still looked down upon by the elite for using tricks. He vulnerably admits this is why he was so excited when Anisha, a popular first year, invited him to train with her group. He confesses that he was happy for the chance to share what he'd learned with impressive juniors, hoping to finally earn their approval. This overexcitement, he admits, is what caused him to act so arrogantly and aggressively toward them earlier. He understands the feelings on both sides of the conflict. He bows deeply and offers a sincere apology. Jaryong stops him mid-apology, placing a hand on his shoulder and telling him to forget it. With a chillingly intense stare, Jaryong tells the now terrified senior that his apology is irrelevant. For the next 58 hours, he will teach Jaryong everything he knows. 4 days later, at the crack of dawn, an exhausted but accomplished training group concludes their marathon weekend session. Serum can't believe her companions didn't even sleep, wondering aloud how they aren't completely exhausted. Flexing their A-rank stamina, they boast that they're still young and full of energy, much to her annoyance. She reflects on their training, admitting she was surprised by how much she benefited from practicing with them. As they prepare to leave, Kyeokong laments never having had soup with rice, while their senior announces he's called a taxi, stating he has off-campus training and offers a ride to anyone heading towards Gangnam. Jaryong takes his offer and tells Serum she does not have to give him a ride, citing morning traffic and different destinations. With a slight smile, he prefaces a heartfelt statement to his new companions. He sincerely thanks them, revealing that this was the best weekend he's had since he was 5 years old. Not knowing when they'll meet again before the exam, he wishes everyone the best in their preparations. He then playfully threatens to make fun of Serum if she fails her final, causing her to blush in embarrassment. In a surprising moment of concern, he asks Kyeokong to look after Serum and be nice to her. As he waves farewell, the newly formed group of friends parts ways for now. Before the senior leaves, Serum sincerely thanks him for all he taught her over the weekend. He warmly reciprocates the sentiment, admitting he learned a great deal as well before wishing them goodbye. Their taxi departs, leaving Serum and Kyeokong behind. Now that they're alone, the lingering awkwardness between the shy Kyeokong and the reserved Serum returns. As the sun rises over the city, another scene unfolds elsewhere. Jaryong expresses his gratitude to his senior, thanking him for teaching him not just buffs, but also a special move. Sangyong clarifies that the special move is merely a theoretical idea he's never had the chance to use, admitting it might not even work. Jaryong, however, is confident the technique will be effective and plans to use it during his upcoming revenge match. He promises to share the results with him if he succeeds, leaving his new mentor curious about the mysterious match. and suggests they get some soup with rice together sometime, a simple meal he seems to be looking forward to. But his senior playfully states he doesn't associate with students from normal high schools. With a slight smile, he thanks him for the encouragement. The cityscape transitions to Jaryong's home. Finally home after the intense weekend, a tired Jerong decides he'll just skip school and get some sleep. However, his plans for rest are immediately shattered by a shocking discovery. Chief is waiting for him, revealing he's already called the school to excuse Jerong for an entire month. Jerong is stunned to learn he'll be missing a month of school, but the chief simply reminds him about the Warrior High Transfer exam. He curtly instructs him to pack a bag with a few days' worth of clothes, and notes that Jerong's magic circuits are active, confirming that he's at least learned the basics. Jerong proudly states that he's done some preparation, but the chief dismisses it, bluntly stating it won't be of much use. He's taken aback, questioning why his hard-earned magic skills would be considered useless. Chief clarifies his intentions, explaining that what's coming isn't a private lesson, but a test. He challenges his resolve, asking if he's truly determined to be an adventurer before promising to push him to his absolute limit, and delivers a chilling ultimatum. Jerong is about to learn that he's not as talented as he thinks he is. With the lesson set, his mentor tells him to hurry up and pack his things. Jerong packs a bag, preparing for a few days away from home as instructed. With his bag ready, he asks the chief where their intense training session will take place. While struggling with a locked case, he casually mentions that he's sold off his old training facility, and reveals that the case contains Jerong's new weapon, a delivery from the bastard blacksmith Argius, who for some reason know his address. Finally prying the case open, he tells him to take a look at his upgraded equipment. Inside lies a sleek, newly forged weapon, a refined version of his trusty staff. Chief observes that aside from a new color, the weapon looks mostly the same. However, Jerong finds an accompanying manual, suspecting that the changes are more than just cosmetic. Testing its weight and feel, he is impressed by how much lighter it is, and how superior the grip feels. Without another word, Chief tells him it's time to go and find out for himself if the changes are truly noteworthy, and promises him that he'll have more than enough opportunities to test the new weapon, to which Jerong replies with excitement. Now in a dark, monster-infested forest, he seems to be regretting his earlier enthusiasm. He stands before a menacing, shadowy monster with glowing red eyes and a sinister grin. His first opponent in this test is a formidable 3-star danger rank monster, the carnivorous ant. He recalls his old smuggler's training. Avoid 3-star monsters and run from 4 stars at all costs. From a safe distance, Chief clarifies that the rules of survival for a smuggler are very different from those of an adventurer. He offers to intervene if he gets scared, privately wondering how much his students' skills have grown in the last 6 months. He knows that a carnivorous ent is especially dangerous for a close-range fighter like Jerong, and grimly accepts that if he hasn't improved, this fight will be his last, and wishes him luck. Jerong's expression hardens as he focuses intently on the monster before him. As the ent lunges, he maintains perfect focus, determined not to make the same mistakes that led to past mistakes. He acknowledges the power gap, but understands the fundamental rule of this fight remains the same. With no allies to support him, Jerong knows that even a single mistake in his offense or defense will not be tolerated. In this high-stakes solo battle, he understands that one small opening will undoubtedly lead to his death. Unleashing his newfound power, he expertly dodges the ent's massive attack and appears behind it. He begins to analyze his opponent, noting that the key difference between a 3-star and a 4-star monster is its intelligence. These higher-level monsters often possess decision-making skills that are on par with, or even exceed, a human's. He realizes they are even capable of playing deceptive mind games in the heat of battle. Jerong sees through the ent's feint, realizing it deliberately lowered its guard to bait him into a close-range trap. Watching from the sidelines, Chief believes he has fallen for the trick, and prepares to intervene. But in a stunning turn of events, a massive blade of pure magic erupts from Jerong's weapon, overpowering his attack, cutting down the monster in half. He himself is shocked by the sudden, massive output of magical energy. His new weapon is now augmented with a gigantic, glowing blue magic blade. Chief is left utterly speechless, his cigarette dropping from his mouth in sheer disbelief at the power Jaryong just displayed. Jaryong's new weapon glows with power as it manifests a massive blade of pure blue energy, which slowly fades away after being used. As he watches it disappear, his chief asks how he activated the weapon, but Jaryong sheepishly admits he has no idea, having only skimmed the manual. He asks him how he feels after using magic for the first time. Hearing that he's a little out of breath, Chief deduces that since he didn't use any magic, the weapon must have manifested its blade by consuming his stamina instead. He explains that this stamina for weapon skill is an inefficient old-style technique from a bygone era, illustrating how constantly manifesting a weapon drains stamina, making a physical blade more efficient in modern times. Despite the inefficiency, he is stunned that Jaryong could unleash such a powerful strike and only feels slightly tired, calling it good news. However, Chief quickly brings him back to reality, telling him he practically lost the fight and shouldn't get cocky about his new toy. Looking up at his mentor, Jaryong can only listen as Chief states he never expected him to win the fight in the first place. He clarifies that his statement isn't an insult, but rather the opposite, in acknowledgement of Jaryong's incredible latent skill. A flustered Jaryong listens as his mentor unexpectedly compliments his battle prowess, rating him on par with gold-class adventurers. But Chief immediately crushes Jaryong's budding ego, stating he could list dozens of more talented people, including his own father. The harsh lesson continues as he reveals that over half of those talented individuals met their end at the hands of weak monsters. He is snapped out of the lecture by the immediate threat of the carnivorous ant lunging towards him. The ant slams its massive arm down where he just stood, shaking the ground with its terrifying power. Having barely dodged the attack, he realizes the fight is far from over, and that the monster is ready for another round. He is shocked to discover the ant possesses super regeneration, allowing it to instantly reattach its severed limbs. Jaryong unleashes another powerful strike with his weapon, destroying one arm of the monster in a single swing. To his surprise, the weapon manifested into a massive hammer this time, to crush its target. Chief watches with keen interest, finally understanding the unique and powerful function of Jaryong's new weapon. He deduces that the weapon intelligently analyzes the user's situation to manifest the most effective shape for the task at hand, and muses that this incredibly efficient and adaptive weapon might be the perfect skill for a raw talent like Jaryong. Despite being crushed by the hammer, the monster quickly reforms its arm, ready to strike again, proving its regeneration is almost instantaneous. Chief coldly assesses the situation, commenting that without a proper strategy, he stands no chance against such a difficult opponent, no matter how good the weapon is, and ominously reminds that he's not just fighting a monster, but also a rapidly closing time limit. Battered and exhausted, Jaryong struggles to stay on his feet as he faces the relentless regenerating monster. The carnivorous ant looms menacingly over the weakened Jaryong, preparing to deliver a final decisive blow. The monster lunges forward with a sharpened branch, aiming to impale its helpless prey. Just in the nick of time, Chief manifests a crackling green magical barrier to block the ant's fatal attack. He chides Jaryong, pointing out that in his current condition, he couldn't even dodge the attack, let alone deflect it, and tells him it's game over as the monster keeps on pounding the barrier. After being saved, an exhausted Jaryong admits he had no idea what he was supposed to do to defeat the monster. Chief bluntly tells him that sometimes the best and only option is to run away. Jaryong listens intently to his mentor, finally realizing that his straightforward, brute force approach was a critical mistake. With a start, Chief explains that the winning strategy was to lure the monster away, not fight it head-on in its ideal environment, explaining the three primary strategies to defeat a carnivorous ant. The first and most efficient strategy, he explains, is to lure the monster somewhere it can't absorb nutrients to fuel its powerful regeneration, and clarifies that as long as the ant is touching a surface with nutrients like soil, it will continue to heal indefinitely, stating that had Jaryong lured it to a rocky environment or a mine, he would have won easily. He sharply criticizes Jaryong's one-dimensional tactic of simply trying to find a weakness and face the monster head-on. A humbled Jaryong attempts to interrupt the lecture, pointing that the monster has almost broken the barrier. His chief dryly comments on his own lack of talent in protection-type skills as the last of his magical shield dissipates. He moves on to the second strategy, overwhelming the monster's regeneration completely with superior firepower, completely incinerating by a C rank or higher flame spell. He explains the concept of combat matchups, noting that a fire specialist would have defeated the Ent with ease, and reveals the Ent is ranked as a 4-star threat precisely because of its extreme weakness to fire, making strategy, not power, the key. However, for a close-range damage dealer like Jaryong, the endlessly regenerating Ent is one of the worst possible opponents. He emphasizes the sheer power needed for this strategy, stating it would take a military-grade incendiary bomb to replicate a high-level fire spell. He tells him to learn from and take advantage of the strategies developed by the first generation, who lost their lives to gain this knowledge. He reflects on the tragic fate of early adventurers who died fighting now simple monsters just because they were born in a wrong generation. Cutting through the history lesson, he asks Jaryong a pointed question. How does it feel to be defeated by a monster for the first time? A battered and dejected Jaryong admits that the feeling of his first true defeat at the hands of a monster is, predictably, awful. Chief explains that losing to a monster isn't like a duel. It's a hollow experience filled only with frustration, regret, and loss. He continues his grim lecture, stating that every adventurer faces this moment and pays a steep price, be it a light injury or forced retirement. And the most painful part, he notes, is the humiliating feeling of knowing you only survived because someone else had to save you. He reveals his true motive. He wanted Jaryong to experience this humbling defeat to learn that sometimes losing your dignity is better than paying a much higher price. With the lesson over, he declares the day's training is done and tells a weary Jaryong to get ready for a run. A quick lore dump explains that while a dungeon's perimeter may seem small, its interior space has been drastically altered since the world changed. The space inside a dungeon is often deceptive and can be multiple times larger than its external appearance suggests. Using the Eigar jungle as an example, it's revealed that the combined regions within the dungeon are nearly the size of an entire country. Having arrived at their destination, Chief tells a weary Jaryong to come enjoy the incredible view, calling it a rite of passage. Jaryong looks out over the vast and breathtaking landscape of the A-rank Sindorim dungeon, a fantastical world beyond imagination. Chief puts the dangerous environment into perspective, warning Jaryong that even 3-star monsters are fodder here and that he'd only last 30 minutes alone, and lays out the brutal training regimen. For the next 2 weeks, he will teach Jaryong by day and protect him by night. After those initial 2 weeks, he will be left to survive on his own for an entire month to pass the grueling test. With a slight, confident grin, he responds to Chief's final offer to quit the dangerous training and declares it's unfortunate they will only be training in this amazing place for a month, fully accepting the life or death challenge. 1 month later, on the day of the Warrior High Practical Test, a luxury car waits outside a city building. Serum waits anxiously by her car, complaining that he has ignored all her texts and calls for the entire month of his mysterious disappearance. She's interrupted by the sight of a barefoot, tattered figure approaching. Utterly shocked, she asks him where he has been. Calming herself, she looks at the profoundly changed Jaryong. As he finally reunites with her, he apologizes for being out of contact for a month while he was training off the grid. Seeing her looking at him like that, he wonders if it looks a bit strange, and explains his ragged state, revealing that during his intense survival training, he had to cut his own hair without scissors because it kept getting in his eyes, and apologizes for worrying her so much. As he tries to hurry and get ready for the exam, Serum tries to stop him, but she is visibly startled. A powerful predatory aura, honed by a month of life-or-death battles, now surrounds Jaryong, emanating a palpable killing intent. Oblivious to the intimidating effect he's having, he simply looks back at her. After his heightened instincts cause him to defensively become alert, he quickly apologizes, explaining it's a new habit he needs to fix. She tells him not to worry, clearly more stunned by his newfound power than the fall. Jaryong mentions he'd forgotten about the new clothes he was supposed to pick up, getting them from the back of the car. He cheerfully remarks that he spent the entire month testing his new weapon and is excited to try out the rest of his gear. For the first time in her life, she feels a genuine, person-to-person bloodlust, and it's coming from Jaryong. Wow, why? The real reason for her astonishment, however, is that the primal killing intent she feels from him is disturbingly familiar. Deeply unsettled, she tries to rationalize what she felt, thinking she must have been mistaken. But this was same as the bloodlust of the most dangerous monsters she has ever faced. Inside the car, Jaryong tries on his new custom armor, marveling at how light and perfectly it fits. She explains that high-grade equipment usually requires detailed adjustments, which they unfortunately didn't have time for. He brushes off her concerns, his mind completely focused on the challenge ahead as he admits his excitement. Thinking he's nervous about the exam, she advises him to be more cautious, but Jaryong clarifies that's not what he's excited about. She is surprised when he reveals his excitement is about finally getting to see Warrior High in person. He admits that despite hearing about it non-stop, he's never actually been to the legendary school himself. Warrior High is located atop Namsan, right in the heart of Seoul. Before the world changed, the site was just a small mountain and park. After the Adhesion Phenomena, the area was transformed into Mountain Drawig, an AA danger zone, and the highest point on the Korean peninsula. A map illustrates the mountain's strategic location, situated right next to Seoul's largest dungeon, the Eigar jungle. 30 years ago, the nation launched an unprecedented joint operation between the government and the Adventurers Association to conquer the dungeon. All of the country's top adventurers were summoned for the mission, and with national pride on the line, every single one of them volunteered. The raid required a full year of meticulous planning and immense resources to ensure its success. A nervous official prepared to announce the outcome of the costly and dangerous Namsan raid. The operation was a massive success, celebrated globally as the complete clearing of an A-rank dungeon. With the land secured, a new problem arose: how to best utilize the vast empty plains within the conquered dungeon. A potential territory dispute among the victors was cleverly avoided by the simple suggestion of a single influential person. He proposed building a school to address the long-standing need for a dedicated adventurer training facility. While the need for such a school was recognized, the lack of suitable space had always delayed the plans. The problem was solved when ownership of the ownerless's dungeon land was granted to the very adventurers who had risked their lives to clear it. The history lesson concludes, revealing that Warrior High only exists because the hero solely responsible for the victory Yoo Song donated all of his land. Back in the present, a cynical Jaryong jokes that Warrior High could make a fortune selling merchandise to tourists. Noticing they are heading out of the city, he questions Serum, thinking Warrior High was located in Gangbuk. She begins to fill him in on a major scandal that occurred during his month away, starting with the rising attack squad. Jaryong is stunned as she bluntly informs him that every single member of the squad is dead. She explains that their hideout was mysteriously breached and attacked by high-level monsters in what seemed to be a tragic accident. However, the situation turned into a massive scandal with the discovery of drugs and the bodies of non-adventurer celebrities at the scene. She describes the media firestorm, telling a shocked Jaryong that there were at least 7 public apologies from various involved parties. The scandal has caused public trust in adventurers to plummet, crashing the market and sparking widespread outrage online. In a desperate attempt at damage control, the Adventurers Association changed the location for the transfer exam. Serum reveals their new destination, the infamous Pandyo Labyrinth. She elaborates that the labyrinth was the second A-rank dungeon ever cleared, and was formerly the nest of the notorious dragon, Vasuka.Dat. Meanwhile, at the Jinsong Group's underground forge, Zeke arrives to speak with the master craftsman, Thunderhammer Argius. Argius complains that the rare 25-year-old dwarven wine Zeke brought him isn't nearly enough. After insulting the alcohol-making abilities of elves and humans, he asks Zeke if he has any news about Jaryong. Zeke confirms the news is related, bringing up Vasuka's labyrinth and the association's request from 20 years prior. Argius recalls telling the association to get lost back then, considering their plan to build a training area a complete waste of time. Intrigued, Zeke asks the Elder Titan to explain why he rejected their proposal 2 decades ago. Argius explains that dragons are creatures of intense obsession and greed, and reveals that the dragon Vasuka was a labyrinth fancier, whose obsession was making his nest as complicated and deadly as possible. Vasuka obsessively incorporated techniques from all races, even humans and elves, to perfect his impossibly complex maze. Zeke questions this assessment, wondering if 20 years of clearing efforts by dwarven masters wasn't enough to make the labyrinth safe. Argius scoffs at the idea, revealing that Vasuka had kidnapped and enslaved thousands of dwarven masters to construct his labyrinth in the first place. The Elder Titan is certain that Vasuka was only defeated because he was lured out. Had he remained inside his nest, he would have been invincible. Argius grimly concludes that after 20 years, the humans have only scratched the surface and are nowhere near the dungeon's true center. Zeke realizes the association is recklessly using the dangerous site for the exam simply to appease the media after the recent scandal. Connecting the dots, Argius understands Zeke's concern and calls the association's decision to use the labyrinth idiotic. The old Titan cynically muses that if something goes wrong, it will at least serve as a harsh lesson to the students about the value of life. Arriving at the exam site, Jerong is impressed by the scale of the Pangyo Special Training Center, the repurposed labyrinth. An announcement guides the crowd of aspiring transfer students toward Gate B1 to receive their test permits. The site is a state-of-the-art labyrinth capable of changing its layout to create various challenges. She notes the large number of applicants, telling Jerong the lack of data on the new site could work to his advantage. Jerong smirks, correctly guessing that his rival and Serum's cousin Anisha is responsible for the unusually high number of transfers this year. As Serum looks around, unable to see anything, Jerong calmly scans the crowd and identifies about 20 people targeting them. Using his newly honed senses, he feels the weight of dozens of hostile stares, realizing this is far more than simple wariness. While Serum can't sense the threat, she admits she expected Anisha to try and sabotage them. He explains that he's not seeing their gazes but feeling their intent, a skill he was forced to learn to survive his month-long ordeal. During his brutal training, he was forced to master countless survival skills. One of his most crucial lessons from Chief was to always avoid situations where he could be targeted, as he figures he has no choice. She feels a sharper bloodlust from him. Deciding that avoidance is no longer an option, he prepares to make a statement and establish his dominance, recalling his mentor's final piece of advice: never give your opponents the chance to look down on you. 55 minutes before the transfer exam, the Adventurers Association convenes a high-stakes meeting at the Pangyo Training Center. Association President Choi Sung-ho opens the meeting, humbly crediting the attendees for what he calls recent memorable changes. He specifically thanks Warrior High's principal, Go Doksu, who stoically deflects the praise. However, he privately seethes, revealing he never supported these hasty, ill-conceived plans, and believes the association is using the exam as a cheap publicity stunt to distract from their failures, demanding accountability instead of a playground. Other officials quietly note that the president is little more than a figurehead, forced to follow the orders of the board of directors. Principal Doksu skillfully redirects any praise, pointing towards the true power broker in the room. He introduces the formidable chairman of the Warrior High Board of Directors, SEO Yura. She acknowledges the tense atmosphere, telling the principal she understands his deep regret about the current situation, and chillingly offers open conflict if they'd prefer it to discussion, revealing the long-standing hostility between her and the principal. The palpable tension leaves President and the other attendees sweating, bracing for an inevitable clash between the two leaders. However, the narration explains that this explosive confrontation was unexpectedly diffused by an outside factor. It was a student that had nothing to do with the situation, who was simply introducing himself to everyone. A nervous President Choi weakly attempts to mediate between the two simmering rivals, admitting he is well aware of the widespread complaints regarding the association's recent actions, and he should be the one receiving all the hate, not the role models of Warrior High. As the debate ends, the principal asks if magic instructor Cho Seiya has already gone to brief the student participants. He scoffs at the president's placid demeanor, bluntly calling the association president CEO Yora's bitch. He laments that Chairman Yora has crossed a dangerous line by abusing her authority to further her own agenda. Yain. The principal explains her scheme, poaching the most talented graduates for her personal attack squad by offering them unbelievable pay and benefits. This system corrupts the young adventurers, making them value wealth built on connections over strength built through effort. Ultimately, he fears this will stifle their potential, turning them into complacent adults who have lost all ambition. He compares her to someone feeding fish trapped in a well, keeping them blissfully unaware of their own confinement. He adds that she'll likely rig the exam by leaking vital information to the relatives of well-connected students. Instructor Kang is visibly shocked, finally grasping the true depth of their corruption. Furious, the principal declares that Yura is trying to take over his school and completely underestimates their resolve. Kang firmly states he won't let it happen, confident the test can't be cheated so easily but remaining concerned for student safety in an unknown dungeon. Changing the subject, the principal says that while he isn't one for prayer, they must be ready to act quickly regarding that situation. He is referring to the overwhelming bloodlust Jerong displayed during the Horned Horror incident, a power he's certain they all felt. Kang dismisses the power as immature and unsharp, a sentiment with which the principal seemingly agrees. However, the principal clarifies that Jerong's power isn't unrefined, but rather that he's intentionally making it appear rough and uncontrolled. As the principal comments on Kang's strict reputation with talented students, the door to the hallway opens. He voices his hope that Jerong passes the test, acknowledging his own limited ability to instruct him further. Meanwhile, in the briefing room, the theme for the practical exam is announced: search and transportation of treasure. The objective is simple: find a treasure chest inside a labyrinth, exit the dungeon, and pass the test. Listening from the audience, Jerong finds the rules surprisingly simple, noting the dungeon's dangers are only meant to force participants to retire. A proctor gives a standard warning, reminding the aspiring adventurers of the risk of unexpected and serious injury, and clarifies the single most important rule: the clear condition is 1 treasure per person. Jerong is stunned to learn there are more than enough chests for every applicant, meaning there is no limit to how many can pass. The other applicants begin to murmur, shocked that the association would allow over 100 students to potentially pass. Realizing Serum didn't know about this format, he correctly concludes that this must be a new rule, implemented this year. The proctor begins the process, calling for Group A to proceed to the locker room to retrieve their equipment. With his phone confiscated and unable to contact Serum, he resolves to figure out the test's hidden mechanics by himself. His thoughts are interrupted by an aggressive shout as a group of bullies begins to harass another applicant. He sees 2 large students cornering a smaller one with a leg brace who has dropped his book. The injured student quietly insists that the bully was the one who bumped into him first. He points to his leg brace and pleads with them, explaining he can't walk fast and couldn't have gotten in their way. The bullies ignore his plea, aggressively asking if he thinks he can take them on. Jerong calmly intervenes, picking up the fallen book and telling the bullies to stop blocking the path. The lead bully gets in Jerong's face, challenging him to do something about it, while the other student begs him to stop. Jerong coolly reminds them that laws still apply, adding that he won't do much because of their important exam. His eyes glowing menacingly, he gives them a chilling warning. If he happens to see them on the testing site, he might accidentally cross the line. The direct threat lands perfectly, leaving the stunned bully completely frozen with fear. As they walk away, the shaken bullies wonder who they just provoked, realizing they picked a fight with the wrong person. He hands over the book to its rightful owner. The injured student thanks him, expressing his relief at not having to deal with the bullies himself. Jerong glances at the boy's injured leg, gives him a terse good luck, and continues on his way. He wonders about the student carrying an SAT prep book, but quickly decides it's none of his business. The student watches thoughtfully as Jerong disappears back into the faceless crowd of applicants. A status window then reveals this student's identity: Pyo Dojin, a warrior high second year who placed second in the previous year's evaluation. 10 minutes before the exam, the participants assemble on the massive labyrinth entrance floor, filing towards individual transport capsules. Jaryong marvels at the sheer scale of the high-tech facility, comparing it to something out of a sci-fi movie. Now fully equipped for battle, he stands among the other applicants, ready for the test to begin. An announcement explains that each capsule is an elevator designed to transport participants to random locations within the labyrinth. Jaryong finds his assigned capsule and steps inside, preparing for deployment. The transport for capsule A79 activates, lowering him deep into the dungeon below. Inside, he notes the surprisingly normal interior and checks his watch, confirming the exam will start precisely when the doors open. A system pop-up details the functions of his mandatory tactical band, which can monitor his vitals but results in disqualification if used to call for help. As the countdown hits 1 second, he prepares to face the infamous Pangyo Labyrinth, once known as Vasuka's Abyss. Just as the timer hits 0, the elevator lurches violently, catching Jaryong completely by surprise. The doors open to a dark, unknown passage, as the narration reveals that no one could have guessed what was truly inside the labyrinth. His capsule now stands alone in the oppressive darkness, as the narration ominously hints that no one could have possibly imagined the truth. Realizing the labyrinth itself possesses its own will and intends to prey on the students. The room descends into chaos as alarms blare. They've lost all participant tracking, the dungeon layout is actively shifting, and every exit has been sealed. The sentient dungeon has patiently waited for its prey, but it is about to learn that not all prey is created equal. Unbeknownst to the labyrinth, its own natural enemy was now trapped inside its walls, glowing with a powerful aura.
Hey everyone! If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me out and lets me bring you more great content.